This member just died right on the battlefield. He was usually awakened by General Dixie with a light tap. He unexpectedly opened his eyes to a brand new reincarnation. This time, he was reborn right into the enemy nation. Life truly turns in circles. His father was a level 6-3 warrior with a noble title in the Empire. His mother was the most skilled assassin of the killer organization. His eldest sister was an outstanding prodigy. The second sister was a respected summoner. Born as the eldest son, his fate was steeped in battle, thanks to the reincarnation god, Lord of the Finish Line. For such clever arrangement, though his parents loved him dearly, something felt uneasy. His father wished for him to become a warrior and face enemies head-on. His mother wanted him to learn assassination and strike from the shadows. The boy was speechless, holding back countless thoughts about his elders. When he turned 1, the Count family held a grand ceremony. Before the selection, they invited a crowd of guests. Everyone would predict the child's future based on the item he chose. The father, hoping his son would be a warrior, then placed down the Azure Dragon tail spear, a precious family heirloom. The mother also wanted him to follow the assassin's path, so she added a dagger infused with all kinds of poisons. His two sisters refused to lose and prepared their own items too. Everyone wanted him to pick their offering. Sweating, he looked to the heavens. He was only 1 year old and already forced to choose. As Din hesitated, all 4 items shone, showing he possessed 4 talents: spear mastery, assassination, magic, and summoning. Everyone was shocked. Even the top family prodigies only awakened 1 talent, and Din became the supreme genius in the Count family's history. Time flew by, and in a blink, Din turned 7. He was now training spear techniques with his father. For his upcoming birthday, the Count gifted Din a new spear. Its sturdy black shaft and razor-sharp silver tip gleamed brilliantly. Light in weight, it instantly captivated him. Afterward, the Count decided to teach Din a new skill. He told his son to watch carefully. Magic power radiated from him, shaking the training ground. Then he focused his strength and thrust a powerful spear strike. Space distorted from that blow, the ultimate technique, condensing mana into a single point. It had taken him 7 years to perfect this skill. Din immediately tried to imitate it. The Count's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't believe what he saw. Din succeeded on his very first attempt. After the shock, the Count burst with joy, amazed that his son's talent far surpassed his own. He had no idea his son had once been a top server player rebuilding a new character. The Countess firmly believed her son would become an exceptional warrior. Soon, Din's 7th birthday arrived. All the Empire's important figures came to celebrate. At the ceremony, Din met the young noble Gongzi Shimin again. He was the one who had lightly taken Din's head in the past life. That year on the battlefield, the two had fought fairly. Each side battled for their own nation. So, thank you all for watching the video. This time, he also brought along his youngest daughter, Lady Leela. The banquet continued in a joyful atmosphere. Everyone chatted lively and endlessly. Nikan asked politely how the madam had been feeling lately. Bild sighed, saying he had tried everything but still hadn't improved, and apologized for troubling him. He added that if he suddenly disappeared later, it's because he might need to rush back to the capital. He wondered aloud where the boy had gone. He wanted to talk more with him. Akin shook his head, saying he hadn't seen him, nor Leela. In another corner, the 2 kids already seemed bored of the party. Honestly, I don't like following father everywhere, but it's nice being with him, Leela thought. She continued, saying Shimin was always bustling, nobles coming and going, and even royalty visiting sometimes. Every time that happens, I have to greet everyone. It's exhausting. I prefer freedom, plain clothes, and a sword walk. Din thought. She even knows swordsmanship. He replied, I like both. This place isn't as lively as the capital, but I look forward to spear training every day. Leela asked, so you want to enter the academy? Din answered immediately, nope, that's not why I train. She was surprised. Doesn't everyone dream of getting in there? Yeah, I train to enter and perform better. That's all. But what if you're rejected? She asked. And then he'll train again. If I still fail, maybe that path isn't mine. She still doubted him. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family? Din replied, not really. My clan values honor. Forget what I said. Din thought, so even noble families have their own worries? He paused, then asked, why do you think that? You seem pretty capable. Really? Then do you want to see my swordsmanship? Leela asked, and Din nodded, sure, but just for a bit. Thanks. My training ground's nearby. Shall we go there for a moment? Soon after, Leela began demonstrating her sword techniques. Din observed her attacks and defenses were flexible, striking with perfect timing, but after a few minutes, her rhythm started to falter. How was it? Leela asked. Din replied, it was great. Really? She asked. Hearing that, she blushed, unsure how to respond, but starting from the 3rd stance, you seemed half a step off. He added, The rest to your swing rhythm was slightly uneven. Sorry if that upsets you. It's just been a while since I've seen this style, Din said. So this is the missing piece I've been searching for. Thank you. Din, you're really sharp. You spotted my mistakes right away. Din smiled. You're making it hard for me to breathe here. Could you put the sword away? Huh? Sorry. Din wondered why she suddenly hugged him like that. At that moment, someone ran over, shouting, Young Master Din, where are you? Lady Leela. They're probably looking for us. Let's go back. Where have you two been? We've been searching everywhere. Happy 7th birthday, and congratulations on receiving your first mana core. Happy birthday. Din, thank you. Mother, Din replied, looking at the gift in surprise. He thought the hairpin with the family crest looked just like the ones his sisters loved showing off. Keep it safe, Din. This will symbolize your honor within the clan. Happy birthday, young Master Din. You're finally a worthy member of the Sogress family. From afar, Din's parents smiled at that moment. Din thought this was the first time so many people had truly recognized him. Just then, a loud shockwave erupted, throwing everyone into chaos. What was that sound? What's happening? Damn it, is it an intruder? Stay calm. Don't panic. Here we go again. And I thought today would finally be peaceful. His mother asked, do you know who it might be? He wondered. No way! A magic circle appeared on the ceiling, drawing everyone's attention. They panicked and shouted, what is that? Then a figure slowly descended from the spatial rift. Check the time, I'm not late. Little brother. The crowd buzzed. Is that Lady Arabella? Yes, she used instant teleportation. Only level 5 mages can open such a gate. She's truly a genius. Din thought. She's still as flashy as ever. At the same time, everyone looked outside and screamed, there's a monster in the sky. It's a real wyvern. Lady Clara is late again. Clara entered, and people whispered, she's a prodigy summoner who tamed a wyvern at just 16. You're here too, both girls said together, happy birthday. Din. They handed their gift bags to Din. Have a wonderful birthday. Din, you too, he replied. Thanks for coming. Sisters, Arabella grinned. Of course we came, open it. You'll love it. Wait, this is a spatial pouch. That's right. I designed it myself. Space magic at the highest tier, but the engraving was done by my professor. Din thanked her, thinking how difficult spatial inscriptions were to craft. Arabella said, give me your hand. You'll put it on. Din thought. Even harder was making a container durable enough to hold such runes. Arabella winked. By the way, I added your genetic code into it, so only you can use it. A one-of-a-kind item, Lily beside them added. Judging by its mana waves, it's made with the highest grade magic stone. Just channel a little mana, the ring will open a subspace, so you won't need the pouch anymore. Such a valuable gift. Din felt deeply grateful. It was the kind of item only the wealthy dared use on the battlefield. Only noble generals or high-tier mages had them. He never imagined owning one. He raised his finger and activated the ring's magic circle. Arabella said, it'll resize as you grow. Don't tell me. Everyone around widened their eyes in shock. You opened the subspace even faster than I did. Din, you're a true genius, amazing. His father entered. Looks like both of you already have mana cores. Din, open my gift too. Yes, thank you. He saw an egg inside the box. He picked it up. Why? An egg, Clara explained. It's not just any egg, so be careful, Din asked. Then what is it? Clara continued, and Din whispered, it's a familiar beast. I once summoned Deckern, and it appeared then. I don't know when the summoned beast will hatch, but it's precious. Looking closely at the egg, Din suddenly remembered hearing about it before. A familiar beast, unlike a summoned creature, was a special, yet somewhat similar, entity, once summoned. A familiar beast could exist permanently in this world. Unlike ordinary summons that vanish, Clara said, no one else knows about this. Din, only you, so keep it secret until it hatches. Yes, he'll keep it safe. Arabella interrupted. What are you two whispering about? Clara continued. I'm not sure when it'll hatch. Feed it mana once in the morning and once at night so it recognizes you as its master. Yes, it'll definitely do that. Haha, look at these wonderful gifts. His mother smiled. It's great your sisters came home, isn't it? Yes, mother, it's wonderful. Ahem, all right. Princesses though, I'm glad you managed to return despite saying you could. Are you not going to greet your parents? Ah, father, how have you been? Got too focused on giving Din his gift. Sorry, father, I'm fine. Truly, you all still look well. You traveled far to see your youngest brother get some rest. Yes, father, not far away. A girl froze in place. Her face showed a hint of jealousy watching Din's family happily gathered. Din glanced over and was slightly startled. Leela, had she left already? But why did she look so lonely? The scene shifted elsewhere. The man mused, that girl exceeded all my expectations. Truly worthy of the top Academy's mage title, a rare talent indeed. Should also suit my son well. The Academy's best beast-taming swordsman. If our two families unite, would hold enough power to make even the royal family cautious. No one would dare act against us again. Yes, I should bring up the engagement proposal between them during today's talk. What's that noise? Are they training? Who practices this early? In another place, Din was diligently training. He executed his techniques with precision, Bill arrived, watching from afar, thinking, "Yo, so it's the youngest Saugers boy. Impressive. That movement focus don't resemble a 7-year-old at all. Even his basic attacks were so refined that veteran soldiers would be impressed. Unbelievable. I heard rumors of his talent since he was 1. I thought it was just talk, but it's real." Shifting stance, he immediately performed another skill. Wait, that movement looks like a swordsman's. Could he already be studying swordsmanship at this age? Raising his spear high, Din said firmly, "I don't know who you are, but you'd better show yourself instead of hiding." Bill flinched. Damn, he noticed me. Din also thought that movement felt familiar. "I've seen it before." The man spoke. "My apologies, Din. I didn't mean to spy." "Oh, it's you, Duke," Bill thought. Just one look in his eyes, and it was clear this wasn't an ordinary child. Din Saugers, youngest of House Saugers, greets Duke Bilt shimmying. "I got so absorbed in the new Saugers recruits training that I lost track of time. Please forgive me." "I forgive you, my lord," Din replied. Bill thought, "Ho ho, this kid's got guts. Seems he's realized something too, and his body doesn't even tremble despite long training. At his age, I didn't even have mana yet." Bill praised. "Your thrusts are excellent. You must have inherited Aiken's talent, right?" That spear you're using," Din replied. "Yes, father forged it himself for me. I'm grateful you noticed, my lord." The man smiled inwardly. "Good answer. My own son trains hard, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should consider a marital alliance with this house." He continued, "My Leela is also training with the sword. You're the same age once in the academy. You surely become good friends." "Yes, my lord. I'll make sure of it." "Ho ho, I like your honesty. Still, I seem to have disturbed your training. By the way, Din, I'm curious, have you trained with the sword before?" Din thought, "Oh no, my habits gave me away." He noticed instantly. He replied, "Nope, sir. I've only read a few textbooks on basic swordsmanship. Never practiced it for real." "Ah, I see." The man thought, "How interesting. I can sense a warrior spirit in this child." "Ha, what am I even thinking? Impossible. He's just an ordinary kid." He continued, "Oh dear, I only meant to take a stroll. Yet I've lingered this long. Time to leave. See you again." "Yes, my lord. Safe travels." Din replied, "If you ever visit the capital, come see me. I owe the Count's manor my thanks, and I've grown quite fond of you." "Of course, sir," Din thought. "Interesting. I wonder if he'll still remember me then, defeating the one who once bested me. Just the thought makes my blood boil. If I start preparing now, maybe I can do it. Build Hermione. This life, he'll surpass you for sure." The scene shifted again. "Young master, it's time to return. How, finally, you've been waiting for me. It's my duty to fulfill all your requests." "Sir, thank you," Din thought. "Maybe I should learn stealth skills. They sound fun." Din asked, "So, is everyone still busy?" "Yes, they seem to be preparing for the next banquet, and many nobles are still on their way. Gathering over 30 families on one day isn't easy." "Oh right, how are my sisters?" Hyman replied. "They opened a teleportation gate back to the academy. They said they had no choice. They must join the upcoming midterm exams." That's a shame, but no matter. Let's head back." "Yes, young master," Din thought. "He'll have to take another look at the gifts my sisters gave me." And so, the banquets continued. Din tried greeting every guest. Sigh. The noble life truly was exhausting. The schedule was even heavier since it was his birthday. At least he had a quiet moment in the garden. The gardener takes great care of this place, he thought. "I feel peaceful looking at the flowers." His eldest sister once said that flowers hold the most mana in nature. When I'm free, I should analyze the mana in these flowers. I've trained a lot, yet both magic and summoning barely progress. I still don't know which path to focus on. Sometimes too much talent becomes trouble. The mana in these flowers is so strong it overflows. A single blossom holds such vibrant life energy. If one could sense natural mana and convert it into personal mana, that layer would form a magic tier within the body. The mana pull from my body is incredibly strong. I can perceive things others only feel with their sixth sense. Haha, there it is. I used to barely glimpse mana, now I see it clearly." He clenched his fist, and the space around him distorted instantly. A voice echoed, what just happened? How boring. Father's already chatting with nobles again? Has forgotten all about us just like every time. We'll be shoved into the lounge. Are we doomed to this forever? Brother, you act like it's our birthday party. Who even cares? Would the young Segress hair bother with such nonsense? Damn it, feels like we've been wandering forever. What's the point of having such a huge garden anyway? Hey, there's someone over there. That kid's lost too. Hey, you, that outfit. Are you a servant? Whatever, doesn't matter. Hearing that, Din's eyes burned with anger toward the two who had spoken. "Show me the way out." Before they could react, Din shouted, "Get out of here now. Don't you see what you're stepping on?" One of them replied, "What?" Din continued, "Why aren't you using the path? You've trampled all the flowers." The brown-haired guy snorted. How loudmouth for a kid. Do you even know who I am? Sure, the guy famous for destroying flower beds. What? Do you know who you're talking to? Brat. I'm the son of Count de Gros, an honored guest of this manor. Din thought. Count de Gros, that's the same noble I defeated on the battlefield, like father, like son, both unbearable. The brown-haired boy continued, even here in the southern provinces, you should know the de Gros family. They're famous in the capital. My family could make you vanish without a trace. So watch your tongue. Din thought, talking to this kind of person is a waste of breath. The boy growled, are you insane? A mere servant dares look at me like that. Before he could finish being surprised, Din suddenly headbutted him straight in the face. His younger brother shouted, brother, are you okay? You bastard. My nose is bleeding. They'll kill you. Try it if you can. Are you out of your mind? Fine. Bring it on. Brother Mal, fix your nose first. Din stood firm as the boy charged forward. Din dodged lightly, making it angrier. Slow, this brat's crafty. Din thought, his footwork shows he's not a weapon user, probably a mage or summoner. The younger brother panicked. Brother, he's too fast, you can't even touch him. Din began to think, that mana flow I saw earlier, if I can control it by will, could I make it physical? Should I try it now? Din extended his hand, and suddenly a magic blast shot out. Pushing the guy back, he stumbled over 10 meters and spat blood. Din thought, oh no, the whole garden's wrecked. Damn it, he used magic. Who the hell are you? Brother, stop. You caused trouble. Move, you'll kill that brat. Answer my call. Instantly, he released his internal mana. Din's eyes widened, he was a summoner. From a spatial rift, a wolf slowly emerged. Ha ha ha, this is Zenbu, my summon. Let's see who dares challenge de Digran. Zenbu, tear him apart. Din thought, a normal wolf compared to Sister Clara, she even summoned a dragon. The boy shouted again, yeah, rip his throat out. He stepped closer, rage twisting his face, but the wolf's eyes suddenly changed as it stood near Din. Both brothers froze, shocked. What's happening? How did you make Zenbu wag its tail? Hey, Zenbu, good boy, well done. Din thought, what on earth is going on? Come to think of it, my sister Clara's beasts also like me, maybe because we share blood. But this time, it must be because the wolf likes me more, which means that bastard's bond level has dropped miserably. Unbelievable, summoned beasts turning on their master is almost unheard of. What? You're siding with that brat now. Brother, stop. We've lost already. Shut up. He'll cancel the summon. He turned to his brother only to notice his pants were wet. Damn it. How humiliating. Din added, hey, the bathroom's on the first floor of the main building. You, stay right there. He'll be back. Let's go. We're leaving. Din thought, good grief. At least unsummon the beast before leaving. It's actually simple, just like Sister Clara once taught me. The bond between him and Zenbu was so weak that with just a little proper magic, Zenbu linked to me instead. Din thought it strange he had no bond with summoning arts, yet the beast followed him purely out of affection. At that moment, a voice came from nearby. Isn't this the brat who bullied my son? Yes, that's him. Din thought, ha! That idiot's made things worse again. He not only bullied me and Dana, but also broke his link with Zenbu. The newcomer was Moged Digran, head of House Digran, a noble of high rank. So, you're the one who injured my son and stole his summon, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Din shrugged. Din noted he looked even fatter than the last time they met. As a guest, I could overlook some things, but this matter is serious. Why are you here alone? State your identity at once. Din sighed. I am Din Sogres, youngest son of Akin Sogres, Lord of the South and Count of House Sogres. What? Both were stunned. Realizing this was the famous Din, Moged thought, the youngest Sogres, now the tide has turned. He was defeated by Erix and gained nothing from that duel. He'll use this to pressure the Count and demand mining rights. Those nobles who mock me will kneel. Interesting. This kid's the actual birthday host Din himself. He continued, thinking that he wouldn't have come all this way south just for a child's party otherwise. Tell me, boy, how do you plan to handle this? You injured my son as a guest you personally invited. You even took his summoned beast. That's a clear offense. Today marks your downfall. You'll report to Count Sogres and demand justice? Let's go. I understand you saw it all, Din said. But first, I'd like to hear an apology. An apology? Unbelievable, what insolence. Din said, it's true I punched your son and injured him, but I was threatened and acted in self-defense. As for the summon, I didn't steal it. Zenbu chose to follow me on its own. Impossible. Father, his lying Zenbu would never do that. Moged thought. Wait, I heard the second Sogres daughter is a gifted summoner. She must have taught him how to sever bonds. He continued aloud. Even if you're right, losing a summoned beast is a serious issue, yet you dare demand my apology. Yes, that's exactly what I demand, he replied. Who does this brat think he is? Behaving so arrogantly. Talking to him is exhausting. Fine, he'll stop lecturing you. We'll see what Count Sogres decides. Din silently realized the man was clearly waiting for that outcome. At that moment, two figures approached from afar. Were you looking for me? Father, why are you here? Ah, Count Sogres. and Duke Thormine as well. The red-haired boy explained, "My brother and I got lost in the garden and asked your son to guide us." Din thought, "That's just like my father. He always cares for family, yet never shows favoritism. He judges everything fairly." Suddenly the boy claimed, "He mocked me with strange techniques, forcing me to summon my beast to scare him. Then he stole my summon and tried to attack me." Din thought, "Persistent liar so shameless it's almost impressive. I'm starting to doubt his bright future." Count Segrest said, "I was going to just warn the boy, but stealing a summoned beast is unacceptable." Aiken says they can't listen one-sidedly and wants to hear Din before judging. He suggests Duke Thormine give his opinion if there's concern about his decision. Thormine replies that he will mediate if desired. He thinks it's troublesome, the Duke's involvement will only complicate things, and he feels uneasy. Aiken calls Din to explain. Din responds that he'll just summarize everything. Din begins, saying Digrand's son wasn't entirely wrong, but he ruined their garden. The one who got angry and grabbed someone's collar was that boy. That's a lie, since when Aiken tells Din to continue, is listening carefully. Din says when the boy summoned Zinbu, he ordered it to kill him, but the beast came to him willingly, sensing goodwill. Bill thinks it's impressive for a 7-year-old to speak so fluently. Din insists he never interfered with the other's summon. That's ridiculous. Someone argues a non-summoner can tame a summoned beast. He must have used a secret technique. Din explains he has innate empathy with beasts. If they're detached from their master, they treat him as their true one. They mock the claim, asking if it's possible. He confidently says yes. They laugh, saying no one would believe that two stories completely conflict. Aiken proposes verifying it through the summon itself. Someone thinks, "Damn." The Duke interferes again. Aiken asks if Din can prove it. He agrees. The father glances at his sweating, wide-eyed son. The boy panics, thinking he can't summon Zinbu now. Aiken urges Diren to summon, but he confesses he can't, though he used it daily. Din thinks he already severed the bond, so of course he can't summon it. Din asks to summon instead, saying he needs the boy's sigil. The boy refuses angrily, saying it's absurd, another summoner's sigil won't work anyway. Aiken notes that by his logic, letting Din try won't hurt and could prove the truth. The boy realizes Aiken's right and has no argument. His father intervenes. The father orders Digrone to show his sigil. Turning away, he shouts for him to hurry. Din thinks no one can use a summoner's sigil since it's uniquely coded, but with Zinbu, that won't stop him. The sigil is just a medium. Zinbu is bonded to him and will respond to his call. The summoned beast appears joyfully, circling Din like an old friend. The onlookers are stunned. The boy exclaims in disbelief that his Zinbu acts that way. Bill praises it, saying the boy never learned summoning. Akron agrees, unsure how it happened. Din apologizes to Zinbu for summoning it and thanks it for coming. Someone curses inwardly that everything has turned disastrous. Akron asks how they should proceed. They conclude the beast belongs to Din and ask if the others acknowledge it. Akron says they misunderstood the beast incident and asks Digrone to confirm he never meant to kill Din. The boy admits he only wanted to scare him. Din thinks the bastard is lying again. Then another voice interrupts, saying it's not true. Everyone turns toward the sound. It's the girl Leela who just arrived. They ask why she's here. She replies she heard her father's voice passing by and greets Count Segrest and Count Digrin. The man wonders if she's the Duke's daughter and what she intends to say since Din already explained. She continues, saying she overheard their earlier conversation while walking. He panics internally. Did she hear everything? Could that be true? Aiken asks her to recount what she heard. She begins, and Din thinks thankfully she cleared everything up. Aiken orders Diron to apologize. He admits his fault. Aiken adds the apology should go to Din, not him. The other father agrees. Diron reluctantly walks toward Din. He says sorry. Din bows slightly to accept, wondering if it's sincere. He doesn't want to forgive but knows leniency is wiser. Din replies he accepts the apology and thanks him. The father sighs in relief. Bill reflects that Din is truly different. He chose peace over pride. They are told to stop arguing since Din has already accepted. Aiken adds he won't overlook that they tried to kill his son with a summon. Count Digrin tries to explain, but Aiken cuts him off and orders his family to leave the castle. The Count panics, realizing being expelled now would ruin him. He must stay at all costs. He begs for mercy, promising to do anything just this once. Aiken refuses and orders guards to escort them back to their room. He tells them to go and calls Leela to come along. Din thinks they deserve it cause trouble reap consequences, but is surprised by his father's frightening anger. Later, Din asks if it's true she downed the beast with a mana bullet. She confirms. His skills now span spear, summoning, and magic remarkable. No one in history was that versatile. His father feels proud. He notes that beyond talent, Din is calm and mature unlike most children. Bill says he believes Din will grow into a fine man. Aiken replies it's too soon to tell until he matures. The matter was resolved smoothly thanks to Leela's testimony. Bill thinks perhaps Aiken now sees Leela's good side. Then Bill suggests discussing marriage between their children. Aiken is shocked at the idea, ignoring that. Aiken notes the sun is setting and says Hell returned to prepare for the evening banquet. Count Segrest tells Leela to relax and asks Akern to stay for a talk. As they leave, Leela asks why her father didn't stop him. She wonders why the summoned beast obeyed Din and instead of its master, something unseen even among top summoners in the kingdom. Din says he's not sure. It happened naturally. Leela accuses him of hiding something, saying it's unfair since she helped him. Din replies he helped her too, teaching her swordsmanship. She recalls that's true. Din thinks she really did help this time and suggests they owe each other and can keep helping one another. She happily agrees, saying it's a great idea. Din thinks she's overly excited and wonders what she'll ask next. He asks what she wants. She requests to learn mana bullets, is surprised, and she says she wants to master at least one mana form before entering the academy. Din thinks she's rushing too soon. She adds she wants to make her mother happy since her mother loves her dearly and would be proud of her progress. Din recalls hearing that Countess Thormian is gravely ill. Din agrees to teach her. She excitedly says they can start tomorrow or even tonight. Din accepts, explaining mana bullets are easy once she understands mana flow. She rejoices and asks what his request will be. Din says he'll think about it later. Elsewhere, another conversation begins. Someone says Count Degrin was expelled from the castle and wonders what happened. Another explains his eldest son caused trouble with young Master Din and was punished. They remark it's shameful such an event occurred inside the castle and ask if has heard the other rumor. They say Din is rumored to be a remarkable summoner. The other notes the Sogress family may become a famed summoner lineage. They add he can also use magic. The other is amazed. A man introduces himself as Baron Open and asks if Din knows the Eastern Open territory. Din replies it's known for grilled salmon and sapphire stones. The Baron laughs, praising his sharpness and talents, saying he brought his daughter to meet him. He calls Sylvia to come greet. Din is surprised. Sylvia greets him politely. Din replies with his name. She asks if his heir to the Sogress family. He says is not sure. She tells him not to be modest and hopes he'll notice her since they might be family someday. Din awkwardly agrees, thinking kids are too direct lately. Leela approaches after seeing them holding hands and greets Din. Din responds, calling her Lady Leela. Leela eyes Sylvia suspiciously and asks who she is. Sylvia starts to answer. Sylvia politely introduces herself as Sylvia Open, eldest daughter of Baron Open. Leela replies politely but still sounds hesitant. Din thinks the atmosphere feels familiar. Girls are scary. Leela says she needs to borrow Din for a bit. She claims they had an appointment. Din awkwardly agrees and apologizes to Sylvia before leaving. Sylvia grumbles inwardly, wondering if Leela is acting like a villainess. Leela, clearly displeased, asks how he knows Sylvia and if she's his fiancée. Din quickly denies it, saying they were just talking. Leela smiles brightly, relieved. She exclaims that they've arrived. Din says it's a secret place only he knows, piquing her curiosity. Leela is amazed, saying she never knew such a place existed. Din adds that no one will bother them here as he walks deeper inside. Leela looks around excitedly, saying no one will know what they're doing here. Din says it's perfect for training and asks if she can sense mana. She admits she can't form a mana core yet. He thinks she hasn't reached awakening, then tells her to start by sensing the mana entering her body. She asks if he means inside her. He confirms and tells her to imagine it flowing. He instructs her to close her eyes and picture mana circulating like blood. Leela agrees and closes her eyes as Din observes. She complains it's not working. Din encourages her to try again and focus. Nearby, Akron secretly watches them. He thinks his son is surprisingly mature to be guiding others already. Bill suddenly appears and startles him. Akron panics upon seeing the Duke. Bill jokes, asking if a secret date is happening. Akron denies it, saying he's just following his son. Bill teases that sneaking around like that resembles his wife and chides him lightly. Akron protests while Bill laughs. Bill warns that spying makes the Manor's master look bad and says they're both no better for tailing their kids. Leela asks if Din has a spatial pouch. He says yes, his sister made and gifted it to him. She envies him, saying her brother stopped caring since joining the academy. She asks why he uses a mirror. He says it's for convenience, which surprises her. Din explains that looking in the mirror helps visualize mana flow. She doubts it, and he tells her to stand before it and watch her full body. Leela agrees to try while Din keeps observing. Bill remarks that Leela seems interested in Din but hides deeper issues since her brothers left and her mother fell ill. She's struggled to open up. Akron asks why Bill acts so cold toward his daughter. Bill explains he has a reason. He spoiled his sons too much, and they turned rebellious. He says he doesn't want Leela to repeat that path, which is why she sought Din's help. Akron comments that Bill still nags as usual and asks if he'll take Din to the capital and let him stay at the ducal mansion. Bill laughs heartily, saying perhaps that means his plan worked. Din is delighted. Akron praises him for doing great. Akron says hell let Din decide like Arabella and if Din wants the capital, hell agree. Bill replies that would be wonderful. Akron jokes about Bill always wanting to argue, saying he's sharper than before. They thank Din, calling him a true genius. Din replies others have called him that, but compared to them he's not that great. They tell him it's just the beginning and hell grows stronger. Din realizes they've left unnoticed and asks if she plans to enter the academy. Known for gathering the Empire's geniuses, he admits is unsure, wondering if he really needs to go since he can train alone. Leela calls him silly, saying the academy isn't just for learning but for building noble connections, and he must go if he wants influence. Din thinks she's incredibly perceptive for a 7-year-old. Din says he's not that interested in the academy yet. He adds he still has many books to read and things to learn from his parents. Lilo insists he should also make friends his age and notes his sisters are already in the academy. Din says he'll decide later, and she asks him to tell her if he goes. He agrees and promises to visit her training when in the capital. She makes him promise to write, then asks what his request is. Din says he'll reveal it when he goes to the capital. Thank you all for watching this wonderful story. The next morning, Din says it's time to go, holding an item. He asks Bill what it is. Bill says it's a birthday gift and hopes he likes it. The gift looks extremely valuable to Din. Bill explains the Thormian family's emblem represents vengeance. The sword and the blacksmith, he recounts their lineage beginning with an ancestor blacksmith whose forge became the Empire's best, crafting weapons that helped its rise. Din thinks he already knew that. Bill continues that many ores, weapons, and mystical artifacts are forged there. He adds that presenting this emblem at the forge lets Din request any weapon he desires. Din realizes it's a mark of worthy skill. Akron exclaims in awe that it's a priceless gift even royals envy. Bill tells Din to grow well and support his father. Din gratefully thanks the Duke. Din says farewell as Leela waves goodbye. Lily asks if he's sad to part with his new friend. He admits he is since Shiz's first friend. She assures him they'll meet again in the capital and encourages him to become a fine young man to surprise her. Din thinks he can't stay forever and promises to see Leela again, wishing her well. Bill muses that Din reminds him of Eric, a young warrior once as strong as a Tier 3 knight. He thinks if Eric had lived, he'd now be a Tier 6 knight, and he hopes to see Din grow quickly. Days later, Din notes he still channels mana into the egg morning and night, yet it hasn't hatched. It's truly mysterious. He reflects that though he's not a summoner, if he marks it with mana before hatching, he could permanently bond with the creature. Unlike normal temporary summons, maybe the mana quality isn't right or some condition is missing. Some eggs never hatch without the right factors, and despite adjusting flow and strength, nothing happens. Din sighs, admitting he's greedy to expect success on the first try. Herman calls for him, and Din answers his coming. Suddenly, the egg behind him glows. Din turns curiously, thinking he just heard something. Herman asks what that sound was. Din tells her to wait while he checks the egg. He inspects it but sees nothing unusual. Thinking he imagined it, what a false alarm. Herman asks again if it reacted. Din says probably not and suggests they go elsewhere. Din practices swordsmanship passionately. Herman, surprised, asks since when is trained with a sword. Din says he just swung a few times, but she praises his mastery. Din thinks using real weapons is fun. It's been long since he touched a sword due to his father's supervision, luckily. His skills remain. He says he'll rest for 10 days, then continue training. Herman agrees, and Din feels happy training freely here. In another scene, someone remarks that the annual event was tiring but fruitful. Nobles are clearly eyeing the southern lands with their rich climate and resources, but none drew as much attention as Din himself. The conflict between the boy and Count Degrin's eldest son was beyond expectation, yet the boy calmly and confidently explained himself to adults. He's so mature that sometimes they wish he'd act like a normal child. Maybe that's just a personal wish they note it's time. They say to let the boy try today, calling him long wait. Entering another room, Akron stops suddenly. He freezes, seeing Din practicing with a sword. He wonders why Din's using a sword instead of a spear. He suspects the old Duke said something. Otherwise, why switch weapons now? But Din seems already skilled. The strength he shows surpasses what many swordsmen achieve in a lifetime. When did he learn this? Still, one thing is undeniable. The boy truly has sword talent. Aiken speaks up, saying he has been watching Din for a while. He asks when Din started learning swordsmanship. Din realizes caught and decides to admit it. He replies he never truly studied swordsmanship. Aiken raises a brow, wondering if it's innate ability, swordsmanship, magic, assassination, resilience, and now sword skill again. Aiken thinks no ordinary child could master so many fields and asks if Din wants to explore the outside world. Din asks what he means. Aiken says the world beyond their walls, as this domain feels too small for his talent and staying would limit him. Din thinks his father must have realized he can't remain here forever. Aiken continues that they should prepare for his departure from the territory. Din confirms in surprise. Aiken says yes, though it saddens him, he'll support his son's wish. He then presents a special gift, a dragon tail that once reacted to Din on his first birthday. Din nods, remembering how it once reacted to him. He touches the spearhead, feeling power surge through his body, strangely strong and vivid. Aiken thinks its current resonance far exceeds before. No one can claim this as his own achievement anymore. He needs to. Nope, he'll help his son make both his talent and the spear shine across the continent. Before leaving, Hell ensured Din truly masters the weapon, telling him to prepare. Din agrees. Aiken says one day the spear will be his, and until then he must be strong enough to wield it with pride. Din replies he will, and will follow his father's teachings in place of the dragon tail. Aiken smiles proudly, saying it's exactly what he expected, then declares they'll begin. Din reflects that he's always been curious about the outside world, even during his battle-filled past life as Eric. All he knew was war, setting camps, maintaining weapons, eating bland meals, then returning to battle. The only escape was victory or death. He could imagine life beyond the battlefield. But now as Din, everything is different. He wonders how his abilities will be used and how the world will see him. He realizes he now has the freedom to go anywhere and do what he wishes. For a moment, he just wants to stay and enjoy the warmth here. But his father's question changed his mind. Time to step outside. At that moment, another voice speaks, asking if he has decided. He realizes it's his mother. She says he was so deep in thought he didn't hear her knocking and asks if he wants to explore beyond their lands. Din answers yes, saying his father believes his talent would be wasted if he stayed, and apologizes. She says there's no need. Din adds that his sisters won't be here when he leaves. His mother reassures him, saying she understands his gift will draw the world to him, though she wishes he could stay longer. Still, he must follow his will. Din promises to return often and tell her about his travels. She thanks him lovingly. She says they should prepare for his journey just like his father, planning to teach him exploration skills step by step. She adds Hell need to learn setting and avoiding traps. Din thinks Hell have to endure more special lessons. She continues that he must also learn to handle corpses and human anatomy. Din laments inwardly that Hell be exhausted before even leaving home. His mother assures she'll teach him many things. He promises to do his best. Din thinks his parents' harsh lessons are filled with love. If he wants to face the outside world, he must be fully prepared. In the southern region of the Ancient Empire, within the Sogress domain, lies a warm land rich in natural resources. This area became a strategic center of the Ancient Empire during wartime to ensure stability and growth. Thanks to Count Sogress' skillful rule, this place remains peaceful. When the war ended, the echoes of rebellion gradually faded. Finally, the seemingly endless era of peace returned. Scene changes. Hey, did you hear? Young Master Din visited some shops. Really? Yes, he came to buy things. The shopkeeper's daughter fainted on the spot. Turns out the rumors are true. He's getting more handsome. I wish I could meet him once. He doesn't have a sweetheart yet. Should I try? What? Are you crazy? He's only 14, but people say he doesn't look his age. Really? Yeah, they say he's as tall as the Count already must be from the tall Countess bloodline. Such a powerful lineage. He looks about 20, with silver hair and emerald eyes. My heart would stop if I saw him. Next time he visits, I'll definitely go see him. When does he go out again? I heard he often stops by that shop. Oh right? The forest guard told me that. Really? Then meeting the guard might be easier. Huh, you actually plan to do that? On the outskirts of Bay Nation, amid ancient magic lands, lies the Apocalypse Forest. There, Din is carrying out an escape mission assigned by his mother. Wind blows from the south, and I saw cherub spiders here before, so we'll turn west. Within an hour, I must escape before sunset. One rule for assassins, never get caught. Within the set time, Din must avoid his mother's traps and exit the dangerous forest. He inhales air and mana deeply, keeps some inside, then exhales as he blends into the scenery. Hidden traps gradually appear like now. Transparent wires stretched everywhere. A single touch would trigger them, simple yet deadly, though easy to disable. Suddenly, Din flinches as a pack of monsters grow before him. Oh no! A pack of Rudelt. Didn't expect them here. They're charging fast, act quickly. Wait, if I touch a trap mid-battle, I'm done for. No choice, must run now. Thinking so, Din sprints away with the beast close behind. Unexpectedly, they trigger the traps themselves. Needles shoot out instantly, taking them down one by one. Haha! Caught in the trap, I finished them without breaking a sweat. But when he turns back, one had spawned another. It escaped the trap, growling and bearing sharp fangs as it lunged at Din. It's incredibly fast and spits a strange liquid from its mouth. That's dangerous, I can't stay here. At that thought, Din's eyes flash. He raises his spear and slices the monster into pieces. At least I made it safely out of the forest. Wait, damn. How could I be so careless? Suddenly, he freezes as his mother's figure appears before him. Well done. Din, total time 3 hours 30 minutes. You're faster than me. You were watching me all along. Of course. I couldn't let you face the forest alone. Even knowing your talent, a mother still worries. Yes, mother, you did well, no mistakes at all. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Mother, really, if you keep this up, you might get recruited as an assassin. Here, take this, it suits you more than me now. Mother's dagger. I really get to keep it. Of course, I don't use it anymore, she said. It's forged from Oetherium, but typo can absorb all elements and even contain every poison if you wish. Din thought. He knew it could absorb and wield toxins too. Thank you. Mother, I'll treasure it. Thank you. Din, let's go home, he thought. Phew, so that's everything she wanted to teach me. At that moment, a loud noise drew both their attention. Mother, did you hear that? Yes, sounds like someone's in the forest. Let's go. Din, yes, mother. Sogress Nationside Tower. A man woke up suddenly, gasping and muttering, "Where am I? I think I ate mushrooms in the forest." Then a young man entered. "You're awake. You're still detoxing, don't move yet." He was surprised. How did this boy know? Detoxing? You saved me? Yes, you ate a red cap mushroom. Luckily, we found you in time. Red cap mushrooms. So, poison any later, and you wouldn't have survived. Here, drink some water. Ah, thank you. Didn't notice the man's belt badge. He was from the Nixon Magic Tower. He was clearly not ordinary. Without the dagger, Din couldn't have saved him. Back to present. The man asked, thank you. Where am I? Din replied, in Sogress Nation side tower. Sogress Nation, he thought. So I drifted south, poisoned by mushrooms, and ended up here. Din continued, please rest. I've already informed my father. He'll visit soon. Your father? Then you're... Yes, I'm Count Sogress' youngest son. Din Sogress. What? Really? You're Abella's brother, the Prodigy every magic tower admires. Yeah, but how'd you recognize me so fast? Didn't you see me training with Mother in the forest? What? Training in that forest? He asked. Do you not know how dangerous that forest is for outsiders? Its mana shifts constantly. Even an 8th tier mage like me could get lost there, and it's full of traps artifacts from our predecessors. He sighed. I nearly lost my life there. Wait, this kid's strong enough to train in that forest. Yes, and I'm also the one who brewed the antidote. He thought, a child with such knowledge and skill. Unbelievable. If war broke out, Sogress Nation might become the most formidable power in the Enchean Empire. Haha, looks like I owe you quite a debt. Indeed, he looked at the brave boy. It would repay you, but first, let me introduce myself. I am Cedrin Goss, master of the Nixon Magic Tower. If you need anything, just say. He hinted at his subspace. Din thought. Really? Din knew many mages lived entirely from their subspace without real homes. Cedrin was surprised by the boy's calmness, thinking such chances never come twice. Din pondered, I'll think about what I want and tell you later. Cedrin felt uneasy. This kid was truly unpredictable. All right then, rest well. But just as the door closed, he thought, this is the first time someone treated me like that. At first, I planned to stay 1 or 2 days, but now I'll stay longer to study this intriguing boy. In another area, a guard asked the master of the magic tower, is he really a master? Yes, they say he's an 8th tier mage stronger than Lady Arabella. Truly a great figure. Magic towers are usually independent realms. No one expected him to get lost in the apocalypse forest. Surviving was a miracle. Indeed, lucky the young master saved him. Anyway, bring me a new sword. Everything I have is too light and short. All those are broken war swords Count Sogress brought back. He'll ready you a longsword to use tomorrow. Din suddenly remembered the crest the Northern Duke once gave him. 7 years have passed since that day. If I visit the capital, I'll surely meet him again. Some time later, I'm still not fully recovered. I'm going insane from being locked in this room so long. You must not go far, and absolutely no magic use. Why? Your mana flow isn't stable yet. We haven't neutralized all toxins. You must wait. It's been ages since I used magic considered a break, but if I stay confined, I'll go mad. I'll step out a bit. If anything happens, well, mages are either geniuses or lunatics. Look, you've walked up and down every floor 10 times and now stare at flowers for hours. But aren't you supposed to be the strongest mage? So what? I think you've gone mad. Lady Arabella deserves a normal life. Yet I wonder who created this garden. Never thought these flowers would hold such wondrous mana. Then someone approached, saying they'd been looking for it everywhere. So here you are. Haha, thought I'd run away. They said I must stay until fully recovered. Indeed, that's what I hoped. This place truly is perfect for rest and recovery. Now I see why nobles spend vacations here. Din replied, yes, it's wonderful. I just regret having to leave soon. What? You're leaving? Where to? Not far, just the capital. The capital? You're surely planning to enter the academy, right? Ah, and your sisters are there too, aren't they? Yes, they'll have an easier life there, he thought. His sisters are already famed for their talent. How gifted is this boy then? I should test him. Ah, what's this dense mana? His mana is condensed to an unbelievable degree. If other prodigies are streams, this boy is a mighty waterfall. Such mana is usually unstable and volatile, so why is it so calm? Din said, don't you think evaluating someone's mana without asking is a bit rude? Ah, you notice sharp of you. Ahem, my apologies. That was careless, he thought. Impossible. A mana source this concentrated. Din wondered, what's he so shocked about? The man grew confused. Why can I detect any mana layers? At that density, I should see something. Could he have 2 mana types? After pondering, he asked, how did you form your mana core? Is there a problem? Of course there is. You already have immense mana, yet you still want to wield a spear and your magic works with only a core. No mana layers? Do you truly wish to abandon your greatest gift? Why not use both? Ah, frustrating. I don't even know where to start explaining. Do you know why magic swordsmen have such short lifespans? They are strong because they have both cores and layers, but the two interfere, and when they clash, problems arise. Mana compressed in the core transfers directly to the layer, and when the layer can't bear the pressure, it explodes. Din thought, I've researched this quite a bit already, but is it truly impossible? Such talent wasted. You can't use pure element spells without layers? Right? Not entirely impossible, but without layers, how can you cast high purity spells? Moreover, others tried this before you and most failed. Then I'll try myself. What? I've never tested it, but maybe can, he thought. What nonsense is this strange kid spouting? if I rearrange the magic code? Before he finished, Din raised his hand and began channeling magic. Instantly, an explosion resounded. Yo, it worked, but that's just a level 1 spell. What? How's that possible? He thought. This boy has no layers, yet can cast magic. Unbelievable, you should only be able to cast through mana layers. Din replied, Sister Arabella said I have high magical affinity, maybe that's why. Ha! Even so, he thought, this is the kind of genius that makes ordinary people sigh and defeat an inimitable gift. Din thought, it really works, so magic can be used without layers? Now I understand. The man trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Innate mana affinity, pure condensed mana beyond anyone. Can such a person truly exist? Would you like to be my disciple? Wait, I just wanted to talk. It'd be a shame to waste a rare talent like yours. Do you know any level 2 spells? Nope, I don't know the codes, so I can't. Perfect. Become my disciple and it'll teach you level 8 magic. No thanks. I refuse. Hearing that, the man's face flushed red with anger. At that moment, Akin arrived. Haha, didn't expect you two to get along so well. What are you discussing? Din replied. He insisted on taking me as a disciple. But I declined. Count Sawgrass, your son has the talent of a great mage. Haha, really? I think is far beyond what you imagine. He can even cast chain tier spells without any mana layers. Without layers. Truly, Din. Yes, father, Akin said. You probably don't even know the basics of magic theory. The old man interjected. That makes it even more impressive. As expected of a former magic tower master, you recognize my son's gift instantly. Not just talent, this boy is a true prodigy. He could even become a rare magic swordsman. Swords are better than spears. Akin turned pale. A magic swordsman. Din silently prayed. Oh no, why'd he say that in front of father? Yes, a magic swordsman. Seems you're interested now. Huh, if he becomes my disciple, it'll take full responsibility for making him the strongest in the empire. He thought, wait, why do I feel this boy shouldn't take that path? But why? A swordsman with magic sounds perfect. My son will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a pure mage, he thought. What? So that's the issue. Haha, why is everyone in this family exactly the same? For mages, taking a disciple carries deep meaning. That tradition, called succession, has lasted through ages and continues today. Even with modern magical education, that bond remains vital. A magic tower master seeks not just to teach, but to find a successor. Having an 8th tier archmage nearby proved how special that talent was. After all those compliments, Din felt a strange thrill rising within. I finally understand. When you want to contact your sister, just channel mana into this Phaline orb. Alright, they'll call Arabella. Sister Arabella. It's me, Din, my dear little brother. What's up? Have you already cast a level 1 spell, but you don't even have a magic circle? Din replied, true, I don't, but I still cast it. I knew you were a genius, but not this terrifyingly gifted. Din continued, magic circles are mainly for filtering and cycling mana. Maybe mine's already too pure. Arabella nodded. Makes sense. I have a way to check. Here, he'll send you a magic stone through the room's transmitter. Just infuse a little mana into it. Got it, Din thought. Big Sis is always so kind. Mana fascinates me, and advice from a level 6 mage is priceless, Arabella added. By the way, if you can already use magic, you'll draw a lot of attention at the academy. Din replied, I don't want that, but I can't avoid it either. Talent always attracts eyes. If anyone bullies you, tell me you'll crush whoever dares touch my brother. Din laughed. I almost forgot about that side of you. Heard you once broke the nose of some guy who flirted with you. Isn't he a duke's son? Arabella sighed. Don't mention that tactless fool. By the way, even without a magic circle, will my mana get pure over time? Din pondered. I'm not sure, Arabella replied. He'll look into it later. Lady Arabella, the professor's looking for you. Din, I have to go. He'll call again later. Yes, see you. Alright, he'll send the magic stone as soon as possible. Din thought, I'm about to open a new horizon. How exciting. Could my mana be so pure because I carry the heart of the stars? At the same time, elsewhere, the man sighed, damn, I shouldn't have examined that boy's mana. The result was far worse than I imagined. I planned to leave long ago, but I can't until he accepts my offer. Scenes of the past flashed. Splendid. If you become my disciple, he'll teach you level 8 magic. Nope, I don't need it. He wondered, what should I do to make this kid say yes? Offer magical artifacts, or share the knowledge I've gathered for generations. Nope, that's too much. If I choose wrong, he'll lose everything. Just then, a voice called from outside. Are you in there? Sir, it's me, Din Sawgrass. He flinched. What's he doing here? Did he change his mind? Then Din opened the door. Good, you're still here. I have something to discuss. He snorted. What do you want? Thinking. Wait, could it be? Haha, I knew it. You want to be the disciple of an 8th tier mage like me, right? So, why are you here? Didn't you say you're not interested in magic? It's not that I'm uninterested, I just don't want to be your disciple. Why? Already have a master? Nope, not yet. Is this brat mocking me? He asked again. Then what are you here for? Din thought. I don't know how to advance to the second tier. Big Sis is too far to teach me. The best option is to learn from Sudrin, the one who owes me a life. Din said, I don't want to stay a mediocre mage. Then you plan to be a magic spearman. Nope, it'll be a mage, spearman, assassin, and healer. Huh, those professions do exist, and even swordsman. Sounds odd. Yeah, hard to explain. You still plan to refuse me. Isn't this your best opportunity? Indeed, he thought. This boy is stubborn. What could make him stop refusing? Do you want a recommendation letter? A recommendation? You're aiming for the academy, right? If I write one, you can walk straight in. Din thought. That offer is truly tempting. Good, then let's discuss details. Am I allowed to set conditions? He chuckled inwardly. Haha, has wavering time to strike while it's hot. Of course, go ahead. Then, could you teach me the mechanism behind level 2 magic? Of course. I know every form of magic there is. Really? Then it'll rely on you. Haha, it's nothing, he thought. As young, a letter and a lesson on level 2 spells cost me nothing. Let's start right away. My health poor, but that's fine. Alright, let's begin, he thought. Haha, has completely fallen into my trap. Well, consider this repayment for saving me in the forest. Exactly, you owe me a favor, so I'm entitled to ask whatever I want. Then what about becoming my disciple? Never, he thought instantly. Did I just get played by a 14-year-old? Wait, you've asked for 2 things, I only owe you 1 favor. I don't think so. What? Din continued. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body. Also, I carried you all the way back here, though I'm not even counting that one. He wondered, why is this kid so sharp? My pride stings a little. The scene shifted as he consoled himself. It's fine, just keep persuading him. The key is that you can cast magic without circles. Level 2 spell flow gets far more complex, many give up here. So listen carefully. Got it. Inwardly, he sighed in relief. Looks like he's interested, but I won't let him get it easily. It'll teach him manners too. Level 2 magic is entirely different from level 1. You must calculate mana quantity, air mana density, and your body's state. That's why many quit midway. It's complicated. Do you understand me? Maybe I should simplify it. Basically that. Got it. Yes, I understand. I need to study a lot, not just how magic works, but the unknown parts too. Really? Then tell me the fundamental laws of magic. The first law is coexistence. Mana exists alongside the material world and all other mana sources. Mages use both their own mana and ambient mana to cast spells based on coexistence. The second law is conservation. He thought. Unbelievable, he fully understands the essence of magic. Din continued. When mana gathers enough material elements, through conservation, it can manifest spells of any element. He was amazed, as even adding his own interpretations. Most find this part dull, but clearly not him. How can a child like this even exist? With each level up, magic grows exponentially more complex. Instead of long explanations, he'll show you directly. This is level 1 magic cast through simple rules, but from level 2 onward, everything changes completely. Level 1 can't even compare to level 2. This is how level 2 magic functions. Din thought. The mana pathways are so tangled it's even harder than the theory. This is the level 2 fire spell, Fire Missile. To master it, you must repeat the same spell over and over. He thought. He must be amazed. This is likely his first time seeing level 2 magic in action. Looks messy, right? He joked. Most take a year to start casting level 2 after mastering level 1. No matter how sharp you are, you'll grasp only part of it. The core is the laws. Without them, it's meaningless. He'll oversee you for a week and teach gradually. Din stood beside him. Then, shall I try? Yeah, go ahead, but it's really hard. Alright. Din closed his eyes, focusing and releasing mana. That's a level 1 spell, right? Exactly, he thought. Yup. He can form mana lines with precise length and width. Impressive, has mastered level 1 completely. How did he replicate a level 2 mechanism perfectly after one glance? How did you do that? He asked. Din replied, when I observe, memorize the rules and patterns. When I visualize the spell, it's not that hard, he thought. This is beyond imagination. Even I, a genius, needed time to learn level 2, but this boy manifested it instantly. Without mana layers, then let's try Fire Missile too. Really? Before he finished speaking, Din misread a few incantations. Yup, looks like it worked. What? That easily? That's absurd, he thought. If I had that talent, it'd have reached level 9 already. Din asked, did I do it right? Why, yes! Excellent. You learned far faster than I expected. Yeah, even I'm surprised I pulled it off first try, he thought. A mage who casts without mana layers. The world would erupt if this got out. This talent must be hidden. If exposed, countless people will hound him, at least until he agrees to be my disciple. Alright, he said, let's move to 3 other spells. Yes, he thought. How should I write his academy recommendation now? After some time, Din said, magic lessons were more fun than I imagined. I must study both theory and practice carefully, but now I can finally use magic. Thinking back, in my past life I had to abandon magic when survival itself was uncertain. There was no time to study spells. I could only wield a sword. Magic should be studied theoretically first before practical application. That makes me feel much more at ease in this life. By combining theory with my natural talent, I can progress quickly with just simple guidance. Moreover, I'm learning directly from the former owner of the magic tower. I wonder what kind of magic he'll learn tomorrow. Half a month passed, and he said, "What? You want to make a magic regent?" "Yes, but we lack ingredients, so we must leave the territory." Starting right with regents. Don't worry, has already studied level 4 spell mechanics? Normally, it takes a month to finish one level. Magic regent info isn't easy to find. Where did you learn it? I read about it in magic books at the library. They're great. Truly, you're a genius. I never thought you'd be interested in magic regents. Many find them boring, yet you enjoy picking ingredients. Indeed, this experience will be precious to you when you go out. Also check the territory. Yes, father. Scene shift. Young Master Din, please take some snacks. These are newly made. Your silver hair looks beautiful today. Hope everyone stays well. He'll come back for the food later, he thought. Perhaps Count Saugers isn't a bad man. With such kindness, it's understandable. The southern lands are charming, good food, pleasant weather, gentle people, a rare warmth not found in the capital. How long until we reach the Maku shop? I'm not sure. Never been there. Himong spoke up. Let me guide you from here. Yes, young master. This way isn't far. Lucky indeed. Entering the magic item shop. Oh my. Young Master Din, is that you? Your silver hair and emerald eyes are as striking as rumored. Thanks for visiting. How's work lately? Same as usual. If you buy magic tools here, I sell mainly to outsiders or magic enthusiasts. Didn't expect to see the former tower master, Sidrin, here, Din thought. She recognized him instantly. Makes sense if you ever become tower masters in the Empire. Feel free to browse. Call me if needed. Alright, Din, since it's your first time at a magic item shop, take your time exploring. I'll chat with the shop owner. Din was fascinated. Wow, so many interesting things here. And something felt strange, oddly familiar. Moreover, when touching the items, I could sense their magical reaction, likely due to my high mana sensitivity. What's that sound? A strong fluctuation from over there. What could it be? The girl behind replied, "It's just decoration, young master." Yo, really? The old man interrupted. Why not look at some regent ingredients? This moon herb is excellent, great choice. It's used in 50 potions, all homegrown, so quality's assured. Din thought. Strange. That's it. That stone, it's making the sound. Young master, what's wrong? Himong asked. I sense something from this stone. It's just decoration. I don't know, but it's very peculiar, he thought. Yo, the more magic I channel, the stronger the reaction. Does it respond only to my magic? You have a sharp eye. It'd make a perfect specimen. Then give me that moon herb batch and a few kojo berries too. Din asked. Tell me, what exactly is this thing? Where did you get this stone? Does it mean anything? It's just decoration. Decoration, he thought. Impossible, how could a decoration react to magic? The girl said, that stone just annoys me. Why? Were you tricked? Years ago, peddler paid me with a large parcel. Inside was this stone, then he vanished. I had it appraised. They said it was just an ordinary rock. I didn't know where to put it, so I left it there. He thought, strange, it's clearly not ordinary at all. Young master, if you want something better, look here. Have special magic artifacts, let me show you. Okay, this is a contact grimoire, he thought. Though many things here are fascinating, I only focus on that one. The girl continued, if placed here, it will record the information you want. Just call someone's name, and their contact will appear. Also, Din interrupted. You'll take the contact grimoire and that stone? Why would you want that useless rock? He thought. He'll definitely need it. What do you plan to do with it? Hearing that, Din only smiled silently. Didn't expect you to like decorations or art, or is that stone truly special? You guessed. Of course. Otherwise, why buy a useless rock? Exactly. I think it's not just decoration, it reacts to my magic. Really? I'm not sure what it is, but now I'm curious. Too crowded here, let's return to the palace and examine it. Scene shifts to the laboratory. Do you know what it is? You underestimate my precious instruments. With them, we'll know soon, Din said, though the previous mage called it useless. The old man said, ignore him, his tools can't compare to mine. This set analyzes anything you place on it. Great, let's test it now. Sure, I'm eager to. Alright, place the stone and channel your magic into it. Hearing that, Din placed his hand on the stone. Light flared from it. Din thought, something's very unusual, Sidran mused. Ugh, finally something worth showing off. Watching, Din asked, "This is a magic code, right?" "Yes, but not a simple one," he whispered excitedly. "Magnificent. The spell holds rules, structures, and forms I've never seen possibly as complex as level 6 or 7. So the magic hidden in the stone is what we see now." "Exactly. Your magic is the key, it only reacts to your mana." He wondered, what exactly is this spell, and why can only I activate it? The sealed magic feels unfamiliar, but as a former tower master, he'll try to decode it. If successful, I might learn why your magic differs from others. Hopefully it goes well. In Arabella's laboratory, she carefully observed a strange phenomenon. It's clearly different, not any common spell. There's a trait matching what Din once described, unlike any known magic system. So what field does it belong to? Among all my collected data, there's no sign linking it to regents, portals, or magic engineering. If not part of those groups, then what is it? It must belong to some unique school. Alright, there's one more forgotten branch of magic. Din's magic is likely related to it. Where did I put that? Here it is. Alchemy, divination, spirit arts, necromancy, and even primitive magic codes. At that moment, a book beside the table fell, catching Arabella's attention. Isn't this an ancient magic tome? She recalled a long-lost magic kingdom that inherited spells from a ancient magic from 200 years ago, now forgotten. Why am I talking about this? Ancient magic vanished 200 years ago. Din's magic can't be related. But no harm in trying anyway. As she said that, Arabella began resonating the prepared artifacts. When she opened her eyes, strange symbols appeared on the blank paper. Something's emerging. Is it alchemy or divination? Or could it be necromancy? Unbelievable, what on earth is this? In another room, Din and a man observed the glowing object. Looks like the seal's been lifted. Din noted. There must be something inside, right? The man asked. Yes, he'll take it out. A simple silver bracelet appeared. It looked no different from those sold at the market. I thought it'd be something special, so this caused the reaction. Since it responds only to your magic, try wearing it. Yes, Din immediately put it on. At that moment, the bracelet shone brightly. Just as expected, it truly reacted. I see strange runes. What are they? Do you know? Yes, they're ancient script. No one today can read them. Ancient script? What do you mean? They belong to the ancient magic kingdom of Akina. Looking at the bracelet, Din recalled Akina. Arabella once told me about it. She said that in that era, everything was built through magic. Then one day, that age ended, leaving only ruins, stories, and fragments of magic code. I knew your magic was special, but didn't expect ties to an ancient kingdom. Maybe that's why I could move freely through the forest these past days. That makes sense, since the forest magic originated from Akina. He thought, I've always wanted this boy as my disciple, but from this bracelet, I sense nothing more. You can study it slowly, but never let word of this spread. Yes, he'll obey. Suddenly, both startled at a noise. What's that sound? Don't tell me it's a monster attack. Luckily my body's almost fully healed. Maybe time to stretch a bit. I finally get to repay the favor. Why are you standing there? Grab a weapon or something. Hearing that, Din reached into his coat and took out an item. What's that? It's making the same sound from before. Din replied, this sound isn't from a monster. It's a signal she's trying to contact me. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? So no monster after all. It'll let you talk to your sister? Yes, sister. What's wrong? Din, why did you take so long to answer? Sorry, sis, did you need something? Arabella continued, while analyzing the magic code. Wait, is someone with you? Don't tell me you've realized your magic is ancient too. What? How did you know? So that's it. When Sidra and I analyzed the stones, I guess they came from the ancient magic kingdom and they only reacted to my magic. Din confirmed. That's right, Sidran thought. The girl figured it out just from analyzing his magic. I knew she was a genius, but she was beyond imagination. Arabella asked, does anyone else know? Nope. Good. Din, listen carefully. Lord Sidran, please note this must stay secret. If exposed, you couldn't bear the consequences. Sidran interjected. Miss Arabella, I've heard much about you. Lord Sidran, sorry for speaking without introducing myself. Sidran continued. Don't worry, he'll keep it secret. If it spreads, not only Din but the whole Saugers family will be in trouble. Arabella nodded indeed. He understood quickly. Sidran asked, will this conversation be recorded? Nope, it erases itself afterward. Good, no one wants lingering evidence. I plan to return to the magic tower for deeper investigation. Arabella replied, thank you for helping. Nope, Miss Arabella, I do this as a mage's duty. By the way, I heard you're looking to join a tower chosen one yet. Not yet, but I won't enter the Nixon Magic Tower, it doesn't fit my research. Sedrin thought. I used to wonder who this boy took after indecisiveness, probably his sister. He continued, Ehem, haha, I see, you don't need to join our tower either. Din chuckled softly, my sister really is straightforward. Arabella added, many talents will surely join your tower. Din, we'll discuss more later. Okay, sure, take care. Sister, your sister has become extremely talented. Yes, she even made this item. She said this compact file orb is the latest trend among young mages. Exactly, impressive indeed, but such a thing isn't really necessary. At level 8, mages no longer care about distant communication if it's important. Come meet me directly. Right? Ah, I see, he thought. Seems like he doesn't have anyone to talk to. The image transmission continued when you mentioned ancient magic. I got really worried. Haha, don't worry. Father, if anyone targets Din, he'll silence them my own way. Lily added, perfect, ill deal with anyone daring to approach my son. He thought, haha, they're serious. But having two protectors like them is reassuring. And doesn't that mean our bloodline holds ancient magic? Good question, but I don't know if any ancestor had it. Mother said she'll check our family records. Din thought, if both sides investigate, maybe we'll find a clue not crucial, but intriguing. Mother continued. In any case, it seems you've surpassed this place. Din, if you stay, you'll be held back. You should consider moving to the capital. Yes, you know that only at 14 can you enter the academy, and now you're of age. Actually, I wanted to keep you here another year or two, but you've learned all this place can teach. Din, if you decide to go, you may leave anytime, he thought. I didn't expect them to think that way. Din, you'll do great. Go and grow as you wish. Yes, I understand what you both mean. He'll prepare to enter the academy. Wise decision, he thought. Good time to take the next step. In another room, Sidrin asked, is that your decision? Yes, faster than I expected. You chose well, staying here would only limit your talent. Such a waste. I also advise you not to show off too much, though the academy values talent. Not everyone does. Din thought, right? Arabella warned me too. She was once insulted, but that's common for ordinary kids. But the Thomian family is a different matter. Din thought, right? I promised to visit her when I reached the capital. She'd be sad if I didn't. I also need to decide what to do with the sealed gift from the Thumb Yen shop. Sedrin continued. Let's see if you've 3 months until enrollment. It's best to depart in 2. And you, sir, he'll return to the Magic Tower. Still have business there. Thanks to you, life's less dull. If I find anything about your magic, he'll report. Really, I'd appreciate that. Yes, since time is short, I must accelerate. Reaching level 3 isn't easy. Level 2 is just a small step before it. Yes, he'll work hard. I have a gift for you. A gift? Yes, my sister sent it through teleportation magic yesterday. This is a new product. Yo, this is... Din continued. This is the latest compact crystal orb, not yet on the market. Arabella invented it herself. She values me greatly, so when I asked, she agreed instantly. Sidrin smiled. Elegant and refined. I don't really need it, but since you prepared it, he'll gladly accept. Feel free to use it to contact me. Yo, I can even store passcodes in it, he muttered, though he said he didn't need it. He looks quite pleased. Well, might as well finish the setup. Haha, this item's truly convenient. Still, I doubt he'll contact me often. The academy? I need to seriously prepare for these last 2 months. My interest lies in mastering summoning magic at an acceptable level. My goal is to officially join the summoning class, earn the mark, and get a chance at the ability assessment exam. Since Sister Klee is an assistant professor, you'll likely see her often at the academy. Scene shift. The system now displays a simple admission process. There are 2 exams to pass. 2 exams? Yes, one general and one specialized. Can you explain them in detail? The general exam is like a preliminary round for classification covering culture, history, and imperial topics. You surely pass easily, though higher scores boost ranking. The next is the specialized exam. As its name suggests, you choose a major and are tested in that field. Content depends on the supervising professor, but you'll be fine. Plus, you have a recommendation letter. Din nodded. I remember. You girls passed easily too, right? Arabella added. Yes, nothing to worry about, but once you choose a major, you must follow it through the whole exam unless you plan to change later. So choose wisely. I still hope you'll pick spellcraft, he thought. Haha, she still hasn't given up on that idea. Din replied, alright, I'll think about it. If I want to change after enrolling, I'd have to transfer majors, right? Response sound normally yes. Unless you graduate first then re-enroll. Still, you may attend classes from other fields. Typically, from 3rd year onward, advanced major courses bar students from other departments, Din said. So that means I must stick to one field throughout. Additional note, there's a program called the Independent Major, meant for truly gifted students like Din. Really, sounds fascinating, but unless one's reckless, no one dares apply. Din asked. Why is that? Arabella explained. Because no one has ever passed that exam. Huh, sounds interesting. Don't tell me you plan to try it. Din blurted. Nope, of course not. Sister, Lord Sedrin's here. He'll call later. I wonder if I pressured him too much. But still, magic is Senior Arabella. The professor's looking for you. All right. He'll come now. This is the recommendation letter. I promised you the Lord really wrote it himself at the end. Not just the format. I poured great effort into its content too. I've written many letters, but this is the first I polished so carefully. Think of it as my gift to you. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. If I could be accepted as your student, that would be amazing. But honestly, even if I were, I bet you wouldn't obediently call me teacher. He thought. Haha. How did he guess that so accurately? Sidron changed the topic. So, are you ready for your journey? Din replied, yes. Actually, I don't have much to bring. The academy dorms are fully equipped. Sidron added, facilities are fine, but some groups monopolize them. Still, you're not the type to be pushed around, right? He thought. Judging by his tone, the academy sounds like a nest of troublesome nobles. Don't forget it can be harsh there. The moment you slip, plenty will show their true colors and cause trouble. Din thought, guess it's not much different from a battlefield. Yes, I understand. If needed, I'll contact you. That crystal orb you gave me is truly useful. I'll make good use of it. But why do you sound like you're about to leave? You noticed? I depart tomorrow. Really, I can stay here forever. Your father invited me as a magic advisor, but I'll decide later when things settle. You know, plenty still awaits me back home. Din thought, probably about the great star's magic again. Helping him is basically helping myself, quite a bargain. Anyway, thank you, kid. Din replied, I'm very grateful for all your help. Yes, I look forward to seeing how strong you be next time. All right, I'm off. Don't see me out, or I'll feel awkward. Din replied, yes, take care. He thought, maybe because we've been together long, I feel a bit sad seeing him go. Scene shift, Sedrin has left safely. Din announces he'll depart today. Well, use the teleportation gate. Arabella prepared, no worries at all. Truly, you worried too much. Anyway, I think we raised our child very well. While other families' kids still fight over heirship. Soon we'll have to make choices too, but it'll show no favoritism. At that moment, Din entered. Father, Mother, I'm here. Yo, Din, you're here. Are you leaving right now? Mother added, did you bring the charm I gave in the Nyan staff? Of course, if you face trouble, go to the place I mentioned and activate the charm. Yes, I remember. The people there are your former colleagues, right? Yes, they're very close friends of mine. Though it's been long, they'll surely help you. Father thought, could Din really be heading there to start a path as an assassin? Regaining composure, he said, Din, when you reach the capital, meet Duke Lomian before entering the academy. The Duke will support you. Yes, Father. He realized Din had grown enough to leave them. Haha, smile as we send him off. Dear, we're not parting forever. Din felt tense, though it was time to leave. His legs felt heavy. Then, I'll be on my way. Juliet, follow closely. Ensure Din reaches the teleportation gate safely. Then report back. Yes, my lord. In another room, after a long time apart, a shadowy figure appeared. You know what to do, right? Pay attention to any irregularities during the teleportation. Hearing that, the figure gradually faded into the air. Elsewhere, the young master stood before the sight, deeply impressed. Right, this is the teleportation gate the eldest lady prepared. Lady Arabella truly is remarkable. Din replied, indeed. Now I understand why she spent a whole year perfecting it. Once you step in, the teleportation activates instantly, right? Yes, certainly. He thought about how much effort she must have invested. Instant teleportation isn't just about arranging runes, it requires restructuring and maintaining continuous energy flow. Yet her gate met every condition flawlessly. Then, young master, please take care. You too. He-Man, stay well. Then Din slowly approached the gate. He recalled his sister's words, just channel energy into it to activate. At that moment, Din spread his hands and infused his energy into the gate. A powerful light burst from the spatial frame. When he opened his eyes again, light filled the air, illuminating the forest around him. People bustled happily everywhere. Din had arrived the entrance to the capital. Athenia, we've been expecting you. Young Master Din Segress, and Louis Asma, captain of the First Night Squad of House Thomian. Din replied, I see, sir. He thought, having the captain personally greet me feels a bit too formal. He continued, from now on, we'll escort you, ensure the route's secure. Yes, Captain, then let's depart. Glad to have your support. He thought, setting foot here feels strange. Never imagined I'd come to the imperial capital Athenia, the place I once despised as someone full of promise. A lively voice called out, come witness the miracle here. A rare chance. Hurry, only 1 silver coin for 3 frost spells. He chuckled to himself. So many unfamiliar things. The capital is far livelier than I imagined. That must be the Thomian estate. Hearing that, Din looked ahead. What a grand mansion, he thought, though something felt oddly unsettling, as if someone were watching him, perhaps just an illusion. Moments later, a voice called again. Welcome, young Master Din Sugress. It's an honor to receive you, Din thought. Their formation is precise, their etiquette natural yet powerful, so different from the southern lands. Upon arrival, he bowed before Duke Thomian. Din Sugress greets the Duke. Ah yes, it's been a long time. How have you been? The journey must have been tiring. Come, rest inside, but you've truly changed, no longer like the children of your age. Even those older can't compare. A kin must be very proud of you. Din bowed, saying he was flattered and had prepared well for the entrance exam, though not as much as Bei Jiang. The man told him to rest and arranged a servant. While Din asked how Leela was doing, he replied she was fine but seemed unhappy whenever Din was mentioned. Din guessed it was exam stress. Din decided to meet her later, wondering if it was just adolescence. He was warned not to be too harsh on her, which left him puzzled. The man told him to rest, and Din wished him a pleasant evening. He calculated that Ji Shiming would stay about a week before the exam. He found the guest room surprisingly luxurious. He planned to unpack first, then visit the training area. A girl entered, saying she would lead him there. Din froze. Recognizing the voice, Leela appeared, complaining he was late. He greeted Leela and asked how she had been. She said she was fine, but asked why he hadn't said anything. She demanded to know why he hadn't written to her. Din twitched, startled by the question. She scolded him for not sending even a short letter. He apologized, saying he forgot. She said she came despite being busy preparing to leave the capital. Din thought she must be really angry. He asked what he could do to make it up to her. Leela looked doubtful and asked if he meant it. He wondered what she wanted and asked what she wished him to do. She proposed a light duel. Din agreed. She declared she was much stronger now, no longer the girl he once taught. Din noted her maturity and recalled her message about winning a contest. Leela confirmed it was the Danik Coops. He recognized it as the royal contest for youths under 15. She said their match could have been the final. Din said it was a pity, but they could make up for it now. She worried about him getting hurt before the exam. He thought she was the one who should worry and said he'd be fine. She said they'd duel tomorrow morning. She asked if he still used practice weapons without blades. Din agreed to use training weapons for safety. She assured him Heller, the Empire's best healer, served her family. Din sighed as she insisted even Heller might fail if he didn't take it seriously. He finally agreed to use training weapons, and she ordered them to be brought. Din thought she had truly become a proud and confident young lady. People said she would soon achieve excellence like her two brothers, both renowned knights. Maybe Duke Xiumian had truly birthed the future matriarch. Leela recalled that mastering magic control had become her greatest motivation. She thought, Din, thanks to you I learned to control mana faster than my peers. Now she possessed 2 mana types and wondered if Din would be upset if she won. Just then, the butler arrived with weapons, interrupting her thoughts, and Din looked over. The practice weapons were indeed light. He wondered if that was fine, remembering he could handle any weapon in battle. Alright, let's begin. Leela watched Din take the initiative and felt relieved. She recalled fighting a spear user in the Dant Coup, noting its weakness at close range. She decided to rush in fast. Catching the timing, Leela charged full force at Din. As her blade neared him, her eyes widened in shock. He had vanished, an illusion. Where did he go? She realized Din's spear tip was already beside her. Din, when did you get there? Good thing it was a practice weapon. Otherwise, it would have been serious. She was sure her sword had made contact. Disbelieving, Leela said, let's start again. He warned her that trick wouldn't work twice, and she grew tense. She admitted to herself that meeting him again made her nervous. This time I won't hold back, she said, glancing away. On the balcony, her father watched the duel. He thought Duke Xiumian came to see the final result and understood his intention. Since Leela's victory at Danik Coup, the Duke had worried. Today would ease her burden, Leela said. Din, get ready, my father's watching. She resolved to fight with all her strength. She slammed her staff into the ground. A burst of compressed wind shot straight toward Din. He spun his weapon, forming a barrier that blocked the gust. How's that, Din? Not so easy. Huh, keep going. The duel stayed intense and evenly matched, with no clear winner, but something changed. Din's smile had vanished. He now looked like a true warrior, striking fiercely. He used only his staff to block Leela's relentless blows. Suddenly she shifted stance, preparing another thrust. Din simply leaned aside to dodge it. Then he struck, knocking her sword off balance and freezing her. Looks like I win. Meanwhile, others watched from another corner. She lost again. What do you think? Asma. Will Leela be less arrogant now? Asma froze and nervously replied. Realizing the Lord knew, the Lord said he was aware of the Danner Crude sign and preferred she realize her pride herself. Asma agreed, saying it was a wise decision, then asked how many mana types Din had. Watching Din, Asma guessed at least 3. The Lord disagreed. He said Din had at least 2, at most 3, and told Asma to look closer. Although Din's spear sheer speed was great. Leela's reactions weren't from inexperience but deliberate strategy. She thought, he blocked everything, I can still track his movement. Is he a focused swordsman? Maybe so. Perhaps he still lacked real combat experience? Though it was hard to believe, that was Leela's most radiant moment, recalling, greetings, Count Saugers. After the southern inspection 7 years ago, meeting Din again promised equal excitement. The young lady had won the Danner coup but couldn't show her full power. Count Saugers had trained her harshly. Nope, you misunderstand a Ken. His strict but never cruel in teaching, unlike me and Din. No need for such harsh training. Yes, then what do you mean? My lord, his talent surpasses all. Din is a genius. With his spear, Din struck aside Leela's wooden sword. She was once again astonished. Maybe he hadn't joined the Danner coup simply because he wasn't interested. Asma thought that was impossible. Everyone in the Empire dreamed of that contest. At his age, no one could rival him now, the old man thought. Leela, may you see your weakness through this duel. If you abandon arrogance and train harder, you'll surpass any opponent. Leela thought, it's true, I can't beat Din. Is gifted, but I didn't expect the gap to be so vast. She said, you win. Din, let's stop here. Din thought Duke Shomine's wish was fulfilled. She realized she wasn't the best yet. From behind, Leela asked how he trained. Din replied, hard work. Everyone must work harder. He'll go now, next time. You won't win? Alright, he'll wait. Leela told herself Din was the only boy she truly admired. She recalled how even half a step from him felt unreachable. He was the one she wished to surpass through patience and guidance. Good, that's right. Yes, perfect success. She vowed to prove she wasn't the same girl as before and promised to defeat him someday. By now, talents from across the Empire had gathered for the entrance exam. With families in attendance, nearly 1,000 people had arrived in the capital. About 600 had registered for the Royal Academy exam. Though paying the fee didn't guarantee passing, 2/3 were eliminated in the first round. Over 200 remained for the specialized second test. Elsewhere, a lively discussion took place about the 200 who passed. Expecting only that many to finish, someone asked who stood out. The reply mentioned promising talents and Professor Denebo, head of magic, reviewing results. Ingrid, head of swordsmanship, noted the top sword student must be Duke Shuomayan's daughter, the Danner coup champion. They praised her duel and the Duke's parenting, eager to see this year's swordsmanship valedictorian. And this is Dean Penis, head of summoning. One said, that boy, Professor CG'd. Head of swordsmanship, none can rival him. There's something puzzling. This is a recommendation letter from Citron. The letter bore the seal of the Naru Sun Magic Tower and contained magic power within. That meant Citron truly recommended someone, but who could surpass the Danner coup champion? Siren, the famed mage who never takes disciples, wrote a letter for a 14-year-old boy. Who is he? Dinso Grex. Someone replied, Count Saugres, from the Saugres family again. The room stirred. 2 geniuses already in magic and summoning. And now the youngest has Sidron's backing. Saugres truly stands apart. 2 noble families joining this year. It'll be a hot topic. Wait, wasn't Saugres known for spear arts? Yet now they have a letter from a grand mage. It seems magic talent runs strong in them. I thought I'd choose spear arts. If he joins my faculty with Arabella, that'd be impressive, one mused. Just then, someone rushed in announcing the first round results were out. Everyone gathered to check the board. Swordsmanship, 1,367 candidates. Magic, 227. Summoning, 152. Quite the gap. Shuomayan leading swordsmanship makes sense. Huh, Dinzo Grest. His name isn't listed. Really? Not even under Sidron's recommendation. Not in our faculty either. Anyone under the free multi-arts department? Yes, 1 candidate registered for advanced free arts. Unexpected. Among over 600 examinees, Dinzo Grez is the highest score in the first exam. Elsewhere, Din felt a familiar sensation, thinking a month had passed since his duel with Leela. Now the first test was over, and he awaited results. Luckily, it was too hard, Din thought. Soon Leela ran over, urging him to open the results. A chime sounded. He was the Academy's top scorer. Whoa, you're really first? Yeah, looks like it. Leela groaned about losing the top rank and asked how it studied. Din calmly said he used her sample questions. She froze, saying she'd also tried them but found the military subject exhausting. Din thought his true advantage lay in knowledge from his past life. Leela asked if a 14-year-old could really grasp tactics and military management. Din replied confidently that for him, it was the easiest subject. She said he was far from normal, excelling even in arts, music, and Rinix Empire history. That's my major, Leela protested instantly. Din recalled all he had accumulated unconsciously and asked which major she'd chosen 3 in total. Right, 3? Leela stared at him, shocked that he applied to free arts. Be honest? Din answered smoothly that he just studied what he liked. He wanted to learn everything despite the low pass rate. He explained the free arts course allowed studying any class until graduation and joint research with professors. She accused him of avoiding her faculty, but he denied it. She demanded, "Do you really think you'll pass? Besides spear arts and summoning, what else can you do? Be honest." Din laughed softly, wondering if he should reveal anything yet. The scene shifted as the group arrived. To take the free arts exam, one had to pass all 4 disciplines. The practical test focused on summoning, spear arts, and magic, far different from basic cores or circles. No one knew what Din was thinking. Din Pines, head of summoning, explained that few ever passed 2 free arts subjects, and almost none could clear even 1. Professor Danbu, head of magic, added that choosing either spear arts or magic alone was already challenging. The free arts major had existed for over 2 centuries yet had almost no graduates. Another professor doubted, saying it wasn't this hard before. Back then the empire needed conquerors, but now standards were far stricter. Most examinees didn't dare apply to even their strongest field. The head of spear arts asked why the free arts course still existed, because no one applied or passed. It became a symbol one for the empire's greatest prodigies. Yes, though now it mostly survived for prestige, a fading emblem of excellence. Records showed that in the last century only 2 had passed. One dropped out, the other became the former emperor, proof that only geniuses could succeed. If Hez, the youngest son of war hero Arkansas Gresti, that family is no ordinary one. I expect much from him, though I fear he may be overconfident. By normal standards, he could be accepted easily. But as a professor, one couldn't be lenient. Was the boy truly confident enough for this challenge? At the second examination hall, Dinsigers introduced himself, applying for the Royal Academy's free arts major. A voice interjected, asking if he understood what applying to free arts really meant. Din firmly replied he knew all 3 disciplines required passing grades. The voice continued, saying, you're Din, right? It's not too late to withdraw. I respect Count Gress, a master of spear arts. I'd hate to see his son fail and return in shame. Din bowed slightly, thanked the professor, but declared he came determined to give his all. Danebo frowned slightly, thinking that if this boy could be swayed by mere words, he wouldn't be here. Then there's no turning back. You'll face 3 tests by your chosen fields, fail 1, and you're out. Understood, Lin answered curtly. Then we'll start with the summoning department as planned. Soon, a young woman appeared before Din. Professor Din Pines, top summoner of Ancient Alchemy, famed for 3 second-tier summonings. She announced, the summoning exam is simple, just impress me with anything related to summoning. Din thought as expected, this freestyle test had no fixed rules or standards. He then asked, Professor, could you summon a creature for me? What? A summoned beast? Din nodded. Yes, any type will do. The question instantly drew everyone's attention. Dinebo began to sweat slightly. Beanie pondered. She had thought he'd only discussed theory, but he wanted a live summoning. After a pause, she glanced aside and said, bold but intriguing, you're about to witness something amazing. Keep your eyes open. Din watched closely, a trace of excitement hidden in his gaze. The girl began chanting an incantation. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke. Answer my call. Instantly, a spatial rift opened in the sky. The crowd staggered in astonishment. Even the 2 department heads were filled with shock. Is that the raging summoned beast Azeroth? Din thought its roar truly made one's hair stand on end. It was the most dangerous of all tier 4 summoned beasts, attacking anyone who dared call it. Since this is only an entrance exam, I wouldn't risk too much, but this is quite thrilling. The girl continued, I've summoned any beast I desired. Now, what will you do? Hearing that, Din simply smiled quietly. Azrak was the fiercest species among tier 4 beasts. Even knights could hardly defeat it. How would they handle this? Din slowly stepped toward the creature. Dinabo shouted, what are you doing? Step back. Provoking Azeroth will. Just then, the beast roared as Din faced it directly. You said I just need to prove myself in any way, right? The girl nodded. Yes, but throwing yourself into danger isn't the way. Din replied, it's not that bad. Don't worry. Phoenix broke into a cold sweat at those words. Din recited a chant, and violet magic sigils swirled around him. The beast's eyes slowly softened, turning unexpectedly gentle. Amazing. So this means it's even bigger than Zinbu? Beanie thought. Still in disbelief, no one expected the ferocious Azeroth to calm so easily. Could multiple mana threads be linked to Azeroth? The who was faint, not submission, but it erased all hostility within the creature. From afar, Din smiled faintly. Haha, even seeing it myself feels unreal. Isn't this natural empathy? Remarkable. The girl asked, did you analyze Ezrak's mana threads and recreate one to connect with your own? If that was true, his taming skill surpassed even hers. Once praised by her master, that meant his future potential was extraordinary. After a pause, she approached and said, Din Saugers, your ability has been fully proven. Courage, composure, and solid technique, no doubt. You've passed the exam. Both department heads spoke in unison. We agree. Thank you. The scene shifted. Everything ended within 30 minutes. So you're the top scorer again. I thought you were also swordsmanship valedictorian. Nope, that's you. Cheer up, they're throwing a party for us. Leela sighed, saying the gap felt like an unstoppable natural disaster. As she walked away, Din called out, Leela, she wants to be alone. Let her go. Din was told, don't worry, Leela will be fine. Have you told your father? He must be proud. Yes, everyone's delighted, the man said. If you chose free arts, it suits you well. Everyone's surprised. Rest and prepare for enrollment. Din thanked him for the Duke's care, and he asked if Din had chosen a weapon for the forge yet. Din replied he planned on a sword but hadn't decided. Since his body was still growing and it would take time to find the right type, this was a good chance to think. That's right, there's no need to rush. Duke, you should visit the Duchess now. I know. He'll go ahead. As the Duke's figure faded, Din thought her illness must still persist. He recalled the past. Thankfully it hadn't worsened, but neither had it improved. Such a pity after all these years. Never seeing a loved one suffer. I can't fully relate. Maybe I should comfort Leela a bit. 2 days later, a voice echoed through the hall. Welcome, new students of the Royal Academy. I am Achan Thomas, headmaster, and delighted to see so many who endured fierce competition to stand here today. I believe the Empire's future will shine brighter than ever thanks to talents like you. This year we have exceptional prodigies. One has entered the free arts program, a feat achieved only twice in a century, proved by all 3 deans of spear arts, magic, and summoning. The crowd buzzed. No way someone passed free arts. Who could it be? Achan Thomas continued. Freshman representative, top student Dinsigers. Please come forward. The hall erupted again. That kid passed free arts. The Sogres family truly is blessed. See Din. His remarkable, obviously so. Wow. Top scorer again. You raised him well, though he's still got room to grow. 2 sons gone astray, 1 missing. The other left home. The daughter didn't even show up. You've got 2 daughters. Lucky you, I envy that. Congratulations. Hearing that, Akang's eyes dimmed slightly. He looked at his daughter, wishing the Duchess could have been there too. Benny asked if he'd always been attuned to summons. Yes, Professor, that affinity's been there since birth. It's a miracle, she said. That seemingly ordinary boy possessed power beyond most summoners. Professor, with Din's harmony ability, could he summon creatures from across the horizon? She thought of another world, where summoned beasts had lost contact for over a century. Would those creatures still choose summoners again? You truly are Dinselgress as rumored. May your talent shine here. Acknowledged. Headmaster. Next came the oath reading from the student representative. Din thought, I've finally become an official student. The long road was worth it. He wouldn't waste this new life. This was only the beginning. In the main hall, the voice concluded, this ends the academy introduction. We'll take a short break before the next part. Eat, drink, and relax. A voice from the crowd warned, Din, many will target you good or bad. Be careful. Think twice before accepting offers. Some here weren't raised properly. Yes, I understand. The students murmured. Don't refuse join in. Clubs are the academy's pride. In our club, sorry, I'm not interested. Haha, a big crowd and we've got a new member. Grab that red-haired guy, has the talent we need. Leela chimed in. Yo, seniors already recruiting during the break. I heard from my sister there are tons of fun clubs here. Suddenly, a shout rose from the crowd. Find the top student. Sogress. Nope, we must pull him into our club. Hearing that, Leela worriedly said, Din, they're after you. What now? Let's run first. Where are you going? Din Sogress. Join the body training club to improve your physique and strength. Hey rookie, interested in the Map Exploration Research Society? Join now to get new maps early. Our Astrology Research Society gathers geniuses. Look, she's the daughter of Shen Yan. The Duke's heiress, don't miss her. Leela hurriedly said, Nope, I won't join. Really? Din thought. He was used to being chased by others, but this was the first time in such chaos. Being top student was truly tiring. The crowd murmured, Isn't that Kenna Sheshafin? Yes, I heard after leaving the Royal Knights. He became a professor right away, a brilliant successor, but with a tricky problem. Yeah, about that new free major student. First in decades. Before this, his job was relaxed, just writing papers occasionally and achieving average results. Now that carefree life was over, he had to prepare to teach. It'd be grumpy too if I were him, he thought. It's absurd that a student got accepted right after the orientation ended. At that moment, Din stood before the door, silently gazing ahead. You're Dinselgretz, right? Early arrival. Hello, Professor. Nice to meet you. All right, come in, he thought. I worked hard to get this position, Dean of the Free Major. Kenta Ashafin. I came to rest, not to teach. If I had to teach again, I'd quit the Knights sooner. Tired of instructing Knights. Kenna asked directly, why do you want to join the Free Major? To do what you like, or planning to switch later? Nope, I don't want to miss this opportunity. Kenna thought, then I must guide him, no way around it. Wait, he didn't take the swordsmanship exam. Was it due to lack of confidence? Kenna asked, hey, do you know swordsmanship? Elite sword arts, I'm not hiding anything, but as your professor, I should at least know your level. Din thought, why focus on swordsmanship feels like I'm unwelcome. He added, it's not that I'm uninterested in swordsmanship. Good, then let's test it. Yes, sir, excellent. He realized he'd fallen into a trap. Kenna continued, to Daxon, my training ground, he thought. I can assess students using weak sword skills excuse to expel him. Entering the weapon room, Kenna signaled Din to pick any sword he liked, but the messy pile of swords, layered with dust, made Din feel something was off. He knew the free major had few students, but this level of neglect was alarming. Din stood among countless swords, unsure which to choose or how to tell a good one from the heap. Yet despite his hesitation, he stepped forward and firmly drew a single sword. Kenna had assumed Din would pick dual blades, but seeing him take just one, Din confidently declared, "Yes, this one's enough." The test sounded simple, but everyone knew the professor's strength was formidable. "If you can touch me even once with that sword, you pass. I'll limit myself to 2 steps to show mercy and skill." Din's eyes lit up. "Yes, I understand, Professor." Kenna also anticipated the show. "All right, begin," though doubt crept into his mind. Was the boy really that confident? Seeing Din's bright smile, Kenna wondered if there was some hidden meaning behind it. Immediately, Din charged forward, sword flashing in hand. His speed was astonishing, and determination shone fiercely on his face. Kenna was startled as the sword tip stopped just a hand's width from him. Although he dodged the first strike, he couldn't help thinking about Din's unexpected strength. So fast, is this why he got into the free major with a single sword? Din unleashed dazzling strikes, creating the illusion of multiple attackers, each slash powerful and sharp. It was baffling that Kenna could still think clearly as another blade swept past his face. "What is this? This is..." The professor couldn't hesitate. He immediately raised his sword to defend, but he kept his promise, never stepping beyond 2 steps. Even as Din's attacks poured in, how could he stay calm when blades kept grazing dangerously close? Damn, a bit slower and it'd be done? What strange sword style, reckless yet skillful? Fear made him stumble slightly. Otherwise, the professor might have been struck. This was supposed to be just a small test. Din's heavy breathing mixed with the cold edge of someone who had truly fought before. Kenna was already exhausted, suddenly realizing the boy fought like a battlefield swordsman, not a noble or knight. The professor stayed put, spinning his sword to parry. Din's strikes were both decisive and forceful. Din's fighting style was somewhat chaotic, but that very chaos made his attacks unpredictably effective. When Din's sword grazed his face, Kenna panicked. Unable to block in time, Din's movements split like 2 at once, each strike carrying terrifying power. Kenna froze as Din shifted directions rapidly, faster than belief, in level 6, yet forced to focus this hard. "I must dodge smartly while gauging my own strength. Am I fighting a 14-year-old? The boy didn't even rely on any weapon advantage. The professor dared only a small sidestep to evade. Din lowered his stance, one leg drawn back, ready to lunge. Suddenly, Kenna frowned. The expression was so different from before, yet strangely familiar. That sword motion reminded him of an old battle. Before him appeared a chaotic battlefield with one man cutting through everything. Cold sword slashes felled countless foes, his face emotionless. It shocked Kenna. Who was that man? Back to reality, the duel between Din and Kenna was still undecided. Their blades pointed at each other. Suddenly, Din's sword thrust straight toward Kenna's heart. The professor didn't know why he froze, distracted mid-battle. "Damn, why am I thinking of something else now?" Faint victorious smile curved on Din's lips. He sheathed his sword calmly and asked, "Professor Kentis, I believe I've met the requirement." Silence filled the air. Kentis tilted his head and closed his eyes, speechless at losing to a mere boy. The sword in his hand slowly lowered, yet no words came from his lips. The professor gripped the hilt tightly to suppress his frustration, finally admitting Din's strength. "You pass." While Din panted from exertion, Kentis stood tall, showing no sign of fatigue. His mind spun with thoughts. Without the handicap, the match would have been far tougher. Indeed, even a royal knight's skill made little difference. From the moment Din registered, his extraordinary talent was evident. Kentis now realized the boy was a rare prodigy, one who rivaled a near senior-level professor, despite the handicap. After their duel, Kentis suddenly understood much had forgotten and why Din wasn't keen on the swordsmanship exam. The professor couldn't hide his amazement. With such power, why hadn't Din joined the sword department? The simple reason stunned him. "I thought my family would be disappointed." Kentis froze, unable to grasp what his student meant. What on earth was that? He started to speak but hesitated. Soon, Kentis traced the Gretz family's background, every member a master of sorcery. Din's father, a grand spell scholar. His 2 sisters were masters of magic and summoning. Was he expected to master all 3 disciplines to meet their hopes? So, he wasn't lacking confidence in swordsmanship. Perhaps I misjudged him. Hearing Din's confirmation, Kentis only managed to ask, "Are the procedures complete?" "Ah, yes, you may go. He'll send you the official notice soon." Din bowed politely. "Yes, thank you, Professor." The professor's grim face unclear whether from defeat or curiosity about Din's true strength. Kentis stood still, watching the young man's figure fade into the distance. Even as Din neared the door, the professor questioned if emotion had clouded his judgment. An unwise decision indeed. Did other deans ever face this dilemma? Kentis took a deep breath, forcing calm while anger burned inside. His entire plan to dismiss the boy and keep his easy life had evaporated. He suddenly shut his eyes, reviewing everything from the start. Just who was that person? A distant memory resurfaced, pulling him back to his warrior days. He recalled the moment when all his focus was drawn to a single point. He had fallen silent, merely watching, Suddenly, amid the chaos where a lone young man wiped out hundreds of rebels, a thunderous shout rang out. Din didn't turn around, his gaze fixed on the setting sun's last rays before darkness descended. Kenneth was utterly stunned, cold sweat running down his face. With hesitation, he uttered a single name. That figure instantly resurfaced in Kenta's mind. Yes, that very name. On the academy grounds, students gathered, buzzing about the recent test. Dean's two sisters were among them. Clara asked again in disbelief, "You really passed the test?" Dean replied softly, still bewildered. "Yes, I think so." Clara covered her mouth, cleared her throat, and mused it was strange. Professor Kenneth wasn't known for leniency. Facing her, Dean wiped the sweat on his brow, thinking how unexpected it was. She suddenly recalled when Professor Kenneth's refuel once met with the principal. She frowned, explaining that the professor usually only taught one fixed class a year. Yet this time the principal personally summoned him. He hated trouble, but still agreed. Clara nodded. "Yeah, that's why I was so surprised." Then she gently stepped closer and held her younger brother's arm. She placed a hand on Din's shoulder and said softly, "I'm glad nothing bad happened." Din smiled. Yes, her smile shone with relief, as if a long-held burden had finally lifted. Seeing that smile, Din thought, his sister didn't say that's my Din, only felt relieved he was safe. While they chatted happily, someone suddenly ran toward them, shouting before even arriving. It was Arabella. She called out, "Oh Din, I've been looking for you." Hearing the familiar voice, the siblings turned. Din exclaimed joyfully, "Big sister." Arabella smiled brightly at both and approached. The youngest passed the test, right? The three siblings standing together instantly drew attention, causing a stir. Nearby students whispered about the Shress family. Look, the three Shress siblings. I thought Arabella and Clara were already outstanding, but the brothers even more brilliant. What kind of family are they? The scene shifted to another part of the city. A steady voice spoke. Immo, the dormitory supervisor. The dorms were divided into 3 areas by entrance rank, with the highest called the Own Wing, named after the first emperor's surname. 2 people walked slowly along the stone path. Din listened and replied softly, "Yes, sir." Seeing him nod, Mo continued, "Student Din, as the free major's top student, you'll live here, the cafeteria, training grounds, and library are top class. You also get a private room and a magic screen chamber." He paused mysteriously. "There's also something special." Hearing special, Din looked at Mo, puzzled, thinking, "Oh great, what now?" Mo held up the key and added, "Though rare, depending on your future grades, you might have to move out." Arabella and Clara also stayed here until graduation. Din wasn't surprised, thinking, "Of course, just like them." Then Mo raised a key engraved with number 700, the key to Din's room. Din carefully accepted it with both hands. Mo continued, "You'll receive 2 copies. If you lose one, report it to me." Din looked at the key and nodded. "Yes, understood." Mo warned further, "Be cautious. Some students here are eccentric. Not bad people, but unexpected things happen. Go check your room. If you need anything, contact maintenance." Hearing that, Din silently pondered, sighing inwardly, unsure whether to inspect the room right away. Din entered his new quarters. He looked around. The place was dazzlingly luxurious. As he walked, he observed every corner, yet the silence felt unsettling. Suddenly, Din froze, body stiffening as a strange unease rose within him. For such a grand academy, there wasn't a single servant or guard in sight. Something's really off. I can sense anyone, it's like they vanished. He stared at the door ahead and muttered quietly, wondering what on earth was happening. Din activated his magic, blue lights instantly glowing around him. He spread his sensing aura, letting the blue light envelop his body. Closing his eyes to focus, the luminous stream seeped into every corner of the stone castle. During the scan, as his senses passed an area with brown mist and a faint mossy odor, he heard a soft mechanical hum and gears clicking. Din opened his eyes, realizing it was a hidden trap. Understanding everything, he smiled faintly. Standing alone and staring ahead, he murmured, "So that's how it is indeed, the initiation ceremony." My guess was right. In another room, a group of students watched the freshman on a screen. Seeing Din stand still, one asked suspiciously, "Why isn't he moving?" Is his intuition that sharp? Rand turned to him. "Hey, did he already notice the trap?" "Nope," he pushed his glasses confidently. "That's absolutely impossible." His full name was Zulit, eldest son of Baron Zulit, a 3rd-year student of the mechanology department. He crossed his arms proudly. "My Zulit family has been famous hunters for centuries. I fully trust the traps I set." Another student asked nervously, "But is it dangerous?" and nodded reassuringly. "I've removed anything harmful. The goal is just to make him a laughingstock." He smirked triumphantly. "Just wait, he'll probably faint from fear. This initiation will be worth it. When that kid arrives, hell be wrecked." Another added uneasily, "You sure? That's the Shress family," and raised a brow. "So what? We all had our own unforgettable initiations?" Just then, a blonde girl's voice came from behind him, but this time's different as the Free Major's top student was Priscilla Nelliel from the Nelliel family, a fourth-year student in the Neuro Studies department. She continued, "His elder sisters are both manifestation geniuses. If he also passed the Free Major test, his probably even greater," and spun around in shock. "What? You mean he won't fall for my trap?" Brown-haired boy nearby teased. "Not exactly, but you're sounding unsure, still confident," and retorted, "Don't joke, could never fail like that." He pushed his glasses up, mentally calculating, certain Din couldn't detect the trap. He had used stealth magic and oiled the gears to erase all noise. Suddenly, Din took a small step. That movement froze everyone in the monitoring room. All eyes locked on him. Shocked voices burst out. "He's moving again. Seriously." Din walked forward with a faint, unreadable smile. "Starting with tripwire traps. Huh, one touch and it snaps." He reached out and gently opened the door, muttering, "Then the magic bullet stuck to the ceiling must be next when it opens." As predicted, the object dropped the moment the door swung open. It shattered instantly. Din stood motionless. One more step and had been drenched, but such simple tricks couldn't fool him. He glanced at the puddle below, clicking his tongue. "Less than I expected." Then, a hidden mechanism suddenly activated. A brown mist burst out, covering the corridor in thick, smoky fog within seconds. Din quickly covered his nose. Grimacing, he almost ran into Sister Ha with that awful stench. He endured the overpowering smell, frowning. What is this nonsense? Such childish tricks." His eyes fixed on the pit spewing brown smoke endlessly. Seeing Din unharmed and untrapped, the watching group began to panic. "What the hell? He found everything." Kree snapped. "And you said it was impossible to detect." The red-haired boy beside him muttered, "It's only just started, how's it gone this bad?" and hurriedly defended, "Coincidence. Pure coincidence." "Huh," Priscilla fumed. "Coincidence? Really?" Nodded rapidly. "Yes, I must have gone too light at the start. That's why he noticed. He still believed the next step would work," and said darkly, "Just wait. He'll fall for the next one." The red-haired boy nodded at the screen. "Yeah, maybe just a minor flaw. Let's trust in." Priscilla sighed irritably, seeing that, and grew uneasy inside, thinking, "Why do I suddenly feel so nervous?" Meanwhile, Din kept moving forward. He sighed. "The second trap's just as clumsy. Should I just destroy it?" As soon as Din stepped in, countless mechanical fists shot from all sides toward him, but he was untouched. His body moved like wind, dodging each strike with ease. Then he spun, pushed off the wall, propelled himself ahead. Feathers fell before him. As soon as he landed, sharp wooden bars dropped from the ceiling to form a cage, but with incredible agility. He slipped through untouched. The watching students gasped, impressed by the baronial family's skill. Rumor said his sisters also had spectacular initiations. Seeing Din evade traps like child's play, and gaped in horror. "My trap's ruined." Behind him, Priscilla stared in disbelief and planted his hands on his hips, pacing anxiously. Already sensing what was coming, Rand sighed. So much for his secret setup, it's embarrassingly simple, and clenched his fists, sweat pouring down his face. "No way! It's too soon to give up. He can't possibly avoid the final trap." Priscilla, silent till now, finally asked, "What's the final trap?" and smirked. "Haha, you'll see soon enough." In front of Din, a massive red dragon with colossal wings blocked the path. It roared thunderously. Beside it stood a goat with 2 pairs of long horns. Din looked at the beast skeptically. "Summoned creatures." The dragon roared again, confirming his guess. Observing carefully, Din muttered with mild praise, "Not bad. They're pretty strong." But then he noticed something odd. The dragon's feet were hazy, and its size smaller than normal. Moreover, its wings passed right through the wall without affecting it. Din immediately understood. So, illusions. He chuckled inwardly. What a laughable oversight. The roar might sound terrifying, but any average student would have fled by now. As the beast lunged, Din thought, no need to dodge or retreat. Blue spiritual energy gathered in his hand, his eyes turning sharp as blades. He frowned slightly. Just disrupt the magic flow and it's done. In the monitoring room, seeing Din stand still, the group grew alarmed. Why isn't he running so calm? Then someone shouted, "Hey, his charging magic," and was struck like lightning, heart pounding and sweat dripping. Impossible. He figured out the illusion that fast. Unbelievable. Priscilla crossed her arms, glanced at the frozen and clicked her tongue. Good grief. On Din's side, after gathering power in his palm, he unleashed a powerful strike toward the 2 beasts. The attack formed a sharp, precise arc slicing straight at the red dragon's neck. Then, dodging the goat's swipe, Din countered in an instant. He struck several more times at both illusions, then sneered. "It's over." Withdrawing his aura, Din exhaled. He truly wanted to meet whoever designed this trap. Let's see who came up with this childish setup. Seeing the illusions destroyed so easily, the observers panicked and bolted. Priscilla screamed while running, "It's Urks. Move. Why is it here?" Roy sprinted ahead, shouting back at him, "Damn it, do something." Halfway through, a new beast, a massive wolf, suddenly blocked their path and stammered while running, I didn't summon that. It's not mine. The beast advanced, rolling fiercely, terrified, and fell backward with a loud ah. Din arrived, realizing from the scene that they had been hiding here all along, hearing movement, and looked up at Din and stuttered, "Hey, freshman, if that beast's yours, please do something. We're sorry. Please recall it." Din said nothing. He raised his hand, conjuring a blue glow. Murmuring an incantation, he opened a teleportation gate behind the beast. The creature was enveloped in the blue light. The energy pulled hard, sucking it straight into the gate, and it vanished, leaving only a faint shimmer. And, still trembling, asked, "It's gone. Another illusion." "Yeah." Royan regained composure and stepped toward Din. He sighed. The initiation's a total mess now. He extended a hand, introducing himself. "Hi, I'm Droyan Valentin, third-year alchemy department. Direct hair of Marquis Valentin." Droyan gave a thumbs up and grinned. "Nice build. Good looks too, with two pretty sisters. That figures." Din thought for a moment, then shook his hand politely. "Hello." Inwardly, he frowned. What's this guy even talking about? Looking at the chaos, Royan whistled. "You're impressive. Heard you got into the free major, no wonder N's traps failed." He must be crushed, hiding behind the others, and turned away, scratching his head and grumbling. "Got dragged into this for nothing? Damn it. How did it end like this?" Royan ignored him and continued. "N's hair the renowned Zulit hunter family?" Hearing that, Din smiled slightly, thinking, "So has the mastermind." Royan gestured. "Hey, the rest of you, come introduce yourselves." The three stepped forward awkwardly. "Yes." Royan pointed at a girl. "This is Priscilla, fourth year neuro studies. Better not mess with her. She aims to be a cleric." So she's kinda before he finished. Priscilla cut in coldly, emphasizing each word, kind and beautiful. Then she introduced herself blankly. "Hello, I'm Priscilla Neliel, the abandoned child of the family. Anyone in neuro studies forget about marriage." Din smiles politely. "Yes, I'd appreciate your help, miss." But as soon as Priscilla touches Din, she freezes in shock. She quickly pulls her hand back. She exclaims in panic, What is this? Why is the magic power so strong?" Amazement fills her face. Din looks so young, she mutters, "No one our age should have this kind of magic." Royan widens his eyes. "What?" But Priscilla ignores him, staring at Din. "This magic level is unbelievable." And silent now finally speaks curiously. "That amazing." "Huh." Priscilla doesn't answer, still stunned at her hand. "Yes," and glances over, slightly annoyed. "Ugh." Using strong magic just to get attention. At that moment, a red-haired boy steps in between Din and Priscilla. "Hi, Din," he says. Priscilla frowns. "Don't cut in like that." Follower ignores her. "Imstock se." Hasbro, second-year martial arts student. "I'm nothing like those muscle heads from the fitness club." Don't get me wrong, hearing muscle, Din recalls the two brawny guys from before. "Ah, those ones." "Yes." Hasbro adds, "Muscles matter, but martial arts aren't for showing off. If you're interested, he'll teach you the real thing." Din nods. Priscilla glances at him. Only one person left now, and stays arrogant, arms crossed. Turning away, he doesn't move until Priscilla prompts. "And your turn." Royan jokes, still mad about the traps, and keeps his eyes shut, ignoring them, muttering, "Just for that, so petty." After a few seconds, and changes his mind, he turns, shakes Din's hand, and says shortly, "Amen." Din smiles. "Nice to meet you." Seeing his face, Din suspects he's upset that his traps were easily destroyed. "Maybe I should praise him." Din compliments him but adds critique. "Your traps are good, you understand triggers well, but the main flaw is," and jumps. "What?" Din ignores his shock. "Next time, mix F3 silver with 6 break 4 to 6 instead of using F6 break." The dimmer glow makes it harder to spot, and freezes, then slowly nods. Din's advice makes perfect sense. Din adds, "Other than that, anyone else would have been caught easily." Priscilla gapes, then snaps protectively, "Who are you to teach mine about traps? That's rude." Another voice cuts in, "Enough intros already. Din, let me show you your room." The group walks down the dorm corridor. As they go, Din smiles quietly. What interesting people. His mood is great, has finally made new friends. He listens to their chatter and teasing, and shouts, "Hear that? He said my traps are great." Priscilla teases, "Oh my, how cute," and yells, "Not a kid, stop saying that." Din laughs, feeling more intrigued. Things will only get more fun from here. In front of the academy, Layla shouts after seeing the schedule, "Look, 6 major classes this term." Din nods, "Only 3 majors, 2 sessions each, plus general studies." Layla groans, "No time to sleep." She points at Din, "You even took general studies, can you handle it?" Layla says seriously that freshmen usually have only 4 classes. "Think again, no room for daydreams." Din glances at her with a slight smile, saying she should give a proper reason, hence the military course has 2 general studies sessions attached. Lele recalls the scene last class, holding her grade sheet, eyes wide. Mouth agape. Din truly was heartless. I'm terrified of the military course. It tanked my grades last term. Makes sense though, it's brutal. Snapping out a thought, she looks at Din, impressed by his top student aura. "See you in swordsmanship class later. I have general studies now." Still curious what that even is, Din looks intrigued. She winks and pulls out a thick book about cosmetics and skincare. Din thinks girls really do revolve around such things and chuckles softly. He bids her goodbye and walks ahead. In class, students whisper Din is famous for Diano's stellar record. Why is he here? Is he really taking this class? They murmur. Account son, he looks cold. Huh, yeah, I get what you mean. Din sits in front, frowning, thinking they're loud enough for him to hear everything. I heard it all. He sits down, opens the military general studies textbook, has read it before, recognizing some matching and some contradictory parts typical. Theory and practice rarely align, or no nation would lose wars. Din's gaze softens, he realizes solid theory is truly vital in military study. Lost in thought, his jolted by chatter the professor has arrived. Francisco Gabos enters, stern-faced, shouting loudly. What's all this noise? Sit down now. He slams the desk and introduces himself. And Francisco Bores, teaching military theory. Just call me Professor Gabos. He continues, we'll start with roll call. As in other classes, after roll call, the lecture begins immediately. Din watches silently, thinking the man's face shows years on real battlefields. Din smiles faintly, this should be interesting. Francisco pauses, then says, to be effective in war, one must master theory, soldiers act impulsively, so commanders must balance victory in their men's lives. Only by grasping real-world contradictions can we see the core value of military theory, Francisco says. Scanning the class, he challenges them, I wonder how many of you will become elite warriors. What's the most crucial factor in war? As soon as he finishes speaking, a hand shoots up. Francisco looks over and sees it's Din. Good, the student with the raised hand may answer. He says, Din confidently replies, supply chain. Sir, the hall buzzes, students stare and all at the spot-on answer. Correct, Francisco nods in satisfaction. Exactly right. He explains that victory, progress, and all great achievements rely on stable supplies. He glances at Din approvingly. The hall falls silent. Impressive. Someone nailed it right away. Francisco folds his arms and asks Din, do you know the 3 key factors in supply management? Din answers firmly. First is strict military control. Supplying from command to battlefield is a complex system, not just transport distance. Once ambition arises, corruption follows, causing severe shortages. Din recalls past memories. Most failures come from irresponsible intermediaries. Even when shipments start fine, Francisco grows more pleased and praises. Correct, Din calmly continues. Second is standardizing supplies. If quantity and weight are unified, mass production becomes possible, boosting delivery speed and maintaining frontline strength. The hall erupts in amazement. None of this appears in textbooks. True, nothing like that is written. Francisco chuckles inwardly and asks, excellent. And the final factor, Din answers immediately, local production. The longer a war lasts, the harder the first 2 factors are to sustain, and supply quality declines. He recalls farmers toiling in fields and adds, soldiers must learn minimal self-sufficiency. Even with low output and quality, it still serves as emergency backup. Din continues passionately, these are things I've seen and felt on the battlefield, those green cabbage rows shining under the sun from everyone's labor. As Din speaks, the hall holds its breath, afraid to disturb his flow. Students gape in awe. His insight far exceeds their knowledge. Truly remarkable. Francisco is thrilled to meet such a student. Excellent. Outstanding answer. What year are you in? Din replies, first year. Hearing that, Francisco is stunned. What? Only first year? Looking at Din standing calmly, full of confidence. Francisco wonders how a freshman knows so much. He steps forward from the podium, emphasizing strict military management, supply standardization, and local self-production. Francisco grows doubtful. Those are battlefield lessons known only to veterans. How could Din know? Cornered, Din improvises, my father used to tell me. Sir, Francisco grows curious. Then you are? Din replies, Dendo. The professor freezes. Dino. Sweat runs cold. This aura feels familiar. You're the son of the Green Lieutenant. So that's it. Francisco recalls when Din's father stood firm before the attacking beast. So you're from the Grease family, then you're the student who passed the independent major exam. Seeing Din's calm confidence in topics most students never experienced, Francisco is impressed. No wonder his level surpasses other freshmen. He folds his arms and announces loudly, you all heard that the military theory well studied is exactly what this student just explained. Applying theory correctly to real situations based on textbook knowledge, that's the essence. The students listen closely as Francisco concludes this is the ultimate goal of military studies. Francisco glances at Din, thinking it's been ages since such an exceptional student appeared. Din senses the look and turns. Their eyes meet briefly. Francisco withdraws his gaze and continues, all right, let's move on. During the break, everyone pours into the academy's vast courtyard. Din walks out frowning, muttering that he almost got dragged into the Imperial University. He recalls Francisco stopping him after class. Would you like to study military theory in depth? Din was puzzled, already trying to recruit a freshman into the university. The professor seemed too eager. He remembers his sister's warning, if anyone invites you to the Imperial Academy, refuse immediately and leave. He hesitates. realizing that Professor won't give up easily. Where am I now? Din checks the map, time to focus on what matters. He pulls out the map again. Still not used to the Academy's vast layout, it's confusingly large. His finger traces the spot his meeting place with Layla is at the Zongo Grand Square. His eyes light up. Ah, there it is. Looking up, Din steps into the mist garden, the quickest road through. The garden splendor rivals a palace. Even under clear skies, visibility stays hazy. A faint gloom makes it easy to lose one's way. Most avoid this misty expanse. Din observes the area, watching birds flutter and perch. He recalls rumors that ghosts appear here. He smiles, thinking those tales don't match what his eldest sister said. Looking up at the blue sky and warm sun, he realizes he's nearly there. As he walks, he stops before a door. From inside comes a desperate cry. "Help! Anyone! Please help me!" He freezes, turning toward the sound, wondering if someone's in trouble. The voice clearly comes from inside that room. Without hesitation, Din rushes forward, thinking there's still time before the next class he can rescue them. With that thought, he sprints ahead. Din pushes the heavy door open, freeing someone trapped inside. The person clutches a backpack, thanking repeatedly. "Thank you so much, I thought I'd be stuck here forever." Din quickly asks, "Are you hurt anywhere?" In front of him stands a young man with messy hair, round glasses, and arms full of gear, smiling sheepishly. He shakes his head, just a bit tired. "I'm fine," then hurriedly adds, "Yo, I'm Ernest Zen, first-year student of the Exploration Department." Din slips his hands into his pockets, skeptical. "Huh, an explorer who gets lost this badly." Ernest scratches his head, embarrassed. "Well, I got too excited and wandered off without noticing." Din thinks the excuse sounds convincing, so excited he got lost. He changes the topic. "If you're from Baron Zen's family, that's the western region, right? The crest should be a ship and a sailor." Ernest is surprised Din knows so much and proudly says, "Wow, you know that?" "Yes, my family's the most famous in exploration, generation after generation, discovering seas and unknown lands." Din quietly studies him. Ernest doesn't look strong. With that build, exploration must be tough. Ernest scratches his head, sets down his heavy pack, and steps closer. "Didn't expect you to know my family. What's your name?" "I'm Dino Grest." Din replies. Ernest's eyes widen. "You're the freshman who passed the independent major after 50 years. Din rubs his head, admitting, "Yeah, that's me." He laughs awkwardly. "Ha, it's not that big of a deal." While Ernest is still excited, Din sighs inwardly and looks closer. He notices a strange mark on Ernest's neck, though he claimed unhurt. There are bruises and even a scar. Those marks don't look like normal exploration injuries. Din frowns slightly. Could it be? He asks directly, "You're exploring this garden?" Ernest nods eagerly. "Yes, exploration excites me. Everything new is an adventure to me. That includes this Mekong garden, people, and even objects." He proudly shows his gear: binoculars, compass, and piles of tools. Din eyes the piles suspiciously. "All for exploration. That's a lot." They both sit down as Ernest explains, "My goal is to uncover every corner of this academy." He points upward, and of course, the mist garden's on the list. Something's odd here. It's sunny, yet the fog's this thick. Doesn't that seem unnatural? Din widens his eyes, nodding. "True. So, have you found anything yet?" Ernest shakes his head regretfully. "Not yet, but I'm sure some force exists in this garden." Din replies calmly, "But no one's ever solved its mystery, right?" Ernest's spirit flares up again. "Right, but maybe there's a reason no one's tried, or they did and failed." Din asks pointedly, "A reason? It can't be solved." Ernest avoids Din's gaze, frowning slightly. "Yes, no one knows yet." He continues his theory. "What if the force comes from unknown elements or entities, like ferocious beasts, relics of a vanished ancient kingdom, or even being summoned from beyond the horizon?" Hearing that, Din's eyes gleam with interest. "If it's a relic of an ancient kingdom, that's truly fascinating." Ernest brightens. "You think so too? I really want to uncover this secret." Din suddenly remembers his next class and blurts, "All right, I'm heading to a lecture." Ernest looks around, flustered. He quickly packs up his gear, ready to leave. Just as they're about to go, a sudden downpour begins. The rain is so heavy, Ernest yells, "Oh no!" They rush under a nearby roof for shelter. Ernest stares back and shouts, "Din, this is bad. They say when it rains here, the fog." Din startles. "What? Then it'll be hard to get out, won't it?" The rain grows heavier, and Ernest panics. "Yes, we'll lose our sense of direction." He hurriedly takes out a small box containing a compass. The compass spins a few times, then suddenly goes haywire. Sweat drips down Ernest's face. "We're doomed," he says gravely. "The compass stopped working. We can't move now." Din asks, "Can't you fix it with your explorer abilities?" "No way," Ernest mutters weakly, gripping the box tight. "Unidentified force. Damn it, we're trapped. My body feels heavier too. What do we do?" Din remains calm. Ernest repeats his own words in panic. "Unidentified force. Trapped. Heavy body," and says, "Sorry, Din. It's my fault." Din reassures him. "It's fine. Let's stay put and watch first." After a moment, thick fog engulfs them both. Din senses something strange. "Huh, this mist feels familiar. Or am I imagining it? It's like it's strengthening us." Next to him, Ernest crouches, soaked, crying and wiping tears. It's over. Din might be in danger because of me. Suddenly, a blue light flashes, stopping his sobs, shocked. Ernest looks over and freezes in terror. Din's power radiates outward in an oddly orderly pattern. The energy is so strong the wind blasts Ernest's face, making him scream, "Din!" and shield himself. Ah! The magic power. It's too strong. After a long while, the energy around Din subsides. Ernest realizes the mist is dispersing from him, staring at the lingering aura. Ernest trembles. "Din, what's happening to you?" Din doesn't answer directly, only says calmly, "Ernest, let's go." He looks straight into Ernest's eyes and says confidently, "I think I know the way out." They soon stand by a still lake, shrouded in mist. Ernest, eyes shining with curiosity, points to a grand fountain. That's the magic fountain at the center. Din frowns. What's special about it? Ernest replies mysteriously, "Of course, most students enter the mist garden because of it." Then, surprised, he asks, "Wait, you really don't know the legend here?" Din raises an eyebrow. "Legend? There's one." Ernest tells the tale. Everyone whispers, "Whoever reaches this place before the fog clears will meet the person they most wish to see." Din thinks it sounds like a romantic story made up for fun. But another thought occurs: how does the fountain still run on magic? Reaching here is already hard enough, so what powers it? Ernest shivers. "You're right." Din watches the clear water flow. Judging from its massive scale, he deduces that if no one feeds it magic, there must be a much greater, self-sustaining power source. Ernest murmurs, eyes thoughtful. Power source? Then maybe this garden itself is a huge mechanism. Din nods. The garden's layout is too vast and complex for no reason. Ernest might be right. Ernest grows more excited. Right, if the garden is a massive mechanism, then this fountain could be an ancient relic. Din recalls Ernest's earlier words and suspects the mist is linked to it. He reaches out, touching the flowing water, feeling its coolness spread through his hand. The feeling is strangely familiar. Din closes his eyes, sensing something within him reacting as if meeting an old friend long gone. Suddenly, he gasps, eyes snapping open. The answer is clear. This is ancient magic. In his vision, strange symbols appear that he hadn't noticed before. He reaches out to touch them. Ernest, alarmed, cries out, "Wait, those are secret letters from the ancient continent." Din asks in surprise, "Secret letters?" Ernest nods firmly. "Yes, I wasn't sure earlier, but after touching them it's true. This is the language of the vanished secret kingdom." Din is surprised. "You know this too?" Ernest grins sheepishly. "Of course, I'm from an explorer family. Studying ancient languages is essential for us." To prove it, he reaches out to touch the secret runes. He mutters, "It's frustrating reaching ruins and not being able to read what's written." Then he pulls out an old brown notebook. "Of course, I haven't mastered every language yet." Twirling his pen playfully, he says, "But I was taught this one since childhood." Ernest takes a deep breath, determined, "Let me try to decode it." Din chuckles at Ernest's enthusiasm. "Ha ha! Your explorer instinct really kicks in fast." Ernest translates under his breath. This word means qualified, and the next, this world. His pen scratches rapidly. "Yes, that's it," but his excitement soon turns to seriousness. Writing faster, he whispers, "So combined, it means, then beams." "Din, I got it." Din asks eagerly, "What does it say?" Ernest holds up the notebook filled with notes and reads, "Anyone who is qualified shall prove their strength." Din freezes, repeating softly, "Qualified. Prove?" He wonders, qualified. Could it mean ancient magic? The closer he gets to the center, the more familiar the feeling grows. Ernest smiles. "Interesting. Qualified mentioning ancient magic. Do such people even exist?" Din smiles back. "Thanks, Ernest." Suddenly, Ernest's eyes widen as ethereal blue lights swirl around Din. Unable to hold back curiosity, he asks, "Din, what are you doing?" Din, eyes narrowed, watches the lights. They say ancient script carries power through its form. He glances at his bracelet and wonders what if he uses it. Raising his hand, the glowing lines instantly flow into the bracelet. Strange symbols appear across its surface. Din smiles, pleased with his theory, then raises his hand again. The light streams shoot back out. The secret runes seem alive, gently moving, then slowly shifting shape, transforming again and again. Suddenly, the ground trembles like a great convoy passing by. The shaking intensifies. Stone pillars around the fountain tilt. Ernest frowns in panic. Why is this happening? The fountain begins sinking, and it sinks faster and faster. Ernest cries out in horror, "Din, what exactly did you do?" The fountain, it's sinking. Din only smiles, thinking silently, "Perfect, that's the right answer." Powerful gust surges through, startling Ernest. What the? Did the fog just activate the ruins? That easy? His eyes lock onto the spiraling lights around Din's bracelet. Ernest realizes, the qualified one, is you. Suddenly, a blue object within the fountain glows brilliantly. Din shouted, "Look, something is glowing at the center." Both of them widen their eyes in astonishment. Ernest exclaimed, "It's breathtaking. Looks like real jade. It must be the fountain's power source." Din guessed, "Maybe it's also the cause of everything in this garden." Ernest nodded. "Amazing." Din raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with anticipation. The blue light still shone brightly. He He said aloud, "Let's go see what ancient magic truly is." Din stepped into the center of the circle and gently lifted his hand. He felt streams of spiritual energy glide across his palm. Din frowned slightly. "This power, truly ancient magic, it matches my own energy." Suddenly, the power within him surged violently and burst outward. An ancient script appeared, stunning him. "Ah, this is Anna that once existed and perished a legacy." He marveled that he could now understand the ancient language, proof this was the legacy of the Anna magic kingdom, and he had absorbed its power. Suddenly, his chest ached unpredictably. Din gritted his teeth against the pain, realizing his heart was acting up again. His heart felt as if torn apart by something invisible. Something was flooding into his heart, making it tense and blood vessels tighten. A strange sight appeared before Din's eyes. Focusing, he realized it was a circle. He finally saw the core of that circle. It reminded him of ancient sorcerers who possessed them. The two types had opposing roles, making both hard to obtain because of their damaging effects. Magic swordsmen often suffered heart disease. Din thought that explained his reaction. Back in the present, he walked across the courtyard muttering. That's why he avoided forming circles, using only magic, but would he be forced to? Regaining focus, he asked aloud, "Really? How do you know?" Din looked at Onus, still gaping, and smiled inwardly. As the rain grew heavier, he felt he was nearing the mist's secret. He led the way for Onus, light still surrounding him. Onus doubted what was happening. Seeing the power around Din, he thought it was a mysterious mist that baffled mages, yet Din passed through easily. Ernest watched Din's steps. The mist parted automatically as he moved, clearing the path and confirming Ernest's thought, truly a strange man. After some distance, Din stopped and told Ernest they were almost there. He looked around, surprised, really found the way, but what shocked him more was, this is the garden's misty center. Unni studied Din closely. His face wasn't as bright as usual. Seeing the worry, Unni's asked softly, "Din, are you really okay? You look pale." Din forced a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. Just thinking." A spark of curiosity flashed in Unni's eyes. "You remember that strange event? I bet you can't imagine how shocked I was. That power, you absorbed it, right?" Ernest tilted his head, analyzing that the mist and runes all seemed connected to him. Din hesitated to answer, thinking it best not to dig deeper. He smiled and deflected, saying he only followed his sister's method. Ernest accepted it, asking Din to share more if he learned later, and Din agreed with a knowing look. An idea struck Ernest. He excitedly suggested exploring the Academy's mysteries together. Din agreed with a relaxed smile, proposing they share any strange discoveries, though he secretly pondered if other places gathered similar magical energy. Suddenly Ernest remembered Din's class and reminded him. Din slapped his forehead, apologized, and dashed off, promising to meet again. Ernest smiled warmly in return. "See you later. Don't forget." Ernest murmured that Din was truly an interesting friend. Exploring with him would surely lead to great discoveries. Meanwhile, Din was sprinting at incredible speed. While running, he noticed his body felt unusually comfortable in motion. He focused on the excess energy flowing within, realizing the circle and core coexisted without conflict. Normally, magic from the core was disrupted by the circle, reducing efficiency drastically. His steps grew lighter and faster, despite generating more mana. Nothing felt wrong, in fact. He felt even better. He analyzed the harmony between his circle and core, sensing mana circulate smoothly through the circle and gather in the core. Moreover, the mana in the core was far purer and stronger than usual. Realizing this, Din channeled more energy into his legs, accelerating with delight, finding it strange yet thrilling. He decided he must contact his eldest sister immediately. Soon, Din arrived at Lower Austin District, famous for its lively streets and unique structures. Layla pointed excitedly, "So this is the Lower Austin ward everyone mentions. Look, the entrance is over there." Seeing the destination, Din's eyes widened in awe. Lala introduced the district's legendary magic veil. Curious, Din asked about it, and Lala explained it was created by Saul Holstun, a legendary mage from the Academy. The special barrier opened only once a year for talented freshmen. She added that the colors shown differed by each person's mana quality and level. Din nodded in understanding. I see." Layla continued explaining the veil's history, originally a device designed to detect dark mages infiltrating the Academy. She continued, explaining that after dark mages were wiped out, the veil's purpose was changed for student selection. Din, still curious, asked which colors represented each rank. Layla immediately replied, about that, then clarified that no color meant no talent, yellow meant average ability, green signified good talent, while red meant overwhelming power. Din admired her knowledge, remarking she had studied well. Layla answered that she wanted to know everything about the Academy. She also revealed that all of his sisters had achieved the red color. Then Lala stepped forward confidently. "Din, I'll go first," and entered the magic veil. At once, the veil flared bright red. Lala shouted excitedly, "It's red." Din couldn't help but praise her. "Amazing," she said proudly. "I belong at this level." He curiously suggested trying it himself, stepping into the magic veil while guessing his result would also be red. Feeling tense, Din clenched his fists, thinking his power should be stronger after absorbing ancient mana. But instead, the veil glowed a strange emerald color. Both were stunned green. That wasn't even a listed rank. Layla cried out in shock. Din, why are you always different? Din laughed awkwardly, pretending calm, but the question kept circling in his mind, why? In a classroom, students whispered, heard the rumor about that guy, is from the finance department. One muttered, what's a money student doing here? The gossip continued, who knows, maybe he'll attend one class then vanish. The subject of their talk slowly entered the room. A classmate rushed up, asking what was going on, then turned to Arthur, why are you here? Arthur replied, I dropped by for some business after class. He was Arthur J. Diamert, fifth-year representative of the magic department, currently eager though the person he awaited hadn't arrived. Crossed major student Dino Grez. The classmate stammered. He said he'd joined this class, but I haven't seen him yet. Arthur sighed slightly. I see, he'll be here soon. When he arrives, bring him to me as the younger brother of Senior Arabella. He deserves special attention. The classmate nodded quickly. At that moment, loud chatter erupted in the hallway. Everyone turned to the door, murmuring admiration handsome, with eyes like glowing emeralds. And the girl beside him, wasn't that Lele Thamian? Lele elbowed Din teasingly. See, top students always attract attention. Arthur smirked proudly the moment he saw him. Oh ho, finally here, he greeted enthusiastically. Din, pleasure to meet you. Din replied coolly. I see you, quite noticeable. He scanned the man from head to toe, wondering he was probably a senior, yet acting oddly familiar. So Din asked directly, and who are you? Adding dryly, doesn't the magic department teach introductions? Arthur's face darkened as he muttered, what? Din ignored Arthur's dark expression and continued, if you came looking for me, at least say who you are. Arthur seethed inside, silently cursing the arrogant boy. Those nearby gasped, whispering, he dared talk to Senior Arthur like that, has done for insulting a senior means ruin here. Arthur snapped harshly, I came personally because you're the brother of a senior I respect. Yet you act so arrogantly. Have you considered how your behavior taints your family's name? Din calmly replied, I've never thought so. Honestly, you're the rude one here. Arthur gritted his teeth, shouting, you don't know who you're standing before. Outwardly furious, he inwardly justified himself if he backed down. His reputation would be ruined. He reassured himself that Senior Arabella would understand. Thinking that, he raised his hand threateningly. Looks like you need to be taught a lesson. The two students faced each other. The air grew suffocatingly tense. Then a stern male voice broke the silence. What's going on here? Is there a problem? Arthur's face changed. He quickly lied. Professor, I was just greeting the freshmen. The professor replied impatiently. Is that so? Save your greetings for after class. Arthur obeyed at once, turning away and muttering, he'll let you off this time. Beside Din, Lala whispered a warning. Be careful. Din, he doesn't look pleasant. But Arthur hadn't given up. He ordered a follower. Take him there. The man hesitated. But his Senior Arabella's brother is this wise? Arthur reassured. I'll explain to her myself. Just do it. During class, Professor Renovo brought out a device with a crystal atop it and began, today's just an introduction, so we'll finish early. Since this is a combat course, we'll measure your mana levels. The class buzzed excitedly. A mana gauge? I've seen one before. Professor Renovo explained that by placing a hand on it and channeling mana, energy streams would appear, revealing how many magic rings a student had. Gleaming circles appeared behind the device. The students gasped, 18 rings. Incredible, Professor. Professor Renovo pointed to the rings, explaining that while ring counts could match, deeper color meant higher mastery, and reassured that missing rings didn't mean lack of talent. Students murmured, true. Some can't even form one yet. Professor Renovo added that therefore, ring count alone couldn't judge ability. He turned back to the board, continuing, since they'd chosen this course, they must at least master basic spells. He summoned a box of small spheres from a dimensional space. Well, use these to measure your exact mana. Din frowned slightly, murmuring, spheres. Professor Renovo lifted the spheres magically and gave the task, using base spell Cytokinesis, demonstrate your control over these spheres. He waved his hand in example, saying, like this. Immediately, spiraling mana streams wrapped the spheres, guiding their motion precisely. The class burst into excited cheers, amazed by the professor's precise control. Layla remained calm, saying it wasn't surprising the strength and precision of basic magic depended on the caster. She explained they had to infuse mana into each sphere and control them. At their level, 3 spheres were the limit. Layla turned to Din. Maybe you can handle more. Suddenly, Professor Renavo called out, Arthur, you're just auditing, but could you demonstrate for the freshmen? Arthur immediately agreed, secretly thrilled, thinking this was his chance to humiliate the arrogant boy. Din only glanced at him indifferently, wondering where that arrogance came from. Arthur stepped up and activated the mana device, and countless rings appeared behind him. The students gasped, as expected of Senior Arthur, as at level 4, and his rings glow vividly. Professor Renovo patted his shoulder, praising, "You've improved again." Arthur bowed modestly, "All thanks to your teaching, Professor." The professor told the class that usually students reached 4 rings only after graduation, yet their senior had done it now. He continued praising Arthur as a rare talent, urging students to learn from him. The class buzzed with admiration. Arthur lifted his chin proudly, thinking, "You'll see. Din, this is the real gap between us." He said nothing more, silently controlling the spheres to spin through the air. The class marveled at his mastery, amazed by how many spheres he manipulated so smoothly. They stared wide-eyed at the floating orbs, then murmured in disbelief, "No way that many." Sweating heavily, Arthur hissed inwardly that he had used all his strength, then taunted, "How's that kid?" The class erupted in applause. As expected, Arthur had impressed again. Professor Renovo said, "Good work. You may sit." "Yes, Professor." Arthur shot Din a mocking smile, as if daring him to match that power. Professor Renovo reminded, "If any of you lack magical ability, nothing will happen. If you're nervous, you can leave now." The class fell silent instantly. The professor continued, "No one. Good, then let's begin. Step up in order from the front row." Din and Layla quietly observed. Lala muttered discontentedly that this orientation was just a show of strength before everyone. Din agreed, saying that was exactly what the academy intended. The students took turns placing their hands on the sphere. The first shouted with joy as his magic rings appeared. The second was unlucky, grumbling, "Why can't I feel anything?" The third failed miserably. The sphere went dark. Professor Renovo said solemnly, "Unfortunate." Next, the next turn belonged to Din. The professor thought to himself that Din had aced his entrance exam. He was eager to see his rings. Din placed his hand on the magic sphere. Immediately, blue light surged around him, but instead of showing a power reading, the system displayed an error. Unable to measure, Lal and Arthur froze, wondering what that meant. The crowd murmured in disbelief. "Is the device broken? If he had no rings, it'd show blank, so why can't it be measured?" Din pondered if it was because of the ancient mana. Professor Renovo frowned in disbelief. The device was perfectly accurate, even detecting those who concealed their level. Yet now it showed unmeasurable, something he'd never seen. He announced loudly, "It must be overloaded." He decided they should at least finish Din's sphere test first. Din replied, "Yes, Professor." Arthur smirked triumphantly, thinking, "Ha! I knew it, nothing special." Din faced the spheres, thinking it was a pity they couldn't measure him. "Let's try this method, hope it works." He closed his eyes and raised his hand high. Blue light appeared again. He unleashed power, making all surrounding mana particles tremble. Then every single sphere lifted into the air. The crowd gasped. He raised them all. "Impossible. The previous record was only 5 spheres." One of Arthur's teammates exclaimed in horror. "All of them? Is he insane?" Arthur froze, shaken. How could this be happening? Layla just sighed, unfazed. She was too used to Din's absurd feats. "There he goes again. I can't even be surprised anymore." Din watched the floating spheres thoughtfully, never imagining he could lift them all. Perhaps after absorbing ancient mana, his strength had far surpassed normal limits. Focusing completely, he channeled ancient mana skillfully and smiled confidently. "All right, let's make this show grander." All eyes fixed on Din. In everyone's mind echoed the same thought. What were they witnessing? He was arranging the spheres precisely, forming a real image. When the astonishment subsided, a magnificent picture appeared in the air, woven from glowing mana spheres. The class shouted in unison. It was a lion and a serpent, the crest of the Shrez family. Din smiled confidently, while Professor Drenevo was speechless, thinking even Arabella had never achieved this. Then Lala stepped forward calmly. "My turn. Everyone stay calm." Professor Drenevo turned to Din, nodding in praise. "Excellent work." Zin gressed. Even Sidon, who never takes disciples, would be proud to call you his student. Din bowed humbly. "Thank you, Professor." One of Arthur's teammates shouted. "Wait, what? As the disciple of the former Tower Master of Magic, now I see why he entered the Advanced Magic Division," he said, panicking to Arthur. "Arthur, what do we do? Has not normal may be stronger than you?" Arthur snapped. "Quiet!" In thinking, the boy apologized frantically. Arthur clenched his fists in anger. Damn it. The Shrez family was terrifying. Why did they all turn out like monsters? With power like that, we'll have to change the plan. He ground his teeth, realizing if he lost by strength, his reputation would crumble. If not by power, he'd have to control Din another way. With that thought, Arthur turned to his 2 teammates. "We need to pull him into the student council. Once he's under my command, he'll be easier to manage." The 2 protested, "But Hez only a freshman." "Yeah, even we couldn't dream of joining. It would be unprecedented a first year in the council." Arthur replied coolly, "Who cares? Rules exist to be broken, right?" The 2 were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Arthur continued, "Trust me, with him, the magic department's fame will soar." He smirked slyly, thinking his own reputation and career would rise along with it. The scene shifted to a room. A cheerful voice said, "Perfect, Dino Gress. Thank you." Professor Drenavo smiled approvingly. If I'd known earlier, I would've pushed to get you into the magic department directly. Din replied sincerely, I'll do my best, no matter the department. Students nearby whispered, you hear that? Magic students better watch out. Professor Drenavo gave Din a friendly pat on the shoulder. Come see me anytime you're free, he said. Din nodded. Yes, Professor. In the academy hall, Lala asked curiously, how are you so good at everything? How do you keep doing impossible things? Din grinned smugly. Honestly, I don't know. Lala pouted. You think you're special or what? He replied, but you lifted 5 spheres yourself. Lala muttered. Hearing that from you doesn't make me happy at all. At that moment, Arthur's group approached. Arthur greeted, hello, Din. I witnessed your skill. He spoke politely. I was a bit rude last time. Could we talk privately for a moment? Din thought to himself that the guy's attitude flipped the moment he saw his abilities. Soon after, a voice announced, Student Council. Echoing through the Royal Academy grounds, a group of elite students stood in the courtyard of the Student Council. Rulers of Academy policy and finance, wielding untouchable authority, people chatted excitedly, saying for example that the council could issue disciplinary actions or approve every departmental event. Arthur offered Din countless enticing conditions to win him over. Do you realize what you're turning down? Joining the Student Council is the dream of most students here. Stay a while, and you'll see how valuable this offer is. Come on, think again, chances like this don't come twice. Din glanced over to see Leela grinding her teeth, face scrunched like an angry cat, and wondered why she was so mad. Suddenly Leela grabbed his hand, pulling him away. Din, hurry up, we'll miss the tarts. Let's go, he said. I almost forgot. Arthur called after them in panic. Hey, where are you going? We're talking. Din replied with a grin. I've got more important things to handle. Excuse me. Phew, he muttered inwardly. Thanks, Leela, perfect timing. Arthur shouted after them. I'm not giving up. You'll convince him one way or another. Walking away. Leela fumed. That guy's trouble. He clearly wants to drag you into the student council. If you agree, he'll turn you into his pawn. Din chuckled. Thanks for saving me from him. Leela pouted. More importantly, he completely ignored me. Didn't even ask me one question. Din laughed helplessly. Realizing that's what truly annoyed her, Leela said, it's because you're too talented, your scores are top tier. And today's test proved it. Din asked, so you're finally admitting it? Leela mumbled. No choice. He quickly changed the topic. By the way, do they really sell tarts? Leela replied confidently. Of course. This is the Royal Academy after all. If any dessert exists in the Empire, this place has it all. He brightened up. Good, let's go. Scene shifts to Professor Drenavo talking with Arthur. Drenavo asks, have you seen Din? Arthur replies, yes, he's truly outstanding. He smiles contentedly. Perhaps he even surpasses Arabella. Arthur doubts, is he really on that level? Drenavo replies, magic is vague and hard to measure, but recognizing innate talent isn't impossible. Arthur is incredulous. You mean his ability surpasses even the seniors I admire? Drenavo recalls, about that, let's just say yes. He casually lets Din's antics slide. Take good care of him so he can enter the magic class. Arthur feels displeased, thinking everyone's swayed by Din's talent. He says, actually, I invited him to the student council after class, but he refused. What? Drenavo is shocked. Could he have heard something from Arabella? His talent is something we can't miss. The two men fall silent until Arthur breaks it. Yes, it's about the recommendation letter you mentioned before. Professor Drenavo smiles lightly. That matter seems it didn't go as smoothly as I hoped. Then reassures Arthur, don't worry, you still have 2 years left, right? Someone as excellent as you will surely be recommended to the Magic Tower before graduation. Arthur forces a smile, thinking bitterly, damn it, he said the exact same thing last year. Does he think I don't know his real intent? Drenavo is just as calculating, thinking that letting Arthur join the Magic Tower now would rob him of an amusing student. Another thought flashes, wasn't it rumored that he destroyed 2 of my favorite towers before? Arthur suddenly cuts in, alright, then I'll persuade Din myself. Drenavo nods. Alright, Arthur, I'll count on you this time. Arthur feels fury rising, damn it. His future is completely in that man's hands, whether he wants to or not. He has no choice but to obey the unpredictable old man. Back to Din, he slings a bag over his shoulder, walking with Leela and chatting. Hey Leela, is the path to the cafeteria always this crowded? She answers, clubs with few members or no results get disbanded. Din replies curiously, it's my first time joining so many events. Leela glances at him. Anyway, we collected tons of prizes. Din's bag is full of valuable items, 2 mana stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store coupons, and many others. Din pulls out a scroll, and this treasure map too. Leela exclaims excitedly, taking it. What's this? He answers, the senior host said it was bought from an auction. Leela's eyes widen like a squirrel's. Then she beams, and the U. That means it must be precious. Din smiles softly, thinking that's right. His father once said that auction house collects the rarest and finest artifacts in the Empire. They even have expert appraisers ensuring only masterpieces are sold, jewelry adorned with glittering, expensive rubies. Leela exclaims, look, The academy's treasure map is still intact. Din adds, Leela, I heard this academy has countless secret and mysterious places. He smiles, tightening his grip on the map, thinking Ernest would love it. Din heads to the lecture hall. He finally finds the right place among the vast campus, the history hall. Relieved by the lively chatter of students, he silently thanks the butlers for their careful guidance that kept him from getting lost. Just then, Ernest approaches from afar. Din, long time no see. Din is surprised. Ernest, you're in this class too. Ernest cheerfully replies, glad to see Din earlier than expected. All freshmen take this class. I was looking for you. How have you been? He slings an arm over Din's shoulder. Din answers softly, not much has changed. It's a long story. Ernest nods without pressing. All right then. Old friends always have lots to talk about. Din adds, oh right, I've got something to tell you. But his words are cut off as a group of strangers approaches, seemingly there to intimidate Ernest. Ernest freezes. Speechless, Din doesn't understand but senses trouble from Ernest's pale, trembling look. What's going on? The leader, Braun, grins wickedly, mocking, well, Ernest, fancy seeing you here. Been a while. Ernest's fear grows with each of Braun's taunting words. Din observes quietly, instinctively analyzing like a soldier recognizing trauma. Ernest stammers a greeting. Braun, hello? Braun feigns annoyance to bully him. You should have told me you joined the academy. I was here first. Even Din notices the fake tone. Ernest bows apologetically. Sorry, I didn't know. Braun grabs his head, sneering. Coward, how'd you even get in? I thought you were done for. You used to be such a wimp. Huh. Din silently watches both the bullies and Ernest's weak resistance. Then, acting superior, Braun orders, I'm craving a sandwich. Since you're here, go buy me one. Ernest panics. Huh, right now. Braun snaps louder. What? You? Behind him, a gang of like-minded thugs glare at Ernest with disdain. Ernest awkwardly replies, I'm with my friend now, so it's hard. Braun is stunned that Ernest dares to make an excuse. He then notices Din, who's been silently observing. He mocks, a friend. Huh, didn't think you had any. Then turns to Din, you look tough. What faculty? Hanging with Ernest means you're the same kind, right? Din smirks slightly, thinking he doesn't know which family this guy's from, but his arrogance reminds him of cowardly rats on the battlefield. Seeing Din still silent, Braun jeers, what's wrong? Cripple, cat got your tongue. At that moment, a supervisor spots the crowd and shouts, hey, what are you doing there? Class is about to start. As the supervisor arrives, Braun instantly shrinks, scratching his head and replying obediently, yes sir, we're going now. Before leaving, he still threatens, Freshie, see you around, we've got a lot more to talk about. The threat makes Ernest tremble uncontrollably. Too scared to run, Braun's group leaves laughing, as if academy life just got more entertaining. Din glances at his friend. Ernest is still shaking, terrified beyond measure. His legs give out, and Din quickly supports him, asking worriedly, Ernest, are you okay? He stammers, I'm sorry, it's my fault, without delay. Din presses, who were those guys? You seem to know them. Ernest replies softly, they're nobles from my hometown used to bully me constantly. I knew they studied here, but with so many departments, I thought I'd never meet them again. I'm sorry, I must have bothered you. Din gently pats his shoulder. It's fine, let's head to class first, then leaves him some time to calm down. Seeing Ernest's pale face and distant eyes, Din understands how deep the trauma runs, so Din softly says, don't worry, it'll go with you. Ernest startles. Panicking, go with me? Nope, I can walk myself. Din looks straight at him, firm. You want to face their insults alone. If you stay quiet, they'll just keep bullying you. Ernest stares, hesitant. Din cuts him off, proudly declaring, you've seen my strength. What's there to fear? Remembering that, Ernest realizes Din truly is strong. He nods slightly in agreement. He stands frozen, unable to argue. Din concludes, all right then, we'll go together. Silence means yes. Ernest opens his mouth but says nothing. At that moment, Din and Braun cross paths again. Braun keeps his fake smile. Well, peaceful day. Huh, Ernest, this spot bring back memories? Din bluntly asks, are you really his friend? Why drag him out here just to cause trouble? Braun snarls, clearly irritated since morning. You got a problem, wanna die? Din coolly replies, I was about to ask you the same. Braun seethes with rage at his arrogance. You know the Stress family, inherited the strongest house in the Western Empire. Din tilts his head, mocking, Stress, never heard of it. Ernest gapes. The provocation is obvious. Braun's gang jeers. Did he just say that? Braun, you gonna let it slide? Braun growls, ordering, get him. The gang laughs, glad for a fight on such a fine day. They close in, taunting, Ernest, pick better friends. Guess we'll beat you twice as hard, but he stinks though. Ernest trembles, urging, Din, stop, let's run. No matter how strong you are, they're dangerous. Especially Braun is called a swordsmanship prodigy. A swordsmanship prodigy. Sounds fun. He'll take one down for you. Ernest flinches, stammering, nope. Din calmly replies, trust me, you can't keep trembling forever. Ernest falls silent, thinking Din is truly unpredictable. Turning away awkwardly, at that instant, Braun charges, shouting Din's name, laughing mockingly, yo, confident, aren't you? He swings his fist arrogantly. You're dead. But his punch lands hard on Din's face, leaving a clear mark from the blow. Ernest cries out in panic, Din! Braun laughs maniacally, showing off his strength to Ernest. He shouts crudely, see that, brat, woke you up yet? He grins wickedly, throwing a second punch. Am not done with you. But this time, things change. Din blocks the punch effortlessly. His face remains calm and emotionless. Yo, so you hit me first? Din asks casually, confusing everyone. Then he smirks, as if to warn what comes next is self-defense. Another of Braun's men charges using the right-hand technique. But Din simply tilts aside, dodging playfully. His eyes gleam mischievously, lips curl in confidence. Before the attacker reacts, Din drives a perfect punch into his ribs. The man groans in agony, face twisted, eyes wide. He staggers, legs trembling, nearly collapsing. Trying to keep pride, he grits his teeth to stand, but Din gives him no chance. He swiftly kicks the opponent's leg joint. A sharp crack echoes, and the man screams in pain. Then he crashes to the ground. Without pause, Din turns to the next one. He lunges, striking upward into the purple-haired man's chin, then slams his shoulder into the man's chest. The impact makes him stumble back several steps, struggling to keep balance. And Din doesn't stop. He gathers bright blue mana around his hand, forming a violently pulsing ring of light. He inhales deeply, feeling energy surge through him, then unleashes a powerful blast toward both enemies. The light shoots forward, the group is blown backward, and crashes hard to the ground. Braun stands frozen, eyes wide, cursing under his breath. Din frowns, rubbing his chin, thinking, stronger than I expected. Must be ancient magic. Braun isn't any better seeing his men sprawled out. He scowls, face dark with rage and shame. Damn it, useless fools, he mutters, trembling. One tries to get up, coughing, face covered in dust, stammering, Kya? Braun, this guy's not normal. Hearing that, Braun snaps, face red, shut up, losing to a first year. Pathetic. Din turns with a mocking smile, eyes gleaming. What? Want more? That taunt only fuels Braun's fury, his face twitching uncontrollably. What did you just say? He growls. A slick-haired lackey sweats. Warning, Braun, stop. His strong look at that spell, but Braun ignores him, roaring, in front of kids, you think you'll back down? Watch me show you. With a shout, he raises his hand, summoning a swirling vortex of bright blue mana. The circle expands rapidly, spinning into a mysterious black hole. Din watches calmly, eyes still like water, while Ernest trembles in terror, stammering, what? Don't tell me that's from the black hole. Braun slowly draws a dazzling, radiant sword. He lifts his head, smiling wickedly, sending chills down their spines. No one's around here, so this will be, you've made a big mistake, you forced me to draw my sword. Unlike Ernest's panic, Din tilts his head, eyes amused at the sword. That blade looks decent. He glances at Braun, frowning slightly, thinking what a reckless fool. Academy rules clearly mean nothing to him. Noticing their whisper, Braun growls, you know when the sky's cloudy, the fog gets thick, the kind that hides missing bodies. His slick-haired friend sweats. Braun, what if we get expelled? Braun snaps, shut up, beat that idiot and his friend to a pulp, then come back. The slick-haired one nods, got it, and both charge at Din. Ernest panics, voice trembling. What should I do? Din, if you fight Braun then. Din cuts him off gently. Don't worry, they're nothing. You can win, he adds teasingly. You've explored a lot, right? Your legs must be strong, make sure to land one solid hit. Hearing that, Ernest still trembles, heart racing, but a spark of resolve lights within him. Braun's gang approaches, roaring as they prepare to attack. They shout, you're dead meat. Din swiftly pivots, sprinting away jolly like a night panther. Braun flushes with rage, shouting, won't let me get close. Yo, so you've got some combat sense after all. Din turns back with a taunting grin. Shut up, keep chasing. On Ernest's side, he clenches his fists, heart pounding wildly. He thinks, Din's right, I can't keep trembling forever. The slick-haired guy sneers, why are you clenching your fists? Those eyes are fierce. Friendship means that much. He laughs loudly, cracking his knuckles, feeling confident cause he's beside you. Take a few hits and scram. It'll go easy. Hearing that, Ernest frowns. His heart still shakes, but he tells himself, don't panic, what would Din do? The image of Din taking down the gang flashes in his mind. Igniting his resolve, Ernest steadies his stance, eyes firm. The slick-haired thug tightens his fist and throws a heavy punch straight at Ernest's face. He barely tilts his head, but not fast enough to dodge cleanly. The blow grazes his scalp, making Ernest wince in pain. Head ringing, he grits his teeth, voice trembling yet firm. The guy you knew was my past. That person's gone. Then Ernest clenches his fist tight, pouring in all his strength, landing a solid punch to the thug's face. The hit lands perfectly, twisting the man's face as his eyes widen in shock. But Ernest doesn't stop. He throws punch after punch, each aimed at the face, releasing years of fear and rage. The slick-haired thug staggers, then finally collapses. He groans, clutching his face in pain. Ernest, though victorious, can hardly believe it. His legs tremble, lips twitch, yet joy floods his heart. Taking a deep breath, Ernest clenches his fist proudly. I actually did it. From the other side, after watching Ernest defeat the slick-haired thug, Din smirks with satisfaction. The last of Braun's allies has fallen. Those words stab Braun's pride. He spins around, face red with rage, voice shaking in denial. What? No way! But the sight before him freezes him. His last companion lies on the ground. Groaning, Braun screams, distorted with fury and shame. You lost to that loser. Din says nothing, silently turning away. He walks to a garden corner where 2 old brooms lie scattered. Looks like I found something useful. Without hesitation, Din picks one up, gripping the rough wooden handle firmly. Braun bursts into mocking laughter. Ha! You think that can fight me? But Din smiles calmly, eyes sharp as ice. For someone like you, it's more than enough. The quiet words cut deep. Braun's face darkens, teeth grinding, muscles twitching in rage. Insolent brat, he'll crush you today. Don't worry, I won't kill you. With that, Braun charges like a storm, sword gleaming, eyes burning with revenge. He grips the hilt tight, roaring, he'll just leave you a little scar so every time you look in the mirror, you'll tremble remembering me. His slashes rip through the air toward Dun, each one filled with wild fury. But Din remains unnervingly calm. He dodges each strike with fluid grace, moving like part of a deadly dance. Every swing brushes cold air past his skin, yet his heartbeat stays steady. Braun grows frantic, sweating as he yells, "This bastard is stronger than I thought." Din's sharp eyes track every motion. He speaks evenly, taunting, "Your sword path's too predictable." The words sting like a whip, driving Braun mad. "You dare mock my swordsmanship? You think you're some master's son?" Din frowns, feeling the broom vibrate under pressure. Braun is channeling mana into his sword. Braun rushes again, sneering, "You're just a trapped rat. What can you even do with that rotten stick?" Suddenly, Din tightens his grip as blue mana bursts forth. A sharp gust splits the air. His speed surges. Braun's eyes widen in terror. Before he can react, the broom smashes into his chest like a hammer. Braun screams in pain, disbelief on his face. How could a wooden stick hit that hard? His heart pounds wildly, torn between fear and shock. Before he can recover, another furious blow sends him crashing face first to the ground. Dust swirls. His sword clatters away into the grass. Honest beside him stares wide-eyed, mouth agape in stunned disbelief. One strike took him down. His heart races with awe and reluctant admiration. He knew Din was strong, but this was terrifying. One hit. Over. Din strides toward Braun with cold authority. "Get up. If you've drawn your sword, fight to the end." He pauses, recalling his father's words. "Once you draw your blade, you accept every consequence." Braun lies curled on the ground, clutching his stomach, tears mixing with sweat and humiliation. Inside, he knows this man is on another level entirely. He stammers, voice trembling in fear. "Who are you?" Din answers firmly, each word striking the air. Din Stress, son of the Sogress Count family, freshman of the self-study department. Hearing this, Braun's eyes widen, face turning pale. What? The Sogress Count family has the one who was the first student in 50 years specially admitted to the self-study department. The youngest genius of all. Din merely shrugs, voice calm. "Guess I introduced myself a bit late." Braun screams inwardly, despair flooding his heart. Damn it. No wonder he was so confident. He mutters shakily, "Why would someone like him hang around that fool Ernest?" Din steps closer, eyes sharp as blades. "So, what should I do now? You drew your sword and lost. Do you want me to finish you off?" Braun flinches, clutching his chest, sweating profusely. "What did you say?" Din continues coldly, "Exactly. This was never a fair fight." Braun thinks in terror, "This lunatic might actually kill me." Without hesitation, Braun drops to his knees, bowing and knocking his forehead to the ground, voice trembling pitifully. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I truly am. I didn't know you were from the Stress family. You'll never do something so stupid again." Din cuts in Italy. "You still don't get it." He points at Ernest, eyes stern. "You're apologizing to the wrong person. The one who deserves it is Ernest." At once, Braun turns toward Ernest. He grabs Ernest's hand, voice choked, nearly in tears. "I'm sorry. I truly am. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done. Please forgive me." Ernest stands frozen, eyes wide, heart pounding in shock. Painful memories rush back, layer after layer. The times Braun and his friends bullied and humiliated him, trapping him in endless fear, and now, the nightmare of his life kneels before him, trembling like a pathetic wretch. His chest tightens, torn between anger and disbelief. Din turns to him, voice gentle yet weighted with meaning. "You decide. You can hit him until you're satisfied or accept his apology and move on. The choice is yours." Ernest bites his lip, heart twisting with conflicting emotions. He looks at Braun, still kneeling, sweat streaming, eyes pleading. Braun begs, "Yes, hit me all you want. I deserve it." Ernest closes his eyes. He truly wants to punch him, wants to feel free. His hands tremble from restraint, but then he exhales deeply, opens his eyes, and speaks firmly yet graciously. "Braun, next time fight me fair. I'll forgive you this once." Hearing that, Braun lifts his head, sweat-drenched, eyes wide with surprise and relief. You mean it? Ernest nods, then turns away, voice resolute. Then he'll let it go. Din beside him nods lightly, eyes glinting with quiet approval. You did well. They both walk away, leaving Braun still kneeling in shock. Ernest glances at Din, heart full of gratitude, whispering, "Thank you." Din just smiles warmly without replying. Wait, what's going on here? After a few steps, Lala suddenly appears, tone scolding yet playful. Din, I waited forever for you. I had to look everywhere. Din turns, startled, then laughs. Ah, Lala. She rolls her eyes, glancing at the bruised crowd nearby. Raising a brow, what happened here? You got into trouble again? Din shrugs calmly. Just some people looking for it, Lala asks curiously. Picking a fight with you? Who's that bold? Din glances toward the dazed Brown, is still sitting blankly, pale-faced. Lala follows his gaze and sighs. Out of all people, he had to pick you. What rotten luck. From afar, Braun spots Lala, his heart dropping to the pit. Sweat pours as the Duke's daughter, Lala Tummy, approaches. Din adds casually, I heard is some swordsmanship prodigy. You know him? Lala folds her arms, huffing indifferently. Nope, and I don't care. Then she turned to Ernest, who stood silently beside her, raising an eyebrow curiously. So, who are you? Ernest scratched his head shyly, blushing. Well, Din quickly introduced. This is Ernest, a first-year student from the exploration department. Ernest nodded nervously. Nice to meet you, though Mayan laughed and waved. Come on, don't be so formal. Let's just be friends. Ernest nodded, smiling in relief. All right, Lala continued. So what do you study in the exploration department? Your family's famous for expeditions, right? Ernest nodded, growing confident. Yes, we study ruins, mysteries, and exploration like treasure hunting or archaeology. Lala's eyes sparkled as she clapped. Then we should show him the map we found. Maybe he'll notice something. Hearing map, Ernest frowned curiously. What map? Din smiled brightly. It's a reward map we got from a club event. Ernest widened his eyes, astonished. Really? I heard rumors about a group getting a treasure map. Didn't think it was you guys. His eyes gleamed like a child seeing a favorite toy, making Lala chuckle while Din shrugged. Guess he's just crazy about ancient stuff. Ernest said excitedly, all right, let's find a quiet place first. Holding the map, Ernest examined it closely, frowning in concentration. It was indeed complicated. Since it was a treasure map, a few glances weren't enough to decode it. Instead of showing the whole academy, the map focused on a specific spot. Lala pointed at it curiously. What's this place? Ernest replied thoughtfully. There are many symbols all over the map. I recognize them, but they don't form words. Maybe it's a code or cipher. Lala turned impatiently. So what do we do now? Ernest's eyes lit up as he analyzed. First, we must find who created this map. Each maker has their own system. Knowing the author helps decode it. Din nodded slowly. So cracking it right away is really tough. One is added, but one thing's sure, the place marked is inside the academy, with architecture from its early days. Hearing that, Din and Lala shouted excitedly. So it's nearby? Ernest continued seriously. The hardest part is that this architecture was made using a very rare secret magic device. Homeston. Honest words startled Lala. Saul Homeston, the great mage who founded the academy. Din added solemnly, so no one can use that magic now? Right? I remember Saul. Homeston left no successor. Ernest stared, impressed. You know a lot. Din. Lala frowned and sighed. I knew this task was hard, but not this exhausting. One is continued. The key is to find who made the map. Only then can we trace clues to decode it. Din grinned excitedly. Then once we crack it, all that's left is the treasure hunt. The thrilling thought made Lala nod eagerly, eyes shining. Sounds amazing. I used to just work for my family, so this is my first real adventure. Honest nodded happily. I'm really looking forward to joining this journey with everyone. Din smiled, thinking they were truly eager, but this trip would take time, best to enjoy it slowly. Ernest suddenly handed the map to Din, surprising him. It's better if you keep it while decoding. Ernest smiled confidently. It's fine. I've memorized everything. Din and Lala gasped. No way! Your memory's that good? Ernest grinned. For some reason, I'm great at memorizing maps and codes. Din laughed. Then you're totally gifted. Lala added, guess exams must be easy for you. Din took the map, nodding. Got it. Let us know if you need anything. Ernest nodded, eyes shining. Thanks, everyone. This is my first time searching for something with others besides my father, so I'm really happy. Lala giggled. Let's eat and celebrate our new team. Din and Ernest nodded together. Sounds fun. The three left together. Scene shifts to late night at the dorm. Din's thoughtful voice filling the room. So much happened today. I should take some time to organize my stuff. He began tidying up the messy room. His gaze softened as he lifted the egg gifted by Clara. Important family things should be kept in sight. He murmured, then frowned. But where do I put this egg? egg? They say living beings shouldn't stay in dark places. Suddenly, the egg shook violently. Din flinched, heart racing. Why is it moving on its own? He stared, voice trembling with excitement. This hasn't happened in 7 years. Could it be because I came to the academy? He shook his head. Nope, the mana here isn't that different from my hometown. Then his eyes lit up. Maybe it's because of the ancient mana I absorbed in that area. Din placed the egg on the table. Voice firm. Amazing. It activated immediately. All right, let's give it all the energy I've got. Today's the day it hatches. He poured mana intensely into the egg. It shook violently, glowing bright enough to light up the room. Din laughed loudly, heart pounding. It's absorbing mana like crazy. I've been feeding it for 7 years. How much can it hold? But then he panicked. The room might collapse. Din grabbed the egg and ran straight to Clara's lab. Seeing the shaking egg, Clara exclaimed, eyes sparkling. Wow, it's reacting so strongly. What did you do to it? She asked. Din panted. It's still shaking even after I stopped channeling mana. Clara studied it, then frowned. Din, it's almost dorm roll call time. Missing it is serious trouble. Scene shifts to the dorm hallway. 3 figures approached. The one in the center spoke sternly. Iman Bey, head of the dorm council. Roll call begins now. Hearing the inspection, all students rushed out, standing straight at their doors. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. At the Royal Academy, roll call discipline was absolute. In a corner, a blonde boy whispered nervously, "Why aren't Priscilla and Din here yet? Don't they know about roll call?" He swallowed, fearing the consequences. Late once and you lose a point. Absent once and lose 2. 3 strikes means labor punishment. 2 absences lead to demotion or expulsion. Another student muttered, "Yeah, I saw Din cleaning his room earlier." And Bey, the dorm council president, spoke coldly, eyes sharp. "Stand still, no talking." He paused, voice like steel. 9th floor, Dana Hall. No one's having a peaceful night. The blonde boy frowned, murmuring, "What does he mean?" But felt a chill. Why was he so strict tonight? And Bey pointed to the surveillance screen, voice icy. In the footage, interesting resident Priscilla left the dorm 5 minutes ago, yet the system shows her still inside. The students turned pale. Some silently thought this was bad. And Bey stopped before a door. He pushed it open and stepped in. His eyes swept the room as if piercing every shadow. Normally we don't inspect directly, but from now on, rules will change. The students flinched, faces white, realizing a disciplinary storm was coming. After checking, and Bey said, "Overall fine." The dorm's tidy. Priscilla loses 2 discipline points for unexplained absence. The assistant nodded, understood, and Bey continued, suspicious. Lastly, Din, the new student. Why isn't he here? Don't tell me he missed his first roll call. A student stammered, "No way. He's probably still in his room. I think he was cleaning." Bey smirked. "Well, see." He opened Din's door right after speaking. Inside, Din was busy cleaning, drenched in sweat. His face was smudged, the room still messy. Seeing and Bey, Din scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, sorry. I was cleaning and forgot roll call." And Bey nodded, tone softer. "All right, fair enough. It's your first day, it happens." Scene shifts to Clara's lab, where she gasped, "That's a MK1 projection artifact." Din smiled confidently. "Most people wouldn't notice. My image is projected from a linked visual device." Clara widened her eyes. "That thing's hard to control. Any interference breaks it." Din replied firmly, "I prepared for that, tested it several times, as long as they don't get too close." Clara shook her head, both worried and impressed. "You're bold, kid." They both looked at the violently shaking egg. Clara exclaimed, "By mana, it's reacting strongly to your energy. The chance of hatching is high, but sometimes it shakes like this without hatching. Still, any reaction is good progress." Din nodded, eyes bright. "So what now? Keep channeling mana." Clara pondered. "We still know too little about spirit beast eggs. Using a mana stabilizer is risky, but stopping now isn't right. This lab is the best place for it. My mana barrier here is stable and secure." "All right." Din nodded firmly. "You're right. If we leave it unchecked, it might hatch somewhere unsafe." Clara took a deep breath, eyes focused. "Okay, let's begin. Your mana's pure, but it'll add a filter just in case." Din began carefully channeling mana into the egg. After a while, he frowned, sweat dripping. "It's still hungry. It's absorbed tons of mana already. What's inside this egg?" He kept his eyes fixed on the egg, watching closely. Spirit beast eggs can be bought by anyone with money, but making them hatch is an entirely different story. The hatching conditions remain a mystery. What's certain is that the breeder's mana frequency must resonate with the beasts, plus a huge dose of luck. Looking at Din, Clara couldn't help but admire him. Just how great was this boy's talent? She knew he was skilled, but seeing it firsthand left her speechless. Suddenly, the egg cracked slightly, tiny fracture spread. Din shouted, heart pounding, "Do you see that?" Clara stepped closer, trembling with excitement. "It's hatching just a little more." Din gritted his teeth, pouring more mana in, eyes shining. "Let's see what comes out." The cracks widened, and a brilliant green light burst forth, releasing pure energy that made both cover their eyes. When the light faded, before them stood a tiny creature with thin wings and golden horns. The surge of power knocked Din down. He sat on the floor, panting. Clara rushed over, worried. Din, are you okay? He smiled weakly but excitedly. I'm fine, just dizzy. More importantly, Luca came out. Through the thin mist, a small purple dragon with golden horns and round eyes sat on the table. It flapped its wings, flying in circles, looking adorably funny midair. Clara gasped. Wait, that's... The dragon chirped softly, spitting tiny sparks, making Clara exclaim, it can breathe fire. She turned to Din urgently. Don't just stand there, get closer. Many spirit beasts choose the person they see as their master. Din, it might be yours, hurry. Din stepped forward, heart racing with excitement and nerves. Seeing the dragon up close, he chuckled, eyes gentle. You're actually quite cute. The dragon tilted its head, staring at him curiously. Din smiled warmly. Hello, nice to meet you. He reached out his hand, introducing himself. I'm Din. Seeing the dragon relaxed, Clara cheered, eyes sparkling. Congrats, Din, you bonded with it. The dragon chirped again and darted toward him, landing lightly on his hand like a tiny bird. Clara stepped closer, wide-eyed in disbelief. You actually did it. How is it so easy for you? Let me see. She leaned in to observe, then froze, brows furrowing. Wait, something's off. Din flinched, heart skipping. Huh, what do you mean? It looks like something summoned from another realm. Din's eyes widened, shocked. You're serious? Clara nodded firmly. Yes, only a few chosen summoners can do that. Even I can only summon half-spirits. Never thought the youngest in the family could call forth something like this. This is huge. Din stared at the dragon. So, it's not a creature native to our world. Clara pondered. I know many species that can be summoned young, but none share this one's traits. The closest match would be a wyvern, but the details don't align at all. Din looked down at the dragon, smiling softly. It doesn't seem that special, so no one knows what it really is. Clara nodded. We'll have to start from scratch. No records describe a summoned entity like this. Din frowned. So, it's a new life form. While they talked, the little dragon yawned, flapped its wings gently, and spit a tiny flame as if protesting. Din chuckled, thinking, how did something like this end up with me? Could this link be connected to that ancient magic from before? Clara pointed at the scattered eggshells. Firm, right? Keep them. Some species eat their shells for nutrients. Din nodded. Got it. So what should I do now? Clara stroked her chin seriously. First, observe carefully and record everything. What it likes, dislikes, how long it sleeps, its reactions, and how it grows. 2 things like that. Din frowned slightly, sighing. Sounds like a lot of work. He looked at the dragon, eyes determined. But it'll be worth it. I don't know what it is, but I feel I must protect this little one. Clara added, so, are you planning to keep it with you? People will freak out. Why not leave it here in the lab? Din shook his head firmly. Maybe, but I can't hide it forever. Besides, if I get caught, I've got you all behind me. Keeping it here too long will make it restless. Clara nodded, eyes lighting up. Then let's use this chance to create your official mark. Din blinked. A mark? You mean the ancient summoning seal? Clara smiled. Exactly. You're still new, but your talent's undeniable. With a summon like this, it's your chance to shine. Din rubbed his chin. Excited. Sounds reasonable. Let's do it, Clara said. You've registered for the summoning class, right? Tomorrow's orientation is with Professor Tamaric Piano. Perfect timing. Impress him and you might get special approval. She placed a hand on Din's shoulder, eyes full of faith. Normally it's hard, but you're different. I believe you can do it. Din grinned, eyes gleaming. A special recommendation. Huh, sounds fun, he thought. What should I name her? The next day, at another location, a blonde boy asked Din, where were you last night? You weren't in the room during roll call. Din smiled sheepishly, had something urgent to handle. The boy frowned. Then how'd you avoid getting caught? Priscilla got busted. Din winked. There's always a way. The boy chuckled. House stress was truly full of surprises. Din asked curiously, my sisters too? He nodded eagerly. Of course, your sisters are living legends of Dana Hall. Ask any dorm student, you'll see their reaction. The boy patted Din's shoulder. Anyway, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out, so relax. Din nodded. Thanks. The boy waved and walked off. Back in his room, Din flopped onto the bed, exhaling in relief luckily. Both were safe. He still didn't understand what Priscilla was thinking. Rushing off like that, the little dragon popped out from his shirt, fluttering excitedly around, making Din laugh. It was impossible to calm her down. Watching her breathe tiny flames, he sighed in awe. This creature was truly extraordinary. Scene shift. In a hidden corner, Din stood before a secret gate. He muttered, here it is. The gate she mentioned, the main path sealed off. This is the only way out. His finger gently touched the transparent mana barrier protecting it. Din frowned as unease crept in upon sensing its complexity. They'd covered the entire dorm with dense mana defenses. How could he break through this energy wall? He focused all senses, feeling the vast mana currents swirling around him. There had to be a weak point, even the smallest gap. He told himself, eyes resolute. While Din was analyzing and scanning, the tiny summoned dragon flew playfully around him, spitting tiny sparks like a mischievous child at play. Suddenly, one spark accidentally touched the mana barrier. Instantly, the barrier trembled, waves of energy rippling vividly. How could you possibly affect? Back in his room, Din glanced at the little dragon fluttering along the hallway beside him. A thought flashed through his mind. That flame could temporarily suppress or weaken mana. He rejoiced inwardly. Eyes lighting up. Wow, incredible. This little one was a fascinating summon with amazing potential. The next day, Din and Ernest strolled through the campus. Enjoying the fresh air, Din looked lively and full of energy. Ernest asked curiously, "You called it Happy Sound? That's such a gentle name. Who came up with that?" Din smiled. "I thought it sounded friendly and easy to call. Why don't you think of a better name then?" Ernest pondered, eyes following the playful dragon. Adorable, but maybe it needs a bolder, more dignified name." Din chuckled quietly, finding Ernest's seriousness endearing. "You don't need to be that tense," he thought. "Do you?" Suddenly, Ernest stopped, eyes lighting up, exclaiming, "How about Kanash?" Din turned, intrigued. "Yo, nice, what does it mean?" Ernest explained. It carried a mysterious tone, fitting for the little dragon. Din nodded in agreement, face glowing with satisfaction as he looked at her. "Then from now on, your name will be Kanash," he declared softly. Scene shifts to Bermuda Hall, a grand ancient structure named after the great scholar Bermuda, founder of mysterious summoning arts. Students quickly gathered, eyes sparkling with excitement and tension, hidden behind the rows of seats. Dejurong, one who bore a deep childhood grudge against Din, stood silently. He recognized Din instantly, his eyes flashing with shock and venomous hatred. Sweat dotted his brow as he muttered, "That bastard stole my summoning contract." After that humiliating banquet years ago, his family had collapsed under public ridicule. Now they clung desperately to what little noble status remained. His here, in the summoning class, why now? Of all times, Dejurong gritted his teeth, face taut with stress, sweat pouring. "I must avoid Din at all costs." Suddenly, a loud voice called from behind, "Hey, Dejurong." Repeating the first-year course again. "Ah?" Dejurong flinched, replying awkwardly. "Ah, yes, senior, it's nothing big." Everyone repeats a few times. "You too, right? This is your second run at it. Think of it as an easy credit. Just crush a few newbies." Soon after, Professor Demeric Piano entered the hall, and silence fell instantly as if magic had swept away all sound. He stood upright at the lectern, voice stern, announcing that the lesson would begin with the most fundamental theories of summoning, the essential foundation for anyone pursuing the art. He emphasized these theories would appear in the summoner certification exam, so everyone must master them thoroughly. His words stirred the class like wind over water. One student whispered, "Man, this professor's strict. They say the summoner exam's as hard as reaching the stars." Tamaric clearly heard the whisper and nodded slightly. His gaze, sharp as an icy blade, swept across the room. "Of course, if you have the skill, you may challenge the special admission test, but be warned it's not easy." A student asked nervously, "Professor, what are the conditions for that exam?" Tamaric smiled faintly. "I knew someone would ask. Watch." He gestured. A bright blue screen appeared in midair. "First, you must summon a rank 5 or higher creature using your own seal. Second, you must maintain that summoning for over 30 minutes. The students stared at each other in shock. A rank 5 beast, even with a seal, that was nearly impossible. Rank 7 already drove people crazy, let alone keeping it for 30 minutes. Tamaric didn't let them chatter. Finally, you must display a strong enough personal essence to pass the selection. Even if you meet the first 2 but lack that essence, you still fail. To truly stand out, you must leave an unforgettable mark. The class nearly exploded from shock. The tension felt like the calm before a storm. Impossible, those first 2 alone were near unattainable, and now a subjective third. Had anyone ever passed? Even Din frowned inwardly, thinking, basically, if the professor likes you, you pass. If not, you fail. Tamaric watched their reactions calmly, unsurprised as if he'd seen this scene countless times. He chuckled softly, eyes glinting slyly. "Now you see why it's called the special admission test. You'll also need recommendation letters from at least 2 field experts." The class fell silent, faces blank as if lost in fog. Tamaric's gaze drifted to Din. There was no reason to overlook him. "I heard, Dean O'Greg, interdisciplinary student, right? Professor Jen Pineso said you could form a secondary link with her summoned Auric Class B creature, but without seeing it myself, I can't believe it. Maybe she's just marking, showing favoritism to the Sogers Count family to help you. You'll have to verify it myself." He continued, "Your first goal is to pass the regular assessment, so do your best. If you can already summon, that's easy, but for first years, it's unstable." The students exchanged uneasy looks. No one dared speak. Dejurong swallowed hard, sweat dripping down. Din frowned slightly, thinking the students must be confused. They'd only studied theory and compatibility tests so far. Tamaric smiled broadly, voice booming like a bell. "Let's provoke you a bit. No first year can summon. How disappointing. Din felt his scalp tingle. Heart pounding. He realized the professor was targeting him, ready to test him directly, but Din refused to back down. He stood up boldly and accepted the challenge. I can try. His declaration made the whole class fall silent. Really? Name and department. I'm Dino Greg, first-year interdisciplinary student. Tamaric nodded, eyes bright with interest. I heard from the dean that you're exceptionally talented. Yes, the calm reply made Tamaric pause slightly, assessing this boy wasn't arrogant or timid. His words were sharp as a blade. Then let's be frank, rumors about you are plenty, but that talent sounds hard to believe. Can you prove it here and now? Din nodded. If you wish, I can, but if I can prove it, can you write a recommendation letter for the special admission? The lecture hall fell silent, the air heavy like stone. After a few seconds, Tamaric widened his eyes. A recommendation for the special admission? Do you know what that means? Din replied firmly, voice as solid as rock. Yes, and it'll show my outstanding talent right here, and if you fail, Din shook his head with a confident smile. I never considered that possibility. So confident even his sister wouldn't dare say that, wanting to teach Din a lesson. Tamaric agreed thunderously. Fine, step up. If you succeed, I'll write it myself. The nearby students buzzed like a forge, voices mixed with shock and doubt. What's he thinking? Summoning isn't even as major what's going on with the Saugers family. Tamaric gave a final warning. If you fail, you'll bear the consequences. Still want to try? Din stood firm, eyes like stone, nodding slightly. Yes, I will. Pleased smile crossed Tamaric's lips. Good, come down here. I happen to have a summoning seal ready. Din stepped off the podium, thinking he hadn't planned to show off this early, but had seized the chance. He took the cold, glowing card. He whispered an ancient incantation, its tone echoing like a mysterious curse answering his call. And the moment those words left his lips, a crack sounded, space around him quaked. Radiant magic circle emerged, glowing with azure light over the stage. From its very center, a giant wolf burst forth. Its deadly aura made the students tremble like lost lambs before a predator. God, seriously, that's a rank 5 summoned beast. How could he do that with just one seal? In a dark corner, Degron froze, heart pounding as he realized it was his own wolf. Genfu? Din turned to Tamaric. Professor, I have summoned Genfu. Tamaric, still stunned, sweat beading on his forehead, couldn't fathom how the boy achieved that with a single seal. It formed a contract instantly. Or is there some secret technique? He steadied himself. Even so, it won't last 30 minutes. He cleared his throat. Impressive, as rumored, but the second condition won't be easy. Din smiled boldly. I don't want to waste class time. May I show you something else? Tamaric frowned. Something else? Not only Tamaric, but the whole class stirred. All eyes fixed on Din. What's he up to now? The Saugers family always gives chills. Degron's heart pounded wildly. Fear rising within. The third condition was to show uniqueness. With the professor so strict, what would he do next? All eyes locked on Din. Din! Tamaric nodded. All right, show me. Din began releasing mana. Powerful blue energy streams swirled around Genfu like ribbons of magic. He whispered another ancient incantation. Genfu's massive body lifted into the air. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Genfu began to expand. Its claws grew drastically sharper. This is the true power of ancient magic. The students froze, mouths agape, as the wolf roared like a revived prehistoric beast, enhancing a summoned beast. Only 5th-year students could do that, and Din wasn't even from the summoning department. Genfus roar thundered, silencing the entire class. The air turned rigid. Din smiled calmly at Tamaric, voice soft yet confident. Professor, is this enough to prove my uniqueness? Tamaric stood stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. He even performed a link enhancement. Every rumor was true. How could a student possess such earth-shaking power? Din gently stroked Genfus' thick fur, his gaze soft but proud. A few seconds later, Tamaric cuffed lightly to regain composure, voice still trembling. Yes, this is truly remarkable. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later. Din smiled and nodded. Yes, I understand. Behind him, Degron swallowed hard, heart pounding unbelievable. Din had grown far beyond his past self. After the uproar, the class gradually returned to normal, but Tamaric's gaze lingered on Din with subtle confusion. Din smirked inwardly, thinking that the strict professor's reaction would make his sister Clara beam with pride. One part of the recommendation was done should he ask Professor Genfaso for the rest. Soon, the class ended as Tamaric spoke. All right, that's all for today. Suddenly, a voice called out, D.N.'s Grace. Din turned, frowning slightly at the familiar red hair. You're Degron, Genfus' former master. Degron scratched his cheek awkwardly. You still remember me? You're retaking the course after failing, right? Din tilted his head, eyes sharp. You're not here for revenge, are you? Degron stammered sincerely. Actually, I've seen you before. I tried to ignore it, but I realized the past was my fault. I want to apologize for everything. Please forgive me. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Din smiled softly and nodded. It's long past. Don't worry about it. Degron's face lit up joyfully. Really? Then I can still keep studying here. I promise I won't cause trouble. Din frowned slightly, thinking the guy was really afraid of being expelled. He patted Degron's shoulder reassuringly. Nope, relax. It's fine. DeGron grinned brightly. Thanks, Din. If you need anything, just say it. Suddenly, the back of Din's shirt puffed slightly. A small round lump wriggled inside. Din instantly knew Canis had woken up and wanted out. He turned to DeGron. By the way, you're from the summoning department, right? I need to buy a few things. Can you take me? DeGron nodded eagerly. Of course. The place is called Orb and Ben. He rambled on. That shop was founded by 2 alumni over 30 years ago. They've got everything you can imagine. Din listened, thinking the guy seemed genuinely remorseful, so there was no need for caution anymore. Suddenly, Canis poked her head out of Din's shirt, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Din quickly soothed her, voice gentle. Easy now, little one. Right after that, the two headed toward the shop. On the way, DeGron asked, what do you need? Just tell me your summons rank and he'll handle it. Din replied, I just need food for it. DeGron nodded thoughtfully, eyes lighting up with confidence. Yo, that's my specialty. I used to handle compatibility training. It's simple. So, what kind of creature is your summon? Din hesitated a moment before replying. It's a wyvern. He thought to himself that Canis did look somewhat like a wyvern, so their diet should be similar. Hearing that, DeGron exclaimed excitedly, a wyvern? That's a rank 3 beast. Amazing. Seeing DeGron's excitement, Din quickly gestured for silence, lowering his voice. It's still young, so keep it secret. All right. DeGron's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, the little wyvern spirit girl Canis hidden in Din's shirt squirmed, letting out tiny curious chirps. DeGron eagerly continued, a wyvern? Huh, then soft food's best. Even young ones eat a lot. Within a week they can start on meat. Din nodded, silently impressed. He really was an expert, but then he wondered why someone so knowledgeable had failed the course. As they stepped into the store, a lively atmosphere immediately surrounded them. DeGron's eyes darted quickly across the shelves. Then he swiftly grabbed 2 small food bags, turning to Din with a triumphant grin. Found them. This one's made from 17 rare ingredients, and this is a soft mixed blend with special milk. Take both. Din accepted the bags, a bright smile spreading across his face. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't even know where to start buying these. Seeing Din so polite, DeGron frowned slightly and asked, that's all you need? Not getting anything else? Din shook his head. That's enough for now, DeGron insisted warmly. Since we're here, you should look around. This place has tons of useful stuff. So the two leisurely browsed through the shop. Before them were countless magical items, faintly glowing robes, colorful potions, and luminous staffs. Suddenly Din stopped, eyes lighting up at a magnificent staff before him. He murmured, this one looks interesting. Its aura feels right. At that moment, a warning voice sounded beside him. Wait, that's not for beginners. Your summoning skills aren't steady yet. Touch that weapon and you might trigger a magic curse. Step back. Next to the staff was a clearly posted warning. Do not touch carelessly, especially new students. The shop bears no responsibility for resulting harm. DeGron nodded in agreement. Yeah, Din. That staff's for 4th years and above. One touch and it'll drain all your mana. But Din did seem concerned, thinking there was nothing to fear. The more forbidden something was, the more it intrigued him. Ignoring all warnings, Din reached out and grabbed the staff. The shopkeeper shouted, Hey, rookie, don't touch that, it's dangerous. But before he could finish, Din had already gripped the staff tightly. The orb atop the staff suddenly glowed, its mystical light flooding the counter. Din smiled with satisfaction, thinking, it must be hungry for mana. Without hesitation, he began channeling mana into the staff. A surge of power roared from within the staff in response. The shopkeeper gawked in disbelief, stammering, Whoa, what the hell just happened? The staff has absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He muttered to himself, no matter how strong one's mana, almost no one could control this item. Din remained calm, smiling slightly. Not bad at all. DeGron stood frozen beside him. Din, I knew you were good, but you're really a genius beyond reach. The shopkeeper approached, hands on hips, sounding slightly irritated. Are you really a first-year student? I've never seen anyone like you. Din just smiled lightly, replying, I'm Dino Gress, that senior's younger brother. Hearing the name, the shopkeeper was startled, his tone changing instantly. Yo, the younger brother of the top student from the Spirit Shadow department. I completely underestimated you. If you had said so earlier, it'd have given better advice. Din gave an awkward smile, inwardly amazed at how quickly attitudes could shift. The shopkeeper continued, So, are you buying that staff? Din shook his head and carefully put it back. Nope, it's a bit troublesome, and it can't handle the mana I need. The shopkeeper gasped softly, What? That staff's strong enough for 5th or even 6th years. Din looked at it, thinking it was like trying to pour a river into a teapot, completely unreasonable. Finally, he decided, he'll just take the food bags. The shopkeeper muttered, I don't get why everyone from the Stress Noble family is so strange. Your sister too? Din asked curiously. My sister? Yeah, the shopkeeper said. Back then everyone wanted to touch this staff, but Clara flat out refused, said it wasn't elegant enough. Din frowned slightly, then nodded yeah. That was just like her. After that, he and Degron paid and left the store. The shopkeeper watched them fade from sight, muttering to himself, "Why do geniuses always have such peculiar quirks?" After leaving the store, Din found a quiet corner away from people. He carefully took out the 2 food bags and set them before little Canna's wriggling inside his shirt. "Here, eat up, slowly now, don't choke." Suddenly, a strange sound came from a nearby alley. Clattering noises and shards scattering made Din pause. He frowned, muttering, "What's going on?" From the alley came voices. "Keep your head down, brat. Beat him till he learns." Another snarled, "Yeah, coward already quiet after a few hits." Din narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising. The taunts continued. "No one's here to save you today. You're unlucky now. I'm not scared of you anymore." At that, Din froze, heart pounding the voice. It was Ernest. He immediately turned. In front of him, Ernest was cornered by 3 bullies like prey. The boy looked so battered it was painful to describe. The red-haired leader sneered, voice dripping with contempt. "Hear that? He says he's not afraid of us." The one beside him burst out laughing. Big words for someone shaking like a leaf. Ernest clenched his teeth and fists, anger burning inside. These bastards only dare to attack when I'm alone. Another spoke arrogantly, who's hitting first. "No one's around, so no need to worry." The last one smirked wickedly. My jaw still hurts from last time." All 3 advanced menacingly, though terrified. Ernest held his stance, growling, "Don't come closer." They laughed mockingly. "Ha! A loser trying to fight back. Got lucky once and thinks is tough." Despair surged through Ernest's mind. "This is bad. What can I even do now?" But just then, firm footsteps echoed from afar, catching their attention. "You again?" The blonde-haired one jerked around in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief at who had appeared. He shouted in panic, "Din Saugers." Din walked forward calmly, smiling faintly, and waved to Ernest. "Hey there." To Ernest, Din's appearance was like grabbing a lifeline in a storm. His eyes lit up, voice trembling with relief. Din's arrival threw the bullies into chaos. "What the hell is this? You said no one would come." One snarled, another snapped. "Who cares now? Bring out the hot stuff." Din glanced at them, thinking their luck had truly run out. He looked around to confirm no one else was nearby, time to teach them a lesson. A powerful surge of mana burst from Din, and in an instant, countless energy spears appeared in midair, all aimed at the bullies. One cried out in terror, "What the hell, he can use magic too." The buzz-cut boy stammered. Wasn't the Stress family famous for sword arts? The redhead scowled, growling, "Idiots! Did you forget already?" Even Onnit standing nearby couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Din!" Din stared coldly at the trembling bullies, the floating spears glowing menacingly. He spoke. "All right, you have 2 options. Leave quietly or get beaten so bad you'll hate mirrors." Hearing that, the 3 turned pale and instinctively raised their guards. Fear surged through them like a wave. Then the nearby stone wall suddenly cracked apart, the ground shattering in chunks. The bullies were soon sprawled across the street. Only pained groans echoed from the ground. Ernest, still shaking and teary, stumbled closer and whispered, "Thank you." Din replied, "My hands are still trembling, you know." Din smiled reassuringly, "As long as you're safe, that's what matters." He looked at Ernest seriously. "Ernest, from now on, let's train together." Ernest blinked, surprised. "What?" Din continued. "You said you wanted to defeat Braun, right? Then it'll help you get stronger." Ernest gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, I'm always relying on you." Din asked, "By the way, have you joined any club yet?" Ernest answered, "Not yet. I couldn't find any adventure or archaeology clubs." Din frowned. "I thought there'd at least be one. There's a map research society in our course, but that's mandatory, not an actual club. I checked out a few map analysis clubs, but they're full of lazy excuses, so boring." Hearing that, Din stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing most people just wanted to take it easy. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, "Why are you asking about clubs? You planning to join one?" Din replied, "Not really. It's just everyone's so excited recruiting new members, it made me wonder if it's that important." Ernest explained, "They say you have to choose carefully. Once you join, you can switch for 2 years. Din chuckled, "Stricter than I expected. Pick wrong and you waste 2 perfect years." At that moment, the campus was filled with colorful club recruitment banners. There were dessert canoe sure societies and ancient artifact discussion clubs. Suddenly, Din stopped walking. He turned to Ernest and suddenly suggested, "How about we start our own club?" Ernest froze. What? What kind of club?" Din replied, "One where we can do whatever we want." Ernest blinked. "What do you mean?" Din explained, "I mean a club where we train and explore ancient ruins together. When we're free, we'll hang out, eat together, do whatever we want completely carefree. What do you think of my idea?" Immediately, Ernest's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. "I'm in. Going with you will definitely be fun," he said, but his face soon twisted with concern. He asked, Will a club like that even get academy approval? Din replied confidently, don't worry, it'll handle it. Ernest nodded. If you say so, I believe you, but what made you think of this suddenly? Din smiled. All those club invitations were annoying. I kept turning them down. None were interesting, so it'll just make my own. Ernest asked, if I join, can I learn sword or spear techniques too? Din chuckled. Of course that's guaranteed. You might even discover your hidden talent. Ernest's face lit up. That's great. We'll definitely learn a lot from each other. Then he remembered, but we need at least 3 members to start a club, right? Din nodded. Let's invite Lala, shall we? He added, since we mentioned her, let's go ask right now. Scene shift to the club registration office. The 3 walked together, chatting excitedly. Onis asked, we just need to submit this form here, right? Lala cheered. Sounds easy, let's fill it out quick. Din glanced at her, thinking it was so like Lala to ditch the dessert exploration club, just to follow them. Lala smiled brightly. The dessert club that meets weekly for taste testing is actually pretty tempting. Din nodded. We can do that too if you'd like. Ernest chimed in. I love desserts too, anything goes, right? Din added. If you want to meet seniors, feel free, but just stick with Ernest. You'll be fine. Hearing that, Lala looked pleased and grinned radiantly. The 3 filled out the club formation form together. Then they brought it to a room for approval. Suddenly they heard someone shout, what? The rules change. A blonde girl adjusted her glasses and explained, yes, the academy now has over 3,000 clubs. Most inactive, it's hard to manage. So from this year, you need approval, not just registration. Din's expression darkened slightly. What do we need for approval? He asked. Lala sighed. What unlucky timing. The blonde continued. You need a recommendation letter from an official professor. It'll give you the form. Din nodded. All right, he'll take it. The 3 left the room, and Lala groaned. We're first years, where do we even get a professor's recommendation? Ernest nodded. Exactly, we've barely met any of them. Lala added, we can't just pick a random professor and ask for a signature. Suddenly Din smiled mysteriously. Actually, I already have someone in mind. Lala and Ernest shouted together. What? Who? We're just first years, they'll probably ignore us? Din smiled confidently. Trust me. Ernest and Lala could only stare, speechless. Scene shift to Professor Kinta's office, known for his free-spirited attitude. Din sat explaining the club plan, feeling nervous inside. Oh no, he thought. The professor said he'd listen. But why does it feel so tough now? Kenneth spoke lazily. So, why are you here? Din replied, Professor, we want to start a club. Kenneth looked surprised. Yo, sounds interesting. What kind of club? Din smiled. Club combining sword training, academy exploration, and fun adventures. But now we need approval, so we're asking for your recommendation. Kenneth raised an eyebrow. A recommendation letter. Huh. Din tilted his head slightly and replied, yes, we're looking for an amazing professor to recommend us. Hearing that, Kenneth stiffened a little, thinking, looking for a great professor. Huh. You came all the way here and said that. Kid, do you think anyone outranks me? The professor you need is right in front of you. Why look elsewhere? He'll personally recommend you. Din replied, Professor, you're always busy, I wouldn't want to trouble you. So, what should we do next? Kenneth grinned. Really? Then Din respectfully presented the paperwork. He pulled a registration form from his coat and handed it over. Kenneth cheerfully signed it, saying, my only student wants to start a club. Of course, he'll support it wholeheartedly. Thank you very much, Professor. Once done, Din reunited with Ernest and Leela. Leela exclaimed excitedly, I can't believe we got a recommendation that fast. Ernest added, still stunned, you actually know the professor? We couldn't even say a word back there. Holding the signed letter, Din laughed. I just asked him a few questions about swordsmanship. He happened to take a liking to me. Ernest nodded. Anyway, I'm just glad we succeeded. Leela patted her chest, thrilled. So that means we can really start the club now. Din nodded. Yes, we just need to submit the form. I'm really excited, it's going to be such a fun and unforgettable experience. Ernest said joyfully. Din pulled out a clean sheet of paper and said, now the most important part, we need an official name. What do you think fits us best? Ernest emphasized. A name isn't just a label. It carries our identity and image. It's extremely important. Leela nodded in agreement. Yeah, and I don't want something childish or meaningless. The 2 scratched their heads, muttering random, messy ideas. Why is this so hard? What kind of name even fits? Watching them struggle, Din smiled quietly, thinking how seriously they were taking it. Suddenly, a strange sensation spread through Din's body. He glanced down, muttering in surprise. Kenneth woke up again. Right now, the little dragon began wriggling, slithering around his body, causing an unbearable ticklish feeling. Din whispered, trying to stay calm, not now. Kenneth, just then, Ernest asked, Din, have you thought of a name yet? Din replied casually, anything's fine by me. Anything. Leela frowned, confused. You're the one who started this whole idea, and you don't even have a name. She suddenly pointed at his shirt, eyes wide. Hey, your shirt's bulging, what's that? Fearing his secret would be exposed, Din groaned inwardly. I haven't even introduced her yet, he stammered. This is... Ernest and Leela stared at him intently, curiosity written all over their faces. Leela pressed, what are you hiding in there? Suddenly, Din's shirt buttons popped open, and a small figure shot out. It was Canis, the mischievous little dragon girl, finally escaping confinement, seeing the adorable tiny dragon. Both Ernest and Leela froze in shock, mouths wide open. Din could only give an awkward smile, thinking, well, the secret's out now. Leela immediately pointed accusingly, what is that pet market show? Why did it come out of your shirt? Don't tell me that egg from your sister Clara actually hatched. A small dragon hovered around Din's shoulder. It let out a cute growl. Din nodded, confirming it was newly born and still dazed. Canis, Ernest greeted cheerfully. Hey little Canis, long time no see. Leela snapped at Ernest. You knew about this too. Din quickly changed the topic, suggesting they discuss the club name on the way to registration. At the registration room, the blonde clerk squinted at the paper, reading, Magic Exploration, Summoning, Healing, Swordsmanship Club. The three could only exchange awkward smiles at the overly ordinary name. She asked again, are you sure you want this name? Din firmly nodded. Yes, please approve it. After approval, they left. Leela scolded Din. From now on, you're banned from naming anything. Din frowned in protest. It doesn't sound that bad. Leela shouted. Nope, it's terrible. Ernest quickly intervened. Calm down. We can always change it later. Scene shifts to Professor Tamarek's office. A visitor entered, asking politely if it was a bad time. Tamarek smiled. Not at all, Dean. Jin Pinzo. She sat down, asking about his students. Tamarek replied they were talented, but the professors were overloaded. She added, I heard one student is exceptional. Tamarek stammered, yes, that's true. Silently amazed at how fast rumors spread, Jin Pinzo lifted her tea. I heard interesting things about your class. I won't interfere. Just curious, Tamarek replied. Of course, Dean, your concern is natural. He set his cup down, continuing, indeed, one student stands out, even more gifted than Clara, which is quite surprising. Jin Piniso smiled. That must be Dan O'Grest. I personally approved his enrollment. You're writing a recommendation letter for him, right? Tamarek nodded. Yes, that's correct. Jin Piniso continued, since special admissions require 2 letters, he'll write the other one. Tamarek was shocked. You'll write it yourself, she calmly replied. It's too exceptional for me to stay idle. Tamarek grew bitter inside, thinking she was cunning and always tried to take credit. He clenched his fist. Realizing he'd underestimated her again, Jin Pinzo interrupted his thoughts. Professor, is something bothering you? Tamarek startled, replying quickly. Nope, not at all. Jin Piniso stared into his eyes. Really, when you finish the letter, let me review it. We should be transparent. Tamarek frowned slightly. Tense, of course. Satisfied. Jin Piniso stood up. Then he'll take my leave. Watching her leave, Tamarek sighed, his mind tangled in restless thoughts. His trembling hand clenched tightly. He muttered, you think I'll let things go your way. You're trying to pull Din to your side. But not this time. That genius belongs to my faculty. Scene shifts to the campus grounds. Din muttered, only the Empire Founding History class left today. Right? He sighed, deciding to grab a tart to kill time. Suddenly, a voice called out loudly, Diener Eskrim. Din turned his head. In front of him stood a beautiful blonde girl he had never met. He asked, who are you? She replied, hello, I'm a messenger from Professor Jin Pinso's academy, head of the summoning department. She invites you to meet her. He asked, why does the dean want to see me? The blonde answered, she only mentioned a recommendation letter and asked you to come immediately. Shall we go? Din nodded. The recommendation letter. But he thought to himself, this sudden invitation felt suspicious. The Imperial Academy was long known as the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents. Where academic passion burned endlessly, it was also infamous for its brutal competitiveness, far beyond expectations, especially the hidden power struggles among professors. A department's influence determined its funding, facilities, and infrastructure. The 3 largest swordsmanship, magic, and summoning always received the most. Professors' prestige and responsibilities rose accordingly. At the summoning department dean's office, Jin Pinzo gazed out the window, muttering that she couldn't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I can't keep losing to those men. She mused, if that boy joins my department, we could surpass the magic faculty. The only obstacle was Professor Kenneth from interdisciplinary studies, but his sister Clara studied here, so he couldn't refuse easily. She just needed to spark his interest in summoning. A voice called, Professor, I've brought Din. Jin Pinzo replied, come in. She smiled, you must be busy with all the attention you're getting. With your ability, I bet many departments are after you. Din replied modestly, I still have much to learn, so I see myself as just a first year. Jin Peinzo nodded. Your humility and drive to improve are admirable. Any subject you find especially interesting? Din smiled. Haha, not yet. I just want to do my best in everything. Jin Peinzo agreed, striving to excel in all fields. That's the spirit of a passionate freshman. She continued, do you know why I called you here? Din shook his head. She said, I heard about the miracle in Professor Tamarek's class. You summoned Genfu and even performed an enhancement link. With such power, how could I stay idle? She smiled. With your talent, you should join the Academy's special entrance exam. Din replied, thank you for your high regard. Dean Jin Peinzo continued, Professor Tamarek and I both decided to write you special recommendation letters. This is my first for a student outside summoning, but talent like yours can't be ignored. She frowned slightly, getting to the point, why not explore the summoning field further? Din looked surprised. Summoning? She nodded. Honestly, someone qualified for the special exam no longer needs basic lessons. But precisely because of that, I wish to personally guide you. Din pondered briefly, thinking that the summoning department must be lacking talent if the dean made such an offer. He politely replied, I appreciate your kindness, but about the club, I've already founded one with some friends, so it might be affected. Jin Peinzo was startled. Already formed. The new regulations are stricter than before. Din smiled and explained, yes, it was tough, but luckily teacher Kenneth wrote a recommendation for us. Hearing that, Jin Peinzo's eyes widened as she muttered, Kenneth acted before me. He never attended faculty meetings and was always lazy, yet somehow moved faster this time. Well, congratulations on forming your club. Visit my lab sometime, she said, thinking she'd bait him first. I also have some rare treasures that might interest you. For example, some unhatched spirit beast eggs. Even one of them was worth as much as a castle. Din was startled, instinctively touching his shirt, thinking, damn, I already have one, he said. Spirit beast eggs, you must come and take a look. Jin Peinzo smiled brightly. Don't worry about the recommendation letters. Professor Tamarek and I will handle them. Ask me anytime if you have questions about the exam. Din replied happily, thank you for your concern. She picked up a cookie, saying, have some dessert while we chat. I brought it specially. As she ate, she thought to herself that Tamarek was probably already making his move. She had to finish that letter fast to see their shocked faces later. The next day, Clara met Din and said, Din, Professor Jin Peinzo just contacted me. Din asked curiously, contacted you? Clara nodded, yes. After the recommendation was sent, the summoning council immediately reached out to her. They're sending examiners to the academy now? Din was startled. So fast, he muttered. Too fast. Clearly, they wanted to recruit him. Clara widened her eyes. Professor Jin Peinzo really values you. What did you do to make her someone that's strict? Take notice. Din gave a wry smile. I'm not sure, maybe just because I'm top of the class. Clara continued. Anyway, you'll be called to the test soon. Back when I took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, then perform an enhancement link. Din was shocked. 3 at once? This was serious, he muttered. Clara had passed the special exam at only 16. Clara explained. Yes, but no one knows what this year's test will be like. They never announce it in advance. Even with recommendation letters from Professor Jin Peinzo, there are still conflicts within the summoning council. Din asked. Internal conflict? Yes, Clara clarified. Professor Jin Peinzo has rejected the council's request many times, so they dislike her. They won't make things easy for her. Din mused. So the exam might be harder because of that? Clara nodded. Possibly, but I'm not too worried about you. If you get hurt because of their politics, it'll feel awful. Din smiled reassuringly, telling her not to worry or make it more stressful. I'm not worried. That won't happen, he thought, certain he'd never walk into such obvious traps. 2 days later, the summoning council's inspection team returned to the academy. Led by Chairman Elga Poten, he greeted, long time no see, Professor Jin Peinzo. She replied politely, how have you been, sir? Elga only nodded slightly. He wanted to see just how talented the student she recommended truly was. Jin Peinzo said calmly, apologies, Chairman, but the student's talent is too exceptional for me to ignore. Elga replied, then you should have accepted our offer to join the council. It would have made things smoother. Jin Peinzo smiled faintly. You know well, I value my duty at the academy. Taking that position would mean I couldn't serve here wholeheartedly. Walking through the academy, Jin Peinzo thought, he must think I don't notice Hez trying to pull influence to his side. Because of the council's greed, I almost lost my life several times in their reckless interventions. She turned and said, then please follow me. We can talk as we walk. Elga nodded silently, thinking fine. Since the recommendation letter is sent, he'll cooperate. But honestly, I don't like that boy much. On the way, Elga asked, that boy is Dano Grest, Claire's younger brother, right? Jin Peinzo replied, yes, His talent truly embodies the Grest lineage. Elga continued. I heard he summoned a level 5 Gen Fu, performed an enhancement link, and even did multiple simultaneous links in the interdisciplinary exam. Jin Pinzo nodded in confirmation. He turned to her. Such skill is extraordinary. The entire council was shocked. Even for the Grest family, I didn't expect the younger one to surpass the elder. Could he be on par with Gadarin? Jin Pinzo smiled lightly. I can't say he equals Gadarin yet, but once you see him, you'll understand. Even that name made Elga frown. While judge extremely strictly, the special exam always is. Jin Pinzo nodded. Yes, I understand. The sudden arrival of the summoning council caused a stir among students. One exclaimed, seriously, the council's here. For what? Another replied, heard Dino Grest got a special recommendation. One student added, yo, that boy from Professor Tamarek's class, the one who enhanced a spirit beast. Another shouted angrily, damn. Is there anything summoning related he's not good at? After a while, Jin Pinzo and Elga stood before the summoning department's gate. She said cheerfully, here we are, the exam site. Elga glanced at the summoning emblem, muttering, good, let's go in. Inside the testing hall, light streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the vast room. At that moment, Din stood in the center, speaking clearly and confidently. I am the youngest son of Count Srez, Lord of the Southern Lands and head of House Srez. I am Zinsrez, an honor to meet you. As he finished, a proud, confident smile spread across his lips. Seeing this, Elga muttered inwardly, impressive, hard to believe has only 14 and already so composed. Now I see why they rushed the recommendation. Then Elga stroked his chin and said, I am Elga Poten, chairman of the Summoning Council. I've heard much about you, and the praise is high, but this test won't be easy. Din remained calm, replying, yes, I'm fully prepared. He thought, he sounds friendly, but this won't be pleasant. Elga turned to his assistants, saying loudly, enough talk. Begin. Are you ready? The two behind answered, yes, sir. Jin Pinzo frowned slightly, wondering aloud what kind of trial the chairman had prepared. Looking at Din, Elga declared, his pass or fail will be decided solely by me. If you object, you may withdraw now. Din immediately replied, I accept. Elga continued, stating that all cheating was forbidden and if the exam was deemed unfair, the results would be voided and his summoner qualification revoked. Din calmly replied, yes, I understand. Elga nodded slightly. Good, let's see what makes you special. He then raised his hand high and declared, the examination begins. The examiners surrounded Din as glowing summoning circles appeared before each of them, absorbing surrounding energy, growing brighter and more powerful. Seeing the scene, Din muttered, these magic circles are trembling, making strange sounds. Then, an immense energy burst forth, engulfing the entire testing area. Witnessing this, Din and Jin Pinzo stood frozen in the dazzling light. Heavens, Jin Pinzo thought, they've actually activated the summoning circle. So this is that moment. In an instant, all surrounding mana converged toward Elga. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a deep tone. Answer my call. At once, torrents of mana surged from his magic circle. From within the radiant light emerged a colossal, ferocious creature with the head of a lion, exuding terrifying power. Feeling the massive surge of mana, Din murmured, as expected, the chairman's mana is truly overwhelming. I never imagined the test would be on such a scale. His eyes widened, focused intently on the beast before him. He confirmed inwardly that this monster far exceeded normal danger levels. Around it, arcs of lightning bursting with mana flashed wildly, making anyone nearby feel extreme peril. Seeing the beast, Jin Pinzo involuntarily exclaimed, impossible, a tier 3 summon, that's Antares. Antares clenched its fists and roared toward the sky, shaking the entire space. The surrounding mana flared violently, dust swirled across the test ground. Din had to brace himself against the intense pressure. He thought, now I understand why Clara was so worried. Gazing at the fierce summon, Elga folded his arms and said calmly, since you're a genius, this level should match your ability. Right? He raised an eyebrow and added, you may use any weapon you need. Your task is to subdue Antares by any means. Elga looked at the beast facing Din and emphasized, this is the official requirement of the entrance exam. Watching this, Jin Pinzo gritted her teeth in anger. That old man clearly wanted to humiliate her. Elga spoke irritably, but with your talent, this shouldn't be a problem. Of course, if you're afraid, you may withdraw now. Din immediately replied without hesitation, nope, he'll take the test as planned. Seeing that, Elga smiled faintly, very well. It'll give you a moment to prepare. Soon after, Din reached into the subspace before him. He fumbled for what he needed, muttering, perfect, just what I need for this situation. He pulled out an item and whispered, the Spear Father gave me on my 7th birthday. Now I finally get to use it for real. Looking toward the giant beast, Din thought, a body that large must have plenty of openings. Eel strike fast and retreat. Seeing Din choose a spear, Elga frowned slightly. He uses a spear just like the Sri's bloodline. His gaze shifted to the corner of the arena, where Tamarek and several students arrived to watch the test. Staring at the scene, Tamaric gaped in disbelief, muttering, "What the hell? Making him fight a Tier 3 creature is overkill." Hearing the familiar voice, Jin Pines turned and said, "Looks like Professor Tamaric is here too. He might protest this," but Elga didn't care, replying, "It's fine. The boy's ready. Begin!" At once, his expression hardened. He thrust his hand forward and commanded, "Antares, attack the target before you go." The words had barely left his mouth. Antares ground its teeth with a sharp screech, its eyes blazing red. It instantly leaped forward with tremendous force, charging straight at Din. Din remained calm, waiting for the monster to close in. He muttered, "All right, come on then." With only a few steps left, the beast suddenly accelerated, creating a gust that swept across the arena, but Din swiftly employed his refined spear technique. He cleanly parried the crushing blows raining down like hammers. Then, he swiftly slid behind the beast's back. Now the calm look on Din's face was gone. He was finally serious. The display left Elga stunned, his heart pounding wildly. Even Jin Pinezo, usually composed, widened her eyes in astonishment. Tamaric stood nearby, jaw dropped, eyes filled with amazement and pride. The students with him were just as thrilled, shouting in excitement. What kind of move was that? Their cheers echoed through the stands. The arena was filled with shock and exhilaration. Back to Din, he appeared strangely composed. He stomped firmly on the stone floor, then deftly spun his spear to regain balance. Facing the massive beast, his eyes gleamed with confidence, lips curved into a faint grin. Inside, he exhaled in satisfaction. His special training had truly paid off. Antares roared in fury, eyes blazing red with hatred. Without hesitation, it lunged at Din with a mighty strike. The blow carried terrifying power, as if to tear space apart. Yet Din stood firm, gaze sharp and unwavering. As the strike neared, he tilted aside, moving lightly as the wind. Antares' swing smashed into the ground, scattering stone and shaking the arena like an earthquake. The audience held their breath, hearts racing. It spun and charged again, unleashing a flurry of violent attacks toward Din. But every strike was effortlessly deflected while dodging. Din thought with mild surprise, truly worthy of a Tier 3 beast. With that massive body yet such speed, it's both impressive and terrifying. While mixed with caution, sharpening his focus, suddenly, Antares froze, eyes blazing with rage. It let out a thunderous roar that seemed to devour everything before it. From its hands, blazing rings of fire appeared, swirling violently. It gathered energy into a gigantic fireball. The heat so intense the air itself seemed to burn. Din remained calm, spinning his spear gracefully like a dance. Mana surged through his weapon, making it glow pale blue like cold flame. Then, as Antares hurled the massive fireball toward him, Din didn't dodge. He raised his spear like a shield, standing firm against the incoming inferno. On the stands, Jin Pinizo cried out, her voice trembling, as taking it head on. Her eyes froze in fear. Beside her, Elga stroked his chin, brows furrowed. He muttered, "Even with mana reinforcement, charging into Antares like that is madness. Perhaps the test will end sooner than I thought." Din held his stance resolutely. Suddenly, he twisted his spear with fierce determination. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he lunged forward. He pierced straight through Antares' blazing attack. The flames vanished, leaving only thick smoke around him. Din stood firm, breathing steadily, silently exhaling in relief. Close one, just a bit more and had have failed. The mix of tension and relief made his heart race slightly. Facing Antares, Din gripped his spear tightly, eyes sharp and resolute. He thought, all right, time to end this. Lowering his stance, his body coiled like a predator before the final leap. Mana surged from him, flowing into the spear, making it tremble. In a flash, Din dashed straight toward Antares. The beast instantly sensed his intent. It clenched its fist and struck down with brutal force. Stones shattered, but Din dodged and appeared beside Antares. The spearhead gleamed as it pierced straight into its abdomen. Din's eyes grew colder, the image of his old master flashing in his mind. He told himself, "I'll use the technique master taught me, focus all mana into the spear tip to create a single-point explosion." As soon as the thought ended, he poured his entire mana into the spear and thrust with immense force. The spear pierced through Antares' abdomen, followed by an earth-shaking explosion. The monster roared in agony. Din didn't let his guard down. He gripped the spear tighter, driving it deeper into Antares' belly. Mana gathered once more at the spear tip and erupted into a second explosion, tearing open a massive wound in the creature's abdomen. Seeing the attack succeed, Din smiled faintly. He kept up the pressure, making Antares Rythian scream in pain. Its entire body trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. On the stands, Tamaric sweated, fists clenched, a mix of anxiety and pride swelling inside him. Next to him, even Elga couldn't hide his astonishment, his eyes reflecting rare admiration. The students erupted in cheers, thrilled beyond measure. Amazing, even a summoned beast's attack got pierced. What kind of mana was that? Applause and shouts echoed everywhere. But suddenly, from Antares' wound, streams of crimson mana surged out, regenerating its destroyed flesh. The beast threw its head back and roared furiously, shaking the ground. Its eyes glowing blood red, it slammed a fist into the floor, cracking the ground open. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring vision. Sensing danger, Din quickly retreated, but his eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "My spear!" The weapon was still lodged in Antares' body. Kenneth came rushing from outside, muttering anxiously, "Damn it, hope I'm not too late. Why would they hold the exam in such a remote place anyway?" As he pushed the door open, the sight before him made Kenneth freeze. Eyes widening in shock, he gritted his teeth, gaze fixed on the blazing mana barrier ahead. His voice trembled with disbelief. The test field's barrier. What have they summoned in there? Inside, Antares lifted its head and roared, the sound shaking the entire space. Kenta's face darkened, heart pounding in disbelief. He clenched his fists and shouted furiously, "What? A Tier 3 Antares in the arena?" Antares flung Din's spear aside, sending it skidding and carving a deep mark on the floor. The wound caused by the spear still blood. Not yet healed, the beast growled, eyes blazing red, and charged at Din as if to devour him whole. Facing it, Din murmured with a mix of awe, "To take a hit like that and still stand, truly tough." A thought flashed through his mind, the spear won't hurt it anymore. His eyes turned resolute as he whispered, "Sorry, father, you'll have to use the sword after all." He immediately drew the blade at his waist. Frowning, Din looked straight at Antares, confident smile curling on his lips. Round 2 begins. His action stunned the entire audience. Elga stroked his chin, eyes glinting with curiosity. "Ha!" Switching weapons again. "Is he?" Jin Pinzo nodded thoughtfully, agreeing it made sense this was an independent exam. Surprises were normal. Elga nodded too, though still astonished. The scariest part was his unnaturally calm composure. Like a seasoned warrior, Kenneth squinted from behind, saying firmly they would now see his true power. In the arena, Antares charged straight toward Din with fierce eyes, but Din stood firm, unshaken like a stone pillar. He calmly blocked each of the monster's relentless attacks. After several exchanges, Din suddenly froze as an idea flashed in his mind. He muttered in admiration, unexpected. After several clashes, it shifted from brute strength to speed, countering every move precisely. Antares kept attacking madly, but Din was not someone easily crushed. He stayed composed, swinging his sword to block every blow. Noticing an opening, Din slashed Antares' arm, but it caused no damage. He murmured in surprise that both its arms were wrapped in fire ordinary sword energy couldn't pierce that. All right then. Antares sped up, its punches storming down like thunder. Din's mind churned, he wanted to use ancient magic to crush it, but with so many watching, he chose another way. On the stands, Jin Pinso's face turned pale with worry. She turned to Elga, voice trembling, saying this was too dangerous. If a student got hurt, they'd all be blamed. She placed a hand on her chest, ready to trigger a forced summon recall, but Kenneth arrived just in time to stop her, speaking calmly yet firmly, "Wait, keep watching." Jin Pinzo turned back in shock, asking when Professor Kentis had arrived. Kenneth smiled confidently, saying he understood her worry, but Din seemed to have found his strategy. In the arena, Din kept deflecting the monster's furious blows. Suddenly, he spotted an opening, his eyes widened with determination. A magic circle flared beneath his feet. Mana burst brightly as Din dashed toward Antares, and he unleashed countless sharp slashes. The monster roared in pain as the strikes landed. Its agonized scream echoed through the arena. The creature staggered, losing balance. Both its hands slammed hard onto the ground. From the stands, Elga exclaimed in shock that he had combined swordsmanship and magic in an instant. Kentis nodded, saying they might need to summon something stronger next time. Hearing that, Elga's face darkened as he clenched his fist, thinking bitterly that a third-rank summon should have been enough. Yet Din exceeded all expectations. In the vast arena, Antares slowly opened its menacing mouth, fiery rings forming around its jaws. Din remained calm, smiling faintly, thinking this must be the final counterattack. He clenched his fist, eyes shining with determination. He didn't want to use this move, but it had to end. Above him, 3 spears wrapped in powerful mana appeared, floating and glowing mystically. He looked straight at Antares, lips curling into a confident smile. Sensing imminent danger, Antares lifted its head. It roared fiercely, thunderous enough to shake the ground. It opened its mouth and spewed a blazing fire column straight at Din, powerful enough to burn everything. But just as the beast unleashed its final blow, Din's 3 mana spears shining brightly shot forward at terrifying speed. Antares froze, its eyes wide in terror. The 3 spears pierced straight through its body, leaving gaping holes. The beast was hurled violently backward. It rolled away like a snapped cord. Its roar echoed in agony. Din stood tall in the arena, his gaze icy, his lips curved into a satisfied smile. On the stands, Jin Pinzo turned to Elga, voice both worried and reproachful, saying the exam had gone too far. Elga frowned, asking what she meant. She asked if making a first-year student subdue a third-rank summoned beast seemed reasonable to him. He gave an awkward laugh, trying to soothe her, saying it ended well anyway. His words only enraged Jin Pinzo further. Well, it's so well it'll be written into the Empire's history. A first-year student using spear, sword, magic, and force spirit link to subdue a third-rank summon. It was madness. After the fierce battle, Din calmly stored his weapon into subspace. Nearby, Elga and Kenneth exchanged stunned looks, Thinking the finishing move was truly shocking, suddenly, Din approached Antares and reached out his hand. Stunning everyone was a reaction driven by power, a force spirit link with Antares to calm its hostility. In both tactics and outcome, it was a flawless finale. Jin Pinzo was still furious, saying if word spread, people would call it an unfair exam meant to break him. Elga, cornered, insisted he had set full safety measures, but she snapped back, scolding him for sitting idle while Din faced it directly. Elga stammered, trying to explain, but before he could, Jin Pinzo glared firmly, declaring she couldn't ignore this as a professor. Elga ground his teeth in frustration, cursing that the whole plan had fallen apart. Kenneth stood behind, eyes closed in deep thought. He murmured admiringly that he knew the boy was a genius, but at this level, Din already resembled a veteran knight more than a student. Kentas and Jin Pinzo's gazes met, both turned toward Din, eyes burning with determination. They each vowed to take him as their disciple. When the exam ended, Elga stepped forward, his voice echoing that the test was officially over. He announced that Din, who excelled in this special trial, was granted the title of Summoner and honorary Golden Emblem, urging him to continue shining as a summoner of the Imperial District. He said, "Take it." Din bowed gratefully and accepted the golden badge. He examined it, the gold engraved with strange runes, then stepped back. He thought to himself, a golden emblem only for those who pass the special exam. Looks awesome. Din paused for a moment, then suddenly raised the emblem high. He channeled a surge of mana into it. He whispered, "Answer the call." At once, mana burst from the emblem, shooting skyward and forming a massive glowing magic circle. From it, a tide of mana poured down, and a creature emerged. The entire audience was stunned. They shouted, "What is that?" In the arena, a creature with long ears and short stubby legs suddenly appeared. It was a summoned beast that looked exactly like a small rabbit. Information appeared. Toma, a rank 4 enhancement type summon beast capable of greatly boosting the summoner's physique. Looking at the tiny rabbit, Din laughed happily, saying it was high quality and adorable, then gently greeted, "Nice to see you again." And Toma, the air froze. Everyone stood stunned at the cute sight. Jin Pinzo glanced at Kentis, who was also motionless, thinking everyone was dumbfounded. She looked at Din thoughtfully, realizing the scene would shake the entire academy. On the school grounds, students buzzed with chatter. Someone shouted that he was the one who passed the special exam. Another replied in awe, wondering what kind of family the Sriz clan was. He even surpassed his own sisters. Meanwhile, Dean, Ernest, and Layla walked across the yard, attracting countless curious stares. Anis turned to Layla, confused, saying she couldn't understand how this was possible. Layla folded her arms and replied indifferently, telling her to just accept it, he came from another world after all. Ernest changed the topic excitedly, saying he had finished decoding the map. Layla brightened, praising him and suggesting they hold their club's first meeting once everything's ready. Hearing that, the group cheered up. Leela said eagerly she was sick of being idle. Onyx clenched his fist, saying he would speed up his decoding too. Din remained calm, smiling as he thought he was just as curious. Then he turned to everyone, saying, "Professor Kennis called me. I have to go. See you later." In the training room, Kennis was already waiting. He spoke in a warm yet commanding tone, explaining that Antares was an extremely terrifying summoned beast. Once a summoner named Rini of the Empire had called 2 of them at once, turning the scene into a nightmare that felled 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Din froze slightly, recalling that Professor Kennis had witnessed that battle. Kennis stepped closer, eyes sharp on Din, saying he had defeated it without a scratch. Din scratched his head shyly, claiming it was just luck. Kennis replied that humility can sometimes become a blade that restrains potential, and that Din's choice to switch to sword use was completely right. Din paused, thinking this professor was far from ordinary. Kennis slowly turned his back, saying steadily that though only 14, Din's refinement and sword mastery far exceeded his age. He stopped, lowering his voice. "For that reason, I want to ask you something. Would you be willing to officially become my disciple and study advanced swordsmanship under me?" The offer froze the air around them. Din's eyes instantly grew firm. Now Din sat in his room, carefully writing a letter home. "Dear parents, I hope you're well. The hot summer is coming, and your youngest child is still busy with academy life. Yep. And I'm happy to share that I've completed Professor Kentas' swordsmanship class with excellent results. I've learned many valuable lessons, and am sure choosing this academy was the right decision. Now I can wield my sword technique much more fluently. Perhaps it's time I visit the forge to craft myself a new blade." At this point, he paused his pen, thought for a moment, then continued writing. "Yep. And one more interesting thing, Ernest finally decoded that ancient map. He even discovered that the architect was Allure Homeston. According to the map, it leads to an area far east of the academy, deep beneath the abandoned St. Ama Hall. Rumor says something extraordinary sleeps in the saint's crypt below." Reading it over, Din frowned slightly, wondering if he had written too many details. He thought he shouldn't be that explicit since it was a forbidden area. More concerning, however, was the appearance of the undead there. When Din told his 2 close friends, they both screamed, "Undead!" sweating and stammering that it was terrifying. In the letter, Din continued, I almost wanted to give up, but thankfully we got timely help. The one who aided us was Priscilla, an outstanding student from the Department of Divine Studies. The group met her, and Priscilla eyed them suspiciously, saying, "What? You want me to sneak into a restricted zone? Are you all insane? Listen carefully. The undead only vanish when their cores are destroyed, but never underestimate them. But before facing them, everyone must receive my purification first." After agreeing, the group immediately embarked on the risky expedition. Priscilla shouted, "Din, smash its core, pour all your mana into one strike." Din obeyed, and things went just as they hoped. Din wrote, "Priscilla's holy power was incredible. Thanks to her blessing, we handled the undead easily, and Layla's swordsmanship improved remarkably fast. The team coordinated perfectly, attackers and defenders alike. No one even got scratched." After passing through the thick darkness, they reached the underground crypt where the treasure finally appeared. Before the ancient markings, Din pointed ahead, prompting Layla to ask, "Is this really from 3,000 years ago?" He nodded, saying, "Yes, the treasure is right here, the one the Emperor once desperately sought but could neither open nor claim." At the word treasure, everyone's faces lit up instantly. Each member beamed with excitement and joy. The treasure turned out to be a gem glowing bright, magnificent, and mysterious. Din held it in awe, then continued writing, "This is our club's very first achievement. We've truly brought about an indescribable joy. Everyone was so thrilled that none of us could sleep, to the point the whole academy was in an uproar, so I think it better stay quiet for now. As for the gem's true nature, anyone would be shocked. It's actually an ancient type of mana, right? And I suppose I don't need to add that the gem granted me a far greater amount of mana than before." Reaching this part, he stopped, writing, "He'll tell you the full story when I get the chance." At that time, Din was still in his room while Layla shouted from outside, "Din, what are you doing? Hurry up, we're out of time to clean the cloakroom." Her call snapped him from his thoughts. He quickly turned, grabbed his backpack, and replied, "All right, I'm coming." Thus ended that day. On the way, Priscilla officially joined the club. Now there are 4 members, though everyone says the group's name sounds dumb. As they stepped out, Din was warmly greeted. Ernest urged, "Hurry up," Priscilla pouted in annoyance. "You dare make your senior wait." Layla chimed in, "Yeah, we've got tons to do." Faced with all the scolding, Din could only give an awkward smile. Sorry, I just had to clean up a bit. Now hurry up." As they walked, they assigned tasks. Din said, "You'll handle all the heavy work today." Layla pressed her lips and replied, "Of course. Who else among us could manage that?" After some discussion, the group decided to shorten their club's name to NAM, and in the magic department, there was a notoriously difficult exam lasting a full 24 hours, forcing examinees to go without food or sleep. All open materials were allowed as long as no one else was brought in. It was truly a test that made anyone shiver just hearing about it. Professor Dranavo gazed out the window, sighing, yet Din passed it so easily it almost shocked me. He grasped my intentions perfectly, solved problems brilliantly, and analyzed his surroundings beyond expectations. I pity the others, but this is the first time I've ever wanted a student from another department this badly. He turned back, voice thoughtful. "So, how's the task I gave you?" Arthur walked in from afar, silent for a few seconds before answering. He said, "He keeps rejecting the invitation to join the student council. If he accepted, he'd not only gain a title but could even reach a key position, shaping academy policies." Hearing that, Professor Dranavo seemed to understand something. He turned again toward the sky, sighed, and muttered, "I see. Even sending a top student like you couldn't sway him." He cursed inwardly, troublesome, what an unpredictable child. Din lacked the arrogance typical of his age. All my predictions failed, but he won't slip away from me. I'll make sure to keep him. Scene shifts to Arbella's laboratory. She asked Din, "Is Arthur from the student council still pestering you?" Din nodded. "Yes, it's a bit annoying." She groaned angrily. "That professor never changes. It was the same in my time." Din asked curiously, "He tried that with you too?" She nodded. "He even tried to lure me into becoming student council president." Din whistled. "Student council president? Huh, sounds impressive." She sighed. "That man loves gathering talented youths to turn them into pawns. Gifted but unfocused students easily fall into his traps. That's why Arth can't break free from Professor Dranavo." Hearing that, Din immediately understood and asked, "So my task is simply to refuse every offer, right?" She nodded firmly. "Exactly. Professor Dranavo is extremely dangerous, not only brilliant, but a master manipulator. One careless moment, and you'll become his puppet, losing your will. So stay absolutely alert. No matter how tempting his offers, reject them without hesitation," receiving the stern yet caring warning from his sharp-tongued senior. Din smiled softly, reassuring, "I understand. It'll be Riffle." However, their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud crash as the lab door burst open, startling Arabella. "Heavens, what's going on?" she exclaimed. Right after, 3 people, Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla rushed in. Layla approached, holding a strange glowing orb, eyes sparkling. "Din, finally, Look, I found something insane. Ernest brought it from the restricted zone. Can you check what this is? As soon as Arabella saw the orb, her face changed drastically, and she shouted in panic. What? The restricted zone? You kids actually broke in there? The three young ones could only give awkward smiles. Unable to speak, watching the chaos his friends caused, Din covered his face in despair, thinking, "Oh no, I told them to stay quiet. Sorry, Sis." He turned to Ernest, questioning, "I thought after the St. Aim a visit, the guards had tightened security a lot." Ernest grinned confidently. "Don't worry, Din. I'm an adventurer. Getting past barriers like that is routine." Din rolled his eyes. "Yeah, that's your specialty, but don't you think that's a bit reckless?" Ernest bowed slightly, embarrassed but resolute. "I get your concern, but my explorer's blood just keeps boiling. I can't stay still." Watching his friend, Din thought that since the St. Aim a trip, Ernest had indeed become more daring and proactive, and it made sense. Allure Homeston, the only great mage believed to have reached the Crimson Convergence realm after the fall of the Demon Kingdom Iraq, once worked there, a place tied to such genius would ignite any adventurer's curiosity. Din's gaze shifted to Layla and Priscilla. Layla stepped closer to Arabella, holding the orb respectfully. "Senior, please take a look at this for us." Seeing her two troublemaking juniors, Arabella sighed helplessly. "You girls never stop causing trouble." Noticing their odd behavior, Din asked Layla, "Layla, what are you holding? Don't tell me you shoved the thing into my mana wave detector." Ernest quickly stood beside her, awkwardly explaining, "Well, here's the thing. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I wandered around the restricted zone. You know, well, Holmeson's lab is deep in there, but I started hearing strange noises coming from inside the building. Sounds like machinery running or something being constructed. It gave me chills, and I also heard a woman's voice." Din immediately cut in, skeptical. "So what, even in the restricted zone, guards patrol? Hearing voices isn't unusual." Ernest scratched his head, firmly denying, "Nope, not guards, I'm sure of it. The weirdest part is my backup mana wave detector suddenly picked up a massive surge of mana." Hearing that, Din shouted in shock, "What? Impossible." He continued in disbelief. "After Ola Holmeson died, all his items and equipment were moved to the memorial hall for safekeeping. Then how could mana waves still be coming from there?" Ernest nodded seriously. "Exactly. That meant Ola Holmeson's laboratory still had a secret they had yet to uncover." Din remained lost in thought. After carefully examining the mysterious orb, Arabella spoke thoughtfully. "Ernest, your guess was right. Something really is inside this thing." The revelation made Ernest gasp. "Really?" Arabella nodded. "Yes, and it's no trivial matter. Here, look at the analysis data I just ran." Seeing the complex sheets spread across the table, everyone was stunned. Din casually picked one up to inspect. Arabella went on, "The fluctuations match the sample you collected. Of course, not perfectly, so I filtered out interference and unclear data." After a pause, Din asked, "So what's the final conclusion?" "Sis," Arabella frowned slightly, her tone grave, "there's definitely something enormous inside that building." The three young friends shouted in shock. "What? Something enormous?" Arabella nodded. "Yes, this kind of fluctuation only comes from objects containing immense mana. You said earlier it was hard to record those waves, right? I think something deliberately blocked the mana signals. Whether it was Ola Holmeston or someone else remains uncertain." Din added beside her, "The only thing we can be sure of is that whatever it is, it must be extremely valuable to be sealed so tightly." Arabella nodded. "Exactly, and from what I know, guards never even step into Ola Holmeston's lab. I once sneaked into the restricted zone myself when I was bored." That made Priscilla widen her eyes. "Really?" Arabella only winked mysteriously without answering, which startled Din beside her, thinking, "So even my senior did that before?" "Yes, it seemed no one could resist the allure of Ola Holmeson's mystery. He was truly an extraordinary mage, even in his youth." She went on, "Though we don't know what they're hiding. If it's related to Ola Holmeston, it's bound to be a world-shaking discovery, perhaps his mana core, or something even stronger." Hearing that, the group's spirits ignited. Din clenched his fist with determination. "If that's true, it's amazing." Layla, confused, asked, "But why would such things exist in a lab that's supposed to be empty?" Arabella continued with admiration. "Ernest is truly remarkable. He discovered this entirely through his sharp adventurer instincts." Hearing such sincere praise, Ernest couldn't hide his joy and replied, "Thank you so much, Senior. You've helped me a lot." Then Arabella turned to Ernest teasingly. "So, kid, what do you plan to do with this thing?" Din listened silently, thinking it was probably not a real mana core. If it were, he would have sensed it the moment he entered the restricted zone. So what exactly was inside it? While Din was deep in thought, Layla urged, "So what now, Din? I told you to be careful, but isn't this mana signal worth investigating?" Priscilla added firmly, "Even if you won't go, we'll go ourselves." Din nodded. "Right, we can use that to avoid being tracked, but no one knows what's waiting in that lab. Is everyone truly ready?" Their determined gazes answered him. Layla winked confidently. "Of course, our club's strong." Ernest added eagerly, Yeah, and Canars will come too, Priscilla declared, him never sitting out. Hearing that, Din sighed. Ernest and Layla, I understand, but even you, Priscilla. Seeing her brother's concern, Arabella said helplessly, looks like there's no stopping them now. Then she made a firm decision. All right, if you won't listen to advice, at least take these. Seeing the strange items in her hand, the group asked curiously, what are those? She explained slowly, her eyes scanning each of them. These are magic scrolls. You know how to use them, right? If you face danger, don't hesitate, tear them immediately. They'll teleport you back here. The process may shake your body and mana flow, but that's better than losing your life, isn't it? Layla joyfully exclaimed thanks after receiving 3 priceless magic scrolls. Arabella sternly warned that entering the forbidden zone means suspension, and 2 suspensions mean permanent expulsion. Their initial excitement faded, and they all replied that they understood. Din reassured confidently that nothing bad would happen. She pouted, telling him not to just talk big. After reminding them, she told them to return safely and report their findings. The group immediately returned to their base. They spread out an old map and began plotting a detailed route. Ernest analyzed the infiltration route and explained their plan, impressing Din with his precision. 2 days later, the team distributed all exploration gear. Ernest emphasized using anti-tracking powder and relying on Canas's special flame to break the magic barrier cleanly. Din agreed and promised thorough preparation. Priscilla cautiously suggested creating a backup plan for emergencies, and Layla agreed. Din assigned roles. He would lead, Ernest and Layla would cover the rear, Priscilla would take position in the middle. Din told Ernest to use his bow instead of a sword for support. Ernest agreed. Din reminded everyone that avoiding detection was the top priority. Ernest eagerly said he was excited to see what awaited them. Layla nervously hoped they wouldn't face demons. After final checks, Din rallied the team, shouting their club's name and declaring their mission. After traveling, they reached the Forbidden Zone, where the heat exhausted them, and Layla complained. Ernest said they only had to wait 20 minutes until the guards shift. Layla wondered about the many guards. Ernest confirmed security had recently doubled and assured there would be an opening soon. He led them toward the densest guard area, and they quietly slipped inside. At that moment, the shift change began, and a group of guards arrived shouting for the changeover. One guard grumbled about being sleepy. Another asked why they were late since everyone else had left. Taking advantage of the guard's distraction, the 4 quickly slipped in from behind with swift, precise movements. They moved so fast that a guard who turned around saw nothing suspicious. Another guard asked if something was wrong. The first replied he just heard the wind. After switching shifts, the guards left, warning each other to stay alert enough that not even a rat could pass. But this time, not just one rat. 4 large rats had entered the Forbidden Zone, heading toward an ancient cathedral and descending into its basement. Ernest reminded everyone to watch their steps as they neared the stairs to the underground. After some movement, they stopped before a large door. Din asked if this was the place, and Priscilla praised Ernest's guidance. Din noticed a powerful, unusual magic barrier covering the area. Ernest explained that closer to the center, the stronger it got. Saul. Hongston was cautious, but Din disagreed, saying it didn't feel like his work. He examined it closely and found no familiar magical signature from Saul. Hongston, completely different, he said, making Layla curious how he could tell. He explained that Hongston's barriers were ancient, while this one looked newly made. Anish speculated someone else had entered before them and built a new barrier to hide something. Din agreed, saying there might be a dangerous secret inside. Priscilla hesitated, wondering if they should turn back, but Layla refused, suggesting an academy official might have set it up. Ernest disagreed, saying it looked like an intruder's work. If it were the academy, they wouldn't hide it so much. Layla got angry, saying someone else might be after the treasure. Priscilla decided they came to explore, not to compete. Din agreed, saying their opponent had their own secret motives. Whoever they were, encountering them would only bring trouble. Layla sighed that if the others were hostile, it would be hard to stop them. Din said the place might be far more dangerous now, but trusted in the Nan and Club's strength, though inwardly he was burning with curiosity. His fiery words lifted everyone's spirits. Ernest was touched, and Layla proudly praised his leadership. Seeing their enthusiasm, Priscilla frowned and decided to go with them, saying they caused trouble alone. With her support, Layla and Ernest's eyes lit up instantly. After a brief silent agreement, Din broke the quiet, asking for objections, then declared they would advance to the final battle, though fear lingered within them. Determination drove them forward through danger. Kanash easily broke through the blocking magic barrier. As the heavy door creaked open, a dark corridor appeared. The team endured a tough journey, moving in sync and staying alert. That teamwork let them overcome each obstacle. After many trials, they reached a vast hall. Layla gasped in awe at the enormous underground chamber filled with old wooden tools, wine barrels, and scattered stones. Piles of food sacks created a chaotic, cluttered scene. Ernest guessed that the stored food meant someone once lived here. Din quietly observed and noted the lack of fresh traces. Whoever lived here had long left. Layla wondered if the academy had once used this place for research. Priscilla firmly denied that possibility, urging them to look closer. She explained that academy investigators use uniform gear, while these mixed, even forbidden, items proved otherwise, Din agreed with Priscilla and decided they should search the area before the owner returned. Everyone spread out to investigate. Din knelt and pressed his hand to the cold floor. A surge of strong energy shocked his mind. He sensed a massive flow of magic beneath the room. At that moment, Ernest shouted for Din to come over. Din jumped up and asked what they had found. Layla said there was a staircase hidden behind the wall, perfect for tracing the magic source. So they all went down. At the basement's end, a faint violet-blue glow dispelled the darkness. They stepped in to see a huge, radiant magic stone. Layla cried out in disbelief, amazed by its massive size hidden underground. Din examined it and confirmed the aura belonged to Saul. Whole stunned, surrounded by carved magic arrays, though they didn't know who made it or why, the team studied the mysterious stone intently. Suddenly, Anis panicked, shouting that someone was approaching. Their surveillance devices had triggered alarms, tightening the atmosphere instantly. Even Din, usually composed and steel-minded, widened his eyes in shock at the news. At the same time, on the left side, a group of strangers appeared, quickly approaching the cathedral door. One coldly ordered them to hurry, and the others replied shortly, "Understood, Captain." They entered very quickly, clearly professionals. The captain firmly instructed them to focus only on extracting power from Saul. Hongston's essence, the cursed glory, would be theirs. The subordinates shouted in unison. Moving through the dark, they reached the last chamber. The blue-haired captain reported their safe entry upon seeing the glowing magic stone. He immediately ordered them to clear the room. He warned to report any irregularities. Two subordinates nodded in response. They turned and headed back upward. After a few steps, one sighed in relief. The other asked if they had to stay 2 months. His comrade replied maybe longer, but said food was plenty. Then they took a few more steps. Suddenly one tripped a wire trap set earlier by Din's group. Instantly, steel spears dropped from the ceiling, ambushing the two guards. Their bodies were struck and thrown hard to the floor. Pained groans echoed below. Hearing the noise, the captain spun around and shouted, asking what happened. Then, from deep within the basement, a strange pink-purple mist burst forth. The captain exclaimed, asking what it was, and one guessed it was sleeping gas. Before the captain could react, another screamed that it was a trap, but a moment later, all four were swiftly captured by Din's team. Ernest searched them and was surprised by what they carried: a notebook, some silver coins, random tools, and something inside a water pouch. Staring at the unconscious intruders, Din wondered who they were. They were clearly after the Saul Ongston magic stone, but were they part of the academy? At that moment, Priscilla approached holding an item, telling Din the notebook contained crucial information. Din picked up the worn book and began reading. The pages detailed extraction instructions. Maintain 2 extractors, add 1 more at 60%, and stop immediately to reinforce the array if instability appeared. Din frowned in confusion, murmuring essence extraction. Priscilla shuddered, saying it sounded dangerous, and Din gravely agreed. Ernest kept searching their belongings and found something else unusual. She exclaimed they also had a continental map. Din was shocked, and Layla noted that such maps were tightly controlled by the Empire. Ernest speculated they might be rebels. Overwhelmed by the clues, Din muttered that too many things didn't add up. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he noticed a faint glow coming from the captain's mouth. He quickly moved closer and carefully pulled out a small object. Holding the glowing pill, Din muttered that it was a suicide poison. Just as he suspected, he recalled his mother teaching him about it, used by assassins or secret groups to silence members under brainwashing. He wondered what kind of organization could operate under such terrifying rules. At that moment, Priscilla suddenly exclaimed after reading the notebook. Finding a charter inside, the new information stunned the others. It began with "For a New World." Rule 1, security above life itself. Rule 2, act to change the world. Rule 3, never learn other members' identities. They are one yet separate, followed by many more laws. After reading, Priscilla raised an eyebrow, noting suspicious coordinates written there. She said it seemed near the academy. Din asked where 34.58 was. Ernest thought a moment and said it matched the supply route by the back gate. Layla guessed they entered through that path. Ernest agreed, saying someone inside the academy must have helped them. The situation grew more complicated, forcing the group to think seriously. Din broke the silence, concluding that a secret group was extracting Saul Hongston's essence and that they must leave quickly. They collected all the intruders' items into a subspace for investigation. They agreed to report everything to the academy's leadership and guards. Din added that leaving empty-handed would be a waste. The others turned to him, confused, asking what he meant. Din narrowed his eyes with firm resolve. He said they should take the magic stone, as leaving it would let it fall into enemy hands. Soon after, the captured intruders began to wake up. One shouted for the captain to wake, and others called frantically. The captain groaned awake. Annoyed by the noise in his head, one subordinate stared at the stone in horror. It had lost its glow. Now dull gray, he shouted that the magic stone was empty. The captain raged, blaming the trap setters. While they argued, academy guards stormed in and surrounded the entire area. A guard commander shouted for everyone to freeze, declaring none would escape for violating academy grounds. An intruder cried out in shock at their arrival. Another guard ordered all to be captured. The captain clenched his teeth in despair, muttering that their organization must have abandoned them. After escorting the prisoners out, the guard commander sighed heavily. He muttered that it was insane the Forbidden Zone had stirred again after decades of peace. Pointing at the captives, he sternly asked if they had revealed anything. The bald soldier stroked his chin, saying the captives hadn't spoken and harsher methods might be needed. The three intruders stood silent and dejected. The captain firmly ordered them beaten awake and sent to interrogation afterward. The bald soldier nodded in agreement. The captain thought the case was serious. 5 intruders had slipped in despite doubled security. He feared reprimand or even losing his position. Just then, a guard rushed in, announcing that the Ministry of Magic's investigation team had arrived. Hearing that the captain was startled. Had they really come? He wiped sweat from his forehead, cursing that the lazy professor had actually come in person. After hearing the full report, Drenavo summarized that the captain heard noise in the building, then found the mana barrier gone and intruders inside. Correct, the captain confirmed, and Drenavo mused that Saul, Hangston's barriers weren't easily broken. If they could, why were they caught so easily? The captain offered an item found in the intruder's belongings and asked if Drenavo wished to see it. Drenavo raised an eyebrow at the book in his hand. He took it, flipping through it. He saw nothing odd but concluded it had been magically sealed and forcibly broken. The captain was stunned, asking how that was possible. Drenavo carefully tucked the book into his cloak, saying he would examine it further since it might still hold hidden spells. The captain awkwardly agreed, noting the group likely belonged to a secret organization. Drenavo narrowed his eyes thoughtfully at the mention of a secret group. The captain added they'd also found a giant mana stone in the basement, taller than a grown man. Drenavo was shocked. A mana stone? That basement should have been empty. The captain admitted no one expected such a thing in the Forbidden Zone. After some thought, Drenavo ordered them to take him there for inspection. Meanwhile, at the academy, rumors spread wildly among students about another incident in the Forbidden Zone. Priscilla sighed, saying chaos had erupted there since yesterday. Din asked what Shed learned, and she replied that the ministry's investigation and even Professor Drenavo had joined. Ernest added that meant it was more serious than expected. Din worriedly admitted they'd caused major trouble. He said the news had already made the school paper and asked if they wanted to see. Eris gasped at the headline. Speed report said 5 intruders were under interrogation for resisting academy guards. Din thought that with Drenavo involved, the severity was clear. Aloud he said the ministry's handling should keep them safe. Priscilla sighed that the ministry was ruthless and the intruders would face magical torture. Layla fretted they might be traced, but Eris reassured her, and Priscilla proudly said the academy should thank them instead. Priscilla said without them the intruders wouldn't have been caught so fast. Din agreed, saying the enemies were far away and wouldn't know they'd been there, so silence was best. He asked Eris if Shed brought the intruders' items. She nodded and handed him the analysis results. Din thought they might trace the group's path to another treasure, perhaps Saul, Hangston's essence. A few days later, chaos struck the academy again, this time caused by the arrival of a royal investigation delegation. The royal family rarely visited, yet came with a grand army and flying banners. The royal troops advanced deep into the academy grounds. Before the massive gate, the 4th Royal Knight Commander, Diophin, frowned slightly. He muttered it was strange the holy shelter Ama had been breached without traces, and now unknown intruders were found in Saul, Hangston's lab. Professor Drenavo beside him agreed, saying they'd searched but found nothing conclusive. Diophin asked about the barrier. A female professor replied they were still investigating and had found no clear signs of damage. Diophin sighed in frustration, saying it was troublesome since was one to see who else works. In Hangston, he looked back sternly and asked what His Highness thought. The red-haired young man was the 3rd prince. Quati Antanas, he hesitated, still confused, admitting he wasn't sure yet. Diophin turned away coldly, saying he understood. Drenavo was startled, realizing the 3rd prince had personally come, wondering why royalty would appear here. Adwat closed his eyes and thought. Then he opened them, studying the door carefully, wondering if it showed traces of a melted barrier. It was faint, but the surface did differ, as if it had been liquefied and refused. An impressive feat nonetheless. Drenavo explained that Saul, Hangston's barriers were built to last centuries. No one had ever broken them. Diophin agreed, calling it an unbreachable steel fortress, yet now it stood opened. From behind, Adwat added that even the royal barrier might be vulnerable. Then Adwat's eyes suddenly widened, but moments later, he froze, sweat dripping onto the cold stone floor, his hands clenched tightly to steady himself. Seeing this, Diophin worriedly asked if His Highness felt pain. Adwat rubbed his arm lightly, saying it was just a mild ache. Diophin urged him to report any discomfort and rest, since health mattered more than the investigation. Adwat firmly refused, saying he came by his own will. He insisted he wouldn't quit and his arm was fine. Drenavo watched them thoughtfully, noting that both Prince and Knight Commander being present meant extra caution was needed. Diophin again advised the Prince to rest outside and report if his condition worsened. Adwat agreed. As Diophin left, he thought sadly, the Prince's poor reputation is useless. with even his hands disobedient. He sighed that if His Highness had a stronger body, things would be far better. Adwat stood silently, lost in thought for a few minutes. Then his eyes fell on his hand as he muttered irritably, "Damn it, something always blocks my path. But now's not the time to stop. I can't just sit still. I need more clues, I'll find them myself. Sorry, but I can't stay put." At that time, in another area, Diefan said anxiously they found no trace. The soldier replied, "Around 5 in the morning." Drenavo nodded. "Yes, sir. It happened just before dawn." Diefan asked about the mana detection spell. Drenavo bowed and replied quietly, "Nothing at all, sir." Diefan's face darkened as he roared, "Then turn everything upside down." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, panicked, shouting, "Captain, bad news. His Highness has disappeared." Hearing that, Delph jumped in shock. "What? Impossible. He was just here." The soldier explained it happened in the guard's brief distraction. He furiously scolded the soldiers, calling them useless, then ordered to halt all other tasks and mobilize full force for the search. The soldiers shouted in unison and quickly assembled. A deep unease stirred in Delph's heart. His Highness was already frail. How could this happen? At that moment, Adwat was sprinting into the dense forest beside the academy. He thought to himself that he must push this investigation forward at all costs. This time, Father must notice me, even without innate talent. He'll prove myself through effort. I can't remain a useless prince. In the Bonia forest, Din's group of 3 trained hard. Din practiced magic, while Eris and Layla honed their weapons. Layla corrected Eris' stance, and Eris adjusted, asking if it was right. Layla smiled, saying it was much better. Watching them, Din chuckled softly, now used to the harsh training. With Layla's help, he was controlling mana more efficiently. After several gestures, Din could easily form multiple magic circles around his body. He looked at his hands, smiling. He had completed 2 mana rings and could build a 4-layer magic structure. The Archmage's spell truly inspired awe. Suddenly, his eyes widened, focusing intently. Each time he used the 4-layer spell, everything became clearer. The movement of mana inside the human body was truly extraordinary. He wondered what he would discover next time. Din casually created a mana bomb and let it hover in the air. It flew above Eris and Layla, making Eris ask curiously what it was. Layla asked Din what type of spell it was. Din replied it was a wind bomb. A compressed air bullet formed from mana. Witnessing it, Eris exclaimed in awe, saying she had never seen such a large mana explosion. Layla added, "And since it's a 4-layer spell, its power is truly immense." Din focused on the mana bomb, raised his hand slightly, and said, "Then let's toss it gently." He channeled energy and threw it toward the forest edge. It seemed just a light throw, yet the bomb shot away at an incredible speed. All 3 suddenly sensed someone nearby. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted deep in the forest, filling the air with smoke and dust. Trees were flattened by the immense force. The path the bomb flew through was leveled into a vast clearing. Layla gasped, calling out, "Din, did you hear that?" Din, drenched in sweat, replied fearfully, "Yes," loud and clear. He cursed, thinking they were alone, then suggested they check it out. Layla added worriedly that they should be careful in case someone was hurt. A few minutes earlier, Adwat was still searching for something in the misty forest. He walked around, thinking the academy grounds had such a vast forest where students must study and play happily. He truly envied them. He wondered if, had he not been born a prince, he could study there like them. Just imagining it made his heart race. He quickly shook the thought off. No, stop dreaming. Focus on finding the intruder's trace. Suddenly, a strange sound behind him caught his attention. Following the noise, Watt wondered if someone was there. It was Din's group training. Watching them, he noted how skilled they were for students his age. After finishing a sword form, Layla asked, "Din, can you review my sword move?" Din shook his head, saying the motion was stiff. Walking around, he noted the footwork needed half a step back after turning. Layla nodded, saying she'd try again. Watching from afar, Adwat muttered to himself, "She just, wait, that's Din Redsound, the new student who stirred the whole academy. It's really him." Dunarest, a name even the royal family remembered, admitted to the academy's research division, excelling in 4 fields. And I, struggling with the simplest things, while he, the so-called genius among geniuses, still trains diligently. If I could enter the academy, I'd have friends, study, and laugh with them. Suddenly, something shot toward him at terrifying speed, startling Adwat. What's flying this way? It was the mana bomb Din had thrown earlier. Upon impact, a massive explosion shook the entire forest. Trees were blown down by the shockwave. Adwat was thrown backward, rolling several times on the ground. His eyes widened in shock at what had just happened. He let out a painful scream echoing through the forest. Realizing they had hit someone, the 3 rushed over. Eris asked worriedly if he was okay, and Din apologized awkwardly, thinking no one was there, clutching his stomach in pain. Adwat struggled to get up but kept groaning. Eris suddenly noticed something, saying, "Wait, that uniform, it looks like the royal investigation team's royal family." Layla exclaimed in shock, asking if he was a royal investigation member. Din, uneasy, scratched his head, saying no. Maybe that person was... He looked closely and said, seriously, that's indeed the royal investigation uniform and that red hair, the mark of royal blood. Eris stammered, almost whispering. Could it be, is actually of the royal family? Her words made Din and Layla tense in alarm. Regaining composure, Adwat slowly stood up and walked toward them with an angry voice. Adwat shouted, "You fools!" Immediately, Din stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as Din Gress, son of a count. He apologized deeply for his carelessness, admitting his grave mistake. Next, Eris quickly bowed, saying, "I am Eris Zen, son of Baron Zen, first-year student of the magic faculty." Layla followed calmly yet remorsefully, "I am Layla Zmian, eldest daughter of Count Zmian, first-year student of the swordsmanship faculty. Please forgive our rudeness. Your Highness." Contrary to expectation, Adwat didn't blame them. Instead, he smiled, saying, "It's fine. I'm unhurt, just startled. What pleases me more is meeting you in this way." Turning to Din Gress, he said, "I've heard much of your talent. The Gress family is famed in exploration. I believe you'd be a great explorer too. And Lady Zmian, you're the one who won the Deng Cup, right? I watched the final match." Hearing that, Layla bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Highness. It was my great honor." Adwat waved lightly, saying, "That's enough introductions. Rise." The three replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Eris, still curious, said she was relieved His Highness wasn't hurt, then asked why he came to such a remote place. Layla added that this area was so secluded even students rarely came, making it ideal for training. Adwat narrowed his eyes, then hesitantly admitted, "Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I wandered off alone and got lost. Have you heard about the strange events in the Sol El Hanston building? We're investigating that case but still have no clues. It's quite frustrating." Eris immediately responded that so His Highness came to investigate. They too had noticed some oddities but couldn't confirm anything yet. Din looked at Adwat, thinking they had also sensed something an ordinary person couldn't perceive. Hearing Adwat's words, Eris guessed that the strange phenomenon was discovered by His Highness. Adwat replied gently, "You could say that," startling both Eris and Layla. Adwat leaned toward Layla and whispered, "Damn, this matter involves us." Layla replied quickly, "If we're found out, everyone will." Din silently observed Adwat, analyzing him. Unlike the two elder princes, this youngest one was their age. Rumor said he was ordinary, talentless. Strange's group had erased all traces, yet he still found them. Moreover, he noticed mysteries others couldn't. He couldn't be normal. Was he hiding some power? Seeing their expressions, Adwat's lips curved into a sly smile as he spoke. "Actually, I just got lost and wandered here. This academy is truly complicated." Eris suggested His Highness should return soon, as the investigation team must be searching for him. He said they were probably lost too since it was their first time at the vast academy. Adwat took the chance to ask, "While I'm here, could you tell me a bit about life at the academy?" That startled Eris and Layla, who exclaimed that their stories were quite long. Din thought silently that though he was a prince, he was still just a boy confined too long in royal protocol. It was natural for him to be curious about ordinary life. Adwat asked, "So what were you doing just now?" "Training." Eris replied, "Yes, it's quiet here, so we often come to practice." Din kept thinking, something felt strange. This prince carried a heavy aura, as if mana itself was tightening the air. Could mana really move that way? Maybe he should observe more closely. Meanwhile, soldiers in the academy were still busy searching. They ran everywhere, shouting questions. "What about over there?" "Nothing." "Damn it. Move to the next building." Students murmured, "Yup." The Royal Investigation Team. "What's going on? Are they looking for something? Did they catch the culprit?" "No way. If they had, the Magic Legion would be here, not the investigators." The tension's real. Elsewhere, Delph was still tirelessly searching for Adwat. After turning everything upside down with no results, he cursed in frustration, "Damn it. Useless here too. Or could His Highness have gone? We don't even know who's behind this or what they want. If the prince whose hands haven't yet cooled gets in trouble alone, what then? If he's just lost, fine. But if something happened." Just then, a soldier rushed up, reporting breathlessly, "Captain, there's a witness. Someone saw a person in a gold-trimmed cloak heading toward the outer forest." Hearing that, Delph spun around, demanding, "Really? Bring that person here immediately." He moved out at once, ordering, "Full team, advance to the outer forest. Priority 1, ensure His Highness' absolute safety." The soldier bowed, "Yes, sir." As he walked, Delph thought, "The forest? Why would His Highness go there? Don't tell me he's already discovered something." Scene shifted back to Din's group. Adwat sighed. "How enviable. If I weren't born royal, maybe I could live freely, not bound by duty. Perhaps the gods truly dislike my name." Din stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, may I ask something?" Adwat smiled. "Sure, Din. Go ahead." Din looked at Adwat's hand and asked directly, "Is your hand in pain?" "Your Highness?" Adwat froze, shocked inside. How could he know that? Layla, puzzled, turned and asked, "Your Highness' hand? Why?" Adwat quickly hid his hand behind him, stammering, "Nope, you're mistaken." Din maintained his steady tone, eyes sharp. "Really? Because from what I see," before he could finish, Layla cut in, flustered. "Din, what nonsense are you saying?" This Din acts strangely at times. Please forgive his foolish words. "Your Highness." But Adwat suddenly spoke, breaking Layla's tension. "Nope," is right. Hearing that, both Layla and Eris froze. "What? It's true." Adwat took a few seconds to steady himself, with a complex look at his right arm. He said slowly, "This right hand of mine is practically crippled." Then he turned to Din, eyes filled with curiosity and a faint glimmer of hope. "How did you realize that?" Din calmly explained, "Your Highness, to be exact, I didn't see the physical condition of your hand. What I saw was the mana flow toward it being completely blocked." That stunned Adwat. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You can see mana flow with your eyes?" Din nodded, confirming it was an ability gained after a relic had miraculously fused with his body. Din thought silently that it was actually due ancient mana, but that was something he could never reveal. "So can you determine the true cause of this condition?" Din replied, "The mana should flow to your hand, but it's blocked at the wrist and reverses upward. A hand deprived of mana is dying." He stepped closer, voice unusually serious. "Your Highness, may I boldly ask, what happened to your hand?" The sudden and direct question startled Adwat. His gaze fell again on his unmoving hand. He pondered a few seconds, then slowly began to recount from when he was very young. At birth, everything was normal, but at some point, this hand became like this. "I struggled greatly to learn to hold utensils by the age of 8. Not until over 10 could I barely hold a pen. I couldn't learn swordsmanship, couldn't ride horses, couldn't master any skill a prince should know. Even magic, my supposed natural gift, was impossible. All my efforts sank into despair, and I've lived like that for years, a shameful prince, burdened with a secret I dare not tell anyone." Hearing his bitter confession, Din stayed silent. He sighed inwardly, so His Highness had faced this since childhood. No wonder he wasn't as renowned as his brothers. Beside them, Layla and Eris, unaware of this secret, were now visibly shaken. Layla stammered, "Your Highness, is it right for us to hear this?" Eris added anxiously, "This is a great secret. Are you truly going to tell us?" Adwat smiled reassuringly, relieved. "It's fine. I trust you'll keep it. Besides, I'm in good spirits today. Many royal physicians of Magi tried but found no cause. And finally, I found someone who can actually see the problem." He looked directly at Din, eyes sincere. Din met Adwat's gaze. Then he asked frankly, "Do you trust me?" "Your Highness?" Adwat laughed without hesitation. "Of course I do. A member of House Gress wouldn't lie to me. If he did, he'd be a grand deceiver daring to fool a prince." Then, glancing at his weak hand, his voice grew somber. "Many have noticed the strength leaving my hand. I know, soon it'll be worse than useless." Raising his head, he asked, "So, can you heal me?" At that sudden plea, Din pondered for a few seconds, while his friends held their breath. Speechless, after some thought, he bowed and said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'm not a healer." The answer stunned Adwat briefly, but he accepted it, sighing, "All right, I understand. It's not something simple." But then Din made another offer. "However, if Your Highness truly wishes, I can try." "Really?" Adwat burst out, eyes shining. "Then do it now. If you can heal me, he'll grant you anything you ask." Din asked sternly, "Truly, if that's your wish, he'll attempt to realign your mana flow. But if it fails, you could die." His blunt words froze Adwat, who stammered, "Well, what did you say?" Din continued firmly, "If this attempt harms Your Highness, he'll surely be executed for regicide. I still have many years ahead, many goals to fulfill. So, if I do heal you, how will you repay me?" The bold statement left Adwat frozen for a few seconds before he gathered himself. Layla and Eris could only stare wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. Adwat asked in astonishment, "You want to make a pact with me right now?" Din nodded. "Yes, Your Highness. I don't accept vague risks, but with a worthy reward, things change." At that calculated proposal, Adwat froze again, then burst out laughing. He looked at Din with keen interest. "Pact with me? Huh, you're the first to ever propose such a thing. You're truly different." Din Gress, he smiled, eyes resolute. "Very well. If you can heal my hand, it'll grant you anything you desire, and if you fail, it'll only hasten the inevitable a little." He stepped forward, placing a hand on Din's shoulder. "Go ahead and try. Even if you fail, it'll leave a will proving you were the most trustworthy by my side." His gentle yet compassionate words made all three, even Din, feel momentarily embarrassed. After a pause, Din nodded. "I'll try." Adwat cheered joyfully. "Excellent. Thank you." Seeing his excitement, Din thought, "This might be the greatest event of my life. If I succeed, it'll be a glorious victory. But if I fail, it'll be an unavoidable disaster, so I must win at all costs." He began outlining his plan. "First, Your Highness, please sit comfortably." Adwat nodded and complied. Din thought, "I've trained to control mana since childhood, so there's no need to fear. Besides, the ancient mana within me will assist." He stepped before Adwat, gently holding his right arm. He began examining it carefully. Din lowered his voice. Then, I shall begin. As soon as he spoke, a powerful surge of mana from his body flowed into Adwat. Din slowly sensed Adwat's mana stream, probing every channel. When the two energies, one ancient, one frail, met, a violent internal explosion erupted within Adwat's arm. Elsewhere deep in the forest, the search troops were scurrying the area when a stern voice broke the silence. "What's your status?" A reply came immediately. "We're blocked by a sheer rock wall, can't go further." Just then, another soldier ran up, breathless. "Captain, there are many people ahead." Realizing his forces were spread too thin, the sharp-eyed commander frowned irritably, cursing, "Damn it, not enough men to divide like this." Suddenly, his gaze caught something unusual hidden in the dense foliage. A surge of unease rose within him. "No way. What is this feeling? I can't be careless." He signaled the entire team to take cover. His gloved hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, drawing it, ready for confrontation. His face turned grave as he ordered, "Move silently." The squad crept forward cautiously. They advanced quietly toward the source of the anomaly. Within minutes, they closed in on Din's group. All soldiers fixed their gaze ahead. Delphin stepped forward, eyes icy cold, shouting, "You bastards! How dare you do that to His Highness?" He charged forward, roaring angrily, "You scum! What are you doing?" Confronted by Delphin's furious, killing intent, Din's group panicked. Layla gasped, "The knights are surrounding us." Din froze too, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, they've closed in. I have to explain." But just as he thought that, his hand instinctively rotated mana in defense. Delphin didn't hesitate and charged straight at Din, ready to strike. "How dare you touch His Highness?" He moved so fast that Din could only gasp in fear. His too fast. "I'm done for." But the moment the blade was about to hit Din, Adwat suddenly leaped forward to block, shouting, "Stop!" Seeing Adwat unharmed, Delphin froze in shock. "Your Highness?" Catching the prince's firm gaze, Delphin quickly regained composure. He asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you alright? Do you know how worried we were? Why did you enter such a dangerous area? And who are they?" Adwat reassured him, "I'm fine. I got lost while inspecting the area. As for them, he'll explain on the way back." He glanced at his hand, thinking, "This feeling, it's different. There's definitely progress." Turning to Din, he smiled. "Farewell. He'll be going." "Thank you." Din smiled back. "I only did what I could. Your Highness, it was my honor." On their way back to the academy, after hearing Adwat recount everything, Delphin mused, "So has the Countess' son?" Adwat nodded. "Yes, and has our benefactor." That statement shocked Delphin. "A benefactor?" "Truly," Adwat explained. "He did something priceless for me, so I'm thinking of what gift to give them." Delphin frowned and asked, "A gift? What do you mean?" "Your Highness." He still did understand they had just met today. Adwat murmured, "Ordinary gifts won't do. I want something truly special." Then, as if remembering something, he said, "Then, what about that one?" "Even so," Adwat scratched his head awkwardly, asking, "Would that be appropriate?" Delphin replied, "Isn't that a bit much?" Then thought privately, "Has His Highness become this excited over a new friendship?" Adwat cheerfully replied, "Compared to what Din did for me, this gift is nothing. All right, send word to the palace, bring everything here at once." Delphin could only grit his teeth helplessly and reply that he understood. Watching the group squad depart, he quietly hummed a cheerful tune. In relief, thoughts began to form in Delphin's mind. Thinking it over, this wasn't bad at all. That boy was the son of Count Gress and Duke Smorn. This would strengthen the bond between the royal family and the great houses, and it would become a firm support for His Highness in the future. A week later, our group Din's team arrived at the royal palace at His Highness' invitation. Seated in the reception hall, sitting opposite, Adwat smiled and said, "Din, my hand has improved greatly, with no side effects. Thank you." Din bowed respectfully, relieved. "I'm glad to hear that, Your Highness." Adwat gestured to the table and continued, "Please sit. I've prepared a small gift to show my gratitude. Take it, this is what I believe you deserve." 3 attendants entered, carrying 3 finely carved boxes. As they stepped out, all 3 of us widened our eyes in astonishment. Eris exclaimed, "Your Highness, these have our names on them." Adwat nodded in confirmation. "Yes, these are royal tokens. Their use is simple when in trouble. Just present this token, and everything will be taken care of." Picking it up, Eris asked in shock, "Are we really allowed to accept this?" Adwat replied immediately, "Of course." Din bowed happily. "Thank you very much, Your Highness." Adwat waved his hand. "That's enough formality. Relax today." The 3 replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." They then began their meal under the grand etiquette of royal dining. Meeting the prince today was truly an indescribable stroke of luck. However, the identities of the intruders remain an unsolved mystery. None of them suspected each other, and the incident gradually faded into silence. After some time, the midterm exams finally ended. In the schoolyard, Din sighed in relief. Glad it was over, he asked Layla if she was okay, and she confidently replied that the major subjects weren't too hard and the common ones were manageable. Priscilla clenched her hands and complained, Wishing the world would just burn. How could the exam be that hard after memorizing the whole capital's materials? Din could only smile wryly, realizing the Holy Studies department wasn't easy at all. Eris encouraged everyone, saying the exams were done. Din added they were finally free and asked what plans everyone had for the break. Harris excitedly said to join the fitness club for body training, surprising Leela beside him, who blurted out, "Really? You're joining?" Priscilla stroked her chin thoughtfully, saying he must have realized his weakness after those battle simulations. Eris cheerfully replied, "Yeah, let's see the results," and Priscilla reminded him not to get injured. Leela touched her cheek and said she planned to go home since her mother had long wanted to see her. Then she asked Din what about him. He hesitated for a few seconds before replying he'd probably study more in the library, which made her very puzzled. Study even after exams? He explained there wasn't really anything else to occupy his mind. Then Din suddenly remembered something. When he was 7, the Duke had given him a gift, a badge from the Jensmine workshop. He was now planning to forge a new sword, so he'd probably visit the forge. Seeing that familiar focused look, Layla sighed helplessly with a faint smile, saying it had been a long time since he mentioned that